Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3183. This was the first time Lu Yin had heard of such a theory. While he had been fishing in the river of time, he had also thought about it. Since he had made progress in the mirage domain, how could time not exist? But now, it seemed that everything was related to time. It was just that he had not been able to reach a higher level of time. Lu Yin remembered Black Wuxian's reminder. One more question. When you went to the mirage, was Fengbo there? He Wuxian said, the mirage domain isn't small. If you have the ability, you can travel all over the mirage domain. If you don't, you can only wander around a limited area. If there's a river, there's a shore. The shore is divided into two sides. When I went there, I didn't see Fengbo. It was no wonder why the Eternals hadn't helped Fengbo deal with Hongyan Mavis. If there had been another powerhouse from the seven sky gods, how could Hongyan Mavis have survived until now? Time's up. I have to go. We'll talk again when we have the chance. He Wuxian was about to leave. Lu Yin was worried. If we let Grand Elder Xianxia come here, won't the Eternals know that you're the one who leaked the location to us? He Wuxian tore through the void and stepped out. I'm not the only one who knows about this place. After saying that, his body disappeared. Lu Yin and Lu Yuan stared at the empty space in front of them. Do you believe it? Lu Yuan asked. Lu Yin pondered for a moment. There's nothing to be suspicious about. At the very least, everything he said so far matches what I know. Plus, he spared me many times, giving me 100,000 years to warn him about the Eternals' plan and the situation in the Mirage domain. Even if he's pretending to approach us, there's no need for him to tell us anything. Lu Yuan sighed with emotion. In the past, I had already guessed that we had people in the seven gods' heavens, but I never thought that it would be him. It's time for Great Elder Jianghu to calm down, Lu Yin said softly as he looked at the distant behemoth. The astral gate floated in the void and Great Elder Jianghu rushed out of it. When he saw the enormous Xuanhuan in the distance, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Yin had warned him that Xuanhuan could crush out a void world with just a flip of its body. Not to mention Great Elder Gu, even Lu Yuan and Hongyan Mavis were shocked by his words. Both of them were famous for their strength, and they were very clear about how much strength was needed to strike out the world of nothingness. Progenitor realm experts might not be able to strike out a world of nothingness, but Huang could do so with a flip of its body. This meant that the power contained within its body was terrifying to the point of making one's hair stand on end. Once such an existence made a move, what would happen? Lu Yuan guessed that if Illusory were a normal creature, its destructive power would be no weaker than a primordial realm expert. Lu Yin's warning kept popping up in his mind, and Great Elder Jianghu did not dare to approach Xuanhuan. Not only could Xuanhuan release a void world with a flip of its body, but it could also devour energy. This was the source of Xuanhuan's poison, and any creature that approached it would lose their energy. Great Elder Jianghu did not want to approach Xuanhuan for the time being. Very quickly, a few days passed and Qianfa finally caught up to them. Qianfa had not used the astral gate, and it was impossible for her to do so. The astral gate was with Lu Yin. Through some unknown means, it had found the location of Great Elder Xianxia and chased after him. Previously, he had been able to easily track down Great Elder Xianxia's location. The closer he got to Great Elder Xianxia, the more Great Elder Xianxia got into a fight with old ancestor Lu Yuan in the Above Heaven sect, causing Great Elder Xianxia to flee far away. The moment divine punishment appeared, Great Elder Xianxia rushed towards Xuanhuan. He did not use his real body but his mecha. This mecha came from the Limitless Empire. It was one of the few mecha that didn't use ring energy to fight. It was an experimental mecha for the Limitless Empire Academy. Now this mecha was finally put to good use. The mecha was very fast and it was at least as fast as a half progenitor. It had been remodeled by the Limitless Empire before they had set off, and its control method had nothing to do with ring energy. Otherwise, Great Elder Xianxia would not have been able to use it. Qianfa watched as the mecha charged towards Xuanhuan, and it naturally saw Xuanhuan as well. Its blood-red liquid began to boil. A creature from another universe? It could tell that Xuanhuan did not belong to this universe. This was the reason why Blacklist God had told Lu Yin where Xuanhuan was. He wanted to use Xuanhuan to suppress Qianfa. Blacklist God was confident that he could do this. Although Xuanhuan did not have much fighting ability, it was quite resistant to beatings, and it could devour energy on its own without needing to be controlled. As the mecha approached Xuanhuan, Great Elder Xianxia felt his energy drain away. However, this type of energy devouring was fine as long as it stayed away from Xuanhuan. It was not Xuanhuan's poison. Now, it all depended on what Qianfa would do. Qianfa only hesitated for a moment before attacking Su Wang. It hesitated because it sensed that Su Wang was not to be trifled with, but since it did not belong to this universe, it had to act. Earthen Blade. Countless blades slashed at Su Wang from below, including the mecha. Great Elder Xianxia took out his Heavenly Emperor card to block the blades, but the mecha could not block Qianfa's blades. The endless blades slashed down on Su Wang's body, startling him awake. Su Wang hurriedly flipped over and growled in pain. Qianfa did not show any mercy. Anyone who dares to enter this universe will be killed without mercy. Su Wang flipped over, and its huge body crushed the stars as it charged towards Qianfa. It seemed huge, but its speed was not slow. It traveled through the stars like a sea, and the closer it got to Qianfa, the stronger the energy devouring became. Its angry roar filled the sky as it opened its mouth to bite at Qianfa. Qianfa growled, "Laws cannot get close to me. Your laws are useless against me." Su Wang was born from the universe, and its ability to devour energy was a type of law. It was not something that was cultivated, but rather something that was nurtured by nature. However, as long as it was a law, it could not get close to Qianfa. The devouring of energy did not affect Tianfa in the slightest. A spear formed in front of Qianfa, and Su Wang suddenly stopped moving just like Patriarch Lu Yuan. Heaven's Spear. The spear stabbed towards Su Wang, directly piercing his body and passing through his back. Su Wang howled miserably and twisted violently. The sound of space shattering rang out. Great Elder Xianxia felt his scalp tingle from within the mecha. He knew that even the primordial realm expert, Patriarch Lu Yuan, was unable to break free from the imprisonment of time, yet Su Wang was able to shatter it. Qianfa was shocked as well. Once strength reached a certain level, it could break free from time. The primordial realm expert, Patriarch Lu Yuan, was unable to do so because he was not as strong as Su Wang. In the current universe, there was no one who could surpass Su Wang in terms of strength. Perhaps Hongyan Mavis had a chance at surpassing Su Wang after breaking through to the primordial realm, but the chances were very slim. Su Wang could be regarded as the most powerful existence in the countless parallel universes. Even with that being the case, he only twisted. He was unable to break free from the imprisonment of time. The damage from the Heaven Spear was nowhere near as great as it seemed. Su Wang constantly twisted, and the sound of space shattering constantly rang out. Qianfa's earthen blade stretched out endlessly, landing on Su Wang's body. However, they were unable to break through Su Wang's defenses. Only the Heaven Spear could penetrate Su Wang's body. Qianfa planned on circling around Su Wang and attacking Great Elder Xianxia first. However, Great Elder Xianxia had locked onto Su Wang, so he hid near him. He had enough distance to avoid Qianfa's Heaven Spear. The Heaven Spear required distance, and it would be useless if it was too far away. The imprisonment of time was not easy, or Qianfa would have been invincible long ago. The endless blades were unable to break through the Heavenly Emperor card's defenses for now, and Su Wang was constantly breaking free from the imprisonment of time. With no other choice, Qianfa could only retreat for now. Seeing Qianfa retreat, Great Elder Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly piloted his mecha away from Su Wang, afraid that he would unleash a world of nothingness and devour him. Su Wang constantly twisted. The pain had stimulated him and he needed a very long time to recover. Far away, Lu Yin watched this scene with a shocked expression. Forefather, Su Wang's strength is probably beyond that of all living creatures. Forefather Lu Yuan's expression was solemn. Since ancient times, no one has been able to break free from the imprisonment of time. Big Yella is one and so is Su Wang. They are both astral beasts. Humans are much less talented than these astral beasts, Lu Yin said. But we humans are good at creating things. Otherwise, the astral beasts would not have been enslaved in that era. Lu Yuan sighed. Big Yella hates us. Otherwise, I would really want him to come out and reminisce about the past. He used to bring us around in space and we will never be able to return to those days. Let's go. Qianfa can't touch Xianxia for now, but we have to think of a way to deal with him. Otherwise, the protectors of the four directions will always be the Eternal's barrier. 6 Directions Society Reincarnation Spacetime. Inside a restaurant, many people were looking at a table in the corner with strange expressions. The table was filled with delicacies, but there was no one there. A figure was curled up under the table, his buttocks exposed and trembling. The waiter walked over and knocked on the table, causing the person under the table to panic even more. Don't look at me, I'm cheap. I'm just looking around. Don't look at me, I don't want to become a line. Guest? Are you all right? The waiter was puzzled and squatted down to look under the table. The person curled up under the table was xianxia. He was dressed in plain clothes and hugged two banners, trembling non-stop. Go away. Don't look at Grandpa Gio. Go away, xianxia urged. The waiter was put in a difficult position. Guest, everyone is looking at you. Xianxia was startled and stole a glance outside. Inside the restaurant, dozens of tables on three sides were filled. At least 100 people were looking at him, trying to stifle their laughter as they discussed. Xianxia wailed, they're all looking at Grandpa Gio. Do they have nothing better to do? Just eat. Why are they looking at Grandpa Gio? Grandpa Gio wishes you all a long life. The people around him laughed even louder. The waiter tried to stifle his laughter. Guest, are you being chased by your enemies? Don't worry, our restaurant's boss is very powerful. No one dares to come in and cause trouble as long as you're still in the restaurant. Xianxia sighed helplessly. Waiter. Hey, I'm here. You're someone who has seen the world. You're praising me. Have you seen people eating people? The waiter was stunned. What do you mean? Xianxia hugged his banner and sat on the floor in despair. His eyes were lifeless. I'm going to be eaten. The waiter did not know how to reply. Guest, the other guests are eating. Please don't say such things. Xianxia stretched out his hand and naturally grabbed the roasted leg of an unknown creature on the table. He took a bite. It's delicious, waiter. Guest, I'm busy here. Can you come out first? Thank you. QZQ 4418 by Duzhang Daming Brothers tip. I'll give it to you. Thanks. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3184. Xianxia was silent for a while before looking at the waiter in admiration. You've indeed seen the world. You're as steady as Mount Tai. The waiter was speechless. That's not very worldly. Let me introduce you to a woman. She's very pretty and gentle. I'm her Grandpa Gio. As long as I say the word, she'll definitely marry you. It's just that there's a love rival. I don't know if you dare to face her. The waiter blinked. Our boss is very nice to me. He's not afraid of love rivals. You've really seen the world. My niece is called Starsabil. That's a good name. Uncle, please come out first. The floor is cold. Good child, Uncle admires you. By the way, that love rival of yours is called Luin. Some people call him Master Lu. Boss, this scoundrel lied to me. Who dares to deceive the people of our restaurant? I killed him. With a bang, Xianxia rushed out of the window, still holding a roasted leg in his hand. As he ate, he mumbled, let's go find that brat Luin. Grandpa Gio can't be eaten. Let's see who's more unlucky. Brat Grandpa Gio is here. After Luin returned to the above-the-sky sect, he decided to roll his die. It wouldn't be easy to deal with the Guardian Envoys, and he wanted to see what the Eternals were up to by rolling the dice. The Eternals had done everything they could to get the Guardian Envoys to attack the Above Heaven sect. On the surface, it seemed like they were afraid of the Above Heaven sect, but Luin had no idea what the Above Heaven sect was capable of. The Eternals weren't stupid, and Luin could tell that this was a ploy. Back then, the Eternals hadn't relied on absolute power to destroy Above Heaven. Luin could only be at ease if he knew himself and his enemy. The Purple Emperor's consciousness had helped Jiang Yi's shattered consciousness planet recover by more than half. He should be able to break through the barrier now. This time he would not merge into the bodies of the 7 sky gods, the 3 sky gods, and the 6 boundless gods to prevent himself from being targeted by the one true god. It would be best to merge into the bodies of the eternal race's progenitors and see the situation in the first calamity zone. Looking up, the die appeared. Shaking it, he tapped it with his finger. The die spun slowly before finally coming to a stop. He tapped it again and a useless item fell out. 10 days later, Luin rolled the die once more. He had rolled it 4 times before, but it didn't yield a 6. Once, twice, thrice and 4 times there were still no 6 dots. He was quite unlucky. 10 days later there were still no 6 dots. Such a situation was rare, and Luin refused to believe it. Finally, the die stopped at 6, and his consciousness appeared in the dark space. He looked into the distance and saw a dark and deep space. There was a dim ball of light in the distance that was far weaker than his own. Lu Yin's consciousness traveled through the void, and he soon saw a slightly brighter ball of light. He estimated that this ball of light was at the progenitor realm. However, there was a barrier between the light cluster and him. Lu Yin's consciousness rushed forward and crashed through the barrier, merging into the ball of light. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar landscape of the first realm of calamity. His memories quickly surged into his mind and he raised a hand. He had never thought that he would actually merge with a heavy ghost's body. Zhonggue was one of the captains of the True God Guard. The first time he had appeared was when he attacked the Above the Sky sect. Coincidentally, the Lu family had been brought back. He had been captured by Patriarch Lu Qianni and had been imprisoned in the Death Chi of the Eternal Kingdom. Fortunately, his luck had not been too bad, and he had obtained everything that should have been his. Calming himself down, Lu Yin continued to roll the die. Another 10 days passed and Lu Yin rolled possession again. He found a ball of light and merged with it. When he opened his eyes, a dark red light filled his vision. Was this the river of divine power? Memories flooded in as Lu Yin merged with the berserk corpse. This corpse's memories were very complex, as it had once been a progenitor. However, Lu Yin was not interested in its memories since it was just a berserk corpse. Not too far away was another berserk corpse, Huiwu. Lu Yin looked at Huiwu, whose eyes were closed. He was locked in a cage and had no aura at all. During the battle in Yi region, Huiwu had charged out from the lake of divine power and brought the Shaoyin divinity towards the Black Mother Tree. At that time, no one had understood Huiwu's actions. Was he helping the Shaoyin divinity? Or was he harming the Shaoyin divinity? Regardless of the situation, Huiwu had still been thrown under the lake of divine power and turned into a berserk corpse. Lu Yin wanted to call out to Huiwu, but suddenly, divine power flowed and a four-sided seal appeared in front of him. The one true God's voice rang out, "You recovered so quickly?" Lu Yin hurriedly withdrew from the fusion and returned to the dark space. The seal followed closely behind, bombarding Lu Yin's consciousness. Fortunately, Lu Yin reacted quickly this time and he was not hit. After his consciousness returned to his body, he panted heavily. It was fine as he had dodged it. The one true God had been trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation, but he had still been able to use a turbid treasure to attack Lu Yin. As expected, he had been prepared. Lu Yin put away the die. If he wanted to obtain information on the Eternals, either the 3 pillars and the 6 seas or the 7 sky gods would be the best choices. Unfortunately, they would definitely be guarded against, and the die's usefulness had been limited. Lu Yin felt a sense of loss. He stayed in the Above the Sky sect's back mountain for a few days, trying to find a way to bypass the Guardians and start a war with the Eternals. On this day, news came from Lu Tianjing that Kuzu had awakened. Lu Yin was delighted and he immediately went to Lu Tianjing. Kuzu was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the Daosor sect's era. The 9 mountains and 8 seas were just a name, as Kuzu's true strength was incomparably terrifying. Lu Yin would never forget that when he had been traveling through space in the Daosor sect's main hall, he had seen Kuzu and the Undying Deity collide head-on, and a small portion of the Undying Deity's body had been shattered. Kuzu had killed his way into the first zone of disaster, faced the one true God, and survived. Kuzu was the first powerhouse in the primordial space to be respected by Celestial Victor, and he had exchanged the victorious battle technique with Celestial Victor. Celestial Victor had killed his way into the zone of disaster several times in order to find traces of Kuzu. There were not many legends about Kuzu in the primordial space, but anyone who knew about him would be shocked. Kuzu's strength was definitely not below progenitor Chen's. In the depths of Lu Qingjing's mountain range, Kuzu sat on one end of a chain with his head lowered. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other end of the chain were Lu Yuan and Lu Tianni. Lu Yin arrived and saw Kuzu with his head lowered. "How is Kuzu?" Lu Tianni replied, "He's been like this since he woke up and he hasn't spoken to us. Let's wait. He should be recovering." Lu Yin looked at Kuzu and waited quietly. After a while, Kuzu slowly raised his head and saw Lu Yuan and the other 2. His gaze landed on Lu Tianni and he said in a hoarse voice, "Senior Tianni." Lu Tianni relaxed. "Kuzu, how are you?" Kuzu looked at his body. "I need time to recover. It's a bit troublesome." He then looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. "Path Master?" Kuzu had never met Lu Yuan before. Lu Yuan was in deep slumber all year round. "I've heard of your deeds. You killed your way into the Calamity region alone." "Kuzu, thank you for everything you've done for humanity," Lu Yuan praised. Kuzu frowned. "I forgot." "Senior, have you forgotten what you've done?" Lu Yin could not help but ask. Kuzu looked at Lu Yin and his eyes lit up. "Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme." Lu Yin bowed deeply to Kuzu. "Junior Lu Yin thanks Senior for your inheritance. Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. This technique has saved me too many times." Kuzu sized Lu Yin up. "You're not weak, but you're still a half-ancestor. It's rare." Lu Tianni replied, His name is Lu Yin and he's the current path master of the primordial space. The Daosor sect is no more and my Lu family has been exiled once. Many things have happened since you went missing and we'll tell you everything. Kuzu nodded. The affairs of the world are unpredictable, and that's how it should be. Humanity will always be reborn from the ashes and return to glory. At this point, his gaze turned cold. I remember now. Rebirth. Butterfly. I was killed by butterfly once. Lu Yuan and the other two were shocked. Butterfly. Kuzu lowered his head and clutched his head. He seemed to be in pain, and his eyes flickered as if he was recalling something. Lu Yin and the other two exchanged glances. Butterfly. Tianan? Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu. Brother's reward, I'll give it to you, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3185. The desolate ancestor kept recalling his memories as his skin cracked and fell off inch by inch, revealing new skin as if he had been reborn. He suddenly looked up. I was killed by a butterfly once in space and used the mountain sea battle technique to break out of the cocoon. Although I survived, I lost some of my memories. Yes, that's it. What kind of butterfly? Lu Yuan asked anxiously. A huge butterfly with a gentle voice. I don't remember what she said. I only know that I was in a bad state at that time and was on the verge of death. I don't know why a butterfly appeared and tried to kill me. I used the mountain sea battle technique, which can only be used once to break out of the cocoon and escape death. That butterfly, it's a butterfly killed me once. Lu Yin's expression was gloomy, but his voice was gentle. A huge butterfly was definitely a blessing from heaven. Did that butterfly carry a light that shines in space? Desolate ancestor suddenly looked at Lu Yin. You've seen it before? Lu Yin clenched his fists. Senior, we should plan how to kill that butterfly. Lu Yin and the others were the first to see the desolate ancestor when he woke up, followed by Dou Sheng and Shi Wei. News of the desolate ancestor's awakening did not spread because he was killed by butterfly Tianan. So far, only a few people knew that the desolate ancestor was in Lu Tianjing. Butterfly Tianan might have thought that the desolate ancestor was dead, so she was still pretending in front of the humans. In reality, she was even worse than Tianfa. Tianfa slaughtered on the surface, while butterfly Tianan secretly killed human powerhouses. So that's how it is. Let the Eternals take all the grace. Although the lost tribesmen had gone missing since the Heavenly Sect's Imperial Tournament, Elder Gu had appeared several times, so there were not many waves. The Eternals' propaganda among the humans could not compare to the Heavenly Sect's. Wei Rong was the best at this. Everyone was waiting for the Heavenly Sect to launch a decisive battle against the Eternals. At this time, a legend about the Mirage Domain quickly spread throughout the Six Directions Society, including the various parallel universes. The cause was that a huge creature hidden in the void had appeared in a parallel universe called 100 Martial, which attracted the cultivators of the 100 Martial universe to investigate. Finally, they found a piece of beast skin and several stones wrapped in it. No one knows who told the origin of the stones, but the entire 100 Martial universe instantly knew that these stones were related to the legendary Mirage Domain. Gradually, the news spread to the Six Directions Guild and to the Celestial Sect. It also spread to the boundless battlefield. When Mr. De Heng received the news, he was shocked. Is the news true? In front of him, a cultivator from the Repose Palace respectfully said, It's true. Now, the animal skin and several stones are in the 100 Martial universe. The 100 Martial universe has joined forces with other universes that have a friendly relationship with it. Several masters who have reached the Ancestor Realm have joined forces to seal the animal skin and stones and decided to auction them. The invitation letter has been sent to the Six Directions Society. Mr. Da Heng frowned. They are actually auctioning it? It is said that the people of 100 Martial Universe do not believe in the Mirage Domain, so they want to auction it for some practical benefits, the man replied. Mr. Da Heng nodded. That's a wise choice. Announcing the news so openly, even those who want to snatch it will have to think twice. Alright, I got it. Wait, what's the reaction of the Heavenly Sect? I heard that old Zen has already gone to 100 Martial Universe to buy those things. Mr. De Heng's eyes narrowing his eyes, he said, Alright, you can go back. After the man left, Mr. Da Heng muttered to himself. The stones of the Mirage Domain had not appeared for so many years. How could so many of them appear all of a sudden? Moreover, why would someone know that these stones were related to the Mirage Domain and spread the news? This matter made Mr. Da Heng feel uneasy, as if something was about to happen. However, he was not willing to give up. After all, this matter was related to the Mirage Domain and himself. What he was most afraid of was that this matter was related to the heavenly sect, but it was unlikely. Why would the heavenly sect do this for no reason? If they had the time, they might as well think about how to infiltrate the eternal race. Recently, he had heard some rumors that the heavenly sect had given up on the lost clan. Some people also said that the heavenly sect was targeted by powerhouses and would definitely be destroyed. He did not believe these words at all. He knew too well how powerful the heavenly sect was now. In the past, it was very difficult for Lu Yin and the others to kill the Forgotten Ruins god. Now, which of the 7 sky gods dared to come out alone? If they came out, they would die. Although the current heavenly sect was still not at its peak, it was not far off. At least, the eternal race was afraid. The disappearance of the endless battlefield was the best proof. If this matter had nothing to do with the heavenly sect, he wanted to get involved. However, he was afraid that the heavenly sect would get involved. He knew that these stones were related to the Mirage domain. After thinking about it, Mr. Daheng decided to go, but he had to hide his identity. Similarly, in the endless battlefield, Luo Shan also heard this news in a parallel spacetime. His decision was the same as Mr. Daheng's. He would go and hide his identity. Regardless of whether the heavenly sect would get involved, he was sure that Daheng would definitely go. If Daheng fought with the heavenly sect, then he could wait for an opportunity. He was not interested in the Mirage domain because he knew that he would not be able to obtain so many stones. The heavenly sect was the most likely to obtain the stones. However, this did not stop him from finding an opportunity to deal with Daheng. If he did not deal with this person, he would never be able to feel at ease. In the heavenly sect, Elder Chan had gone to a parallel spacetime outside the realm. The heavenly sect naturally had to get involved. In the Sixth Direction Association, many cultivators were looking forward to seeing who these stones would eventually belong to. They wanted to see the legendary Mirage domain. The 100 Martial Universe was a relatively powerful parallel spacetime with 2 progenitors. Even in the Sixth Direction Association, they were quite strong. In the past, the Sixth Direction Association had wanted to include the 100 Martial Universe, but the 100 Martial Universe had refused. At that time, the war with the Eternals had been intense, so the Sixth Direction Association had not acted against the 100 Martial Universe. In fact, the 100 Martial Universe had not been able to decide whether to join the Sixth Direction Association. There were many similar situations, and it was precisely because these parallel spacetimes were connected that they dared to refuse the Sixth Direction Association. When Lu Yin had first joined the Sixth Direction Association, there were less than 70 parallel spacetimes in the Endless Battlefield and the Sixth Direction Association. It was not that there were no parallel spacetimes, but that these parallel spacetimes were connected to each other, and they refused to join the Sixth Direction Association and fight with the Eternals. This could not be helped, as a considerable number of them were not humans at all. The 100 Martial Universe was dominated by humans, but other races could also interfere. At this moment, in a huge circular plaza in the 100 Martial Universe, people were arriving one after another. The auction would be held in this plaza. The plaza was piled up with dark red stones and looked quite simple and crude. There was a huge statue of a man in the middle of the plaza. This statue was the first human progenitor of the 100 Martial Universe, who had changed the world and led the people of the 100 Martial Universe to embark on the path of cultivation. This person was called the 100 Martial Universe. Some people called this spacetime the 100 Martial Universe. The entire plaza was very large and it was not easy to enter. No more than 5 people from each parallel spacetime were qualified to enter, and these were the stronger ones. The weaker ones did not even have the qualifications to enter. Outside the plaza, people landed from time to time, and there were also astral beasts in human form. Some astral beasts were much larger than this plaza. There won't be any trouble, right? There was a high platform directly behind the statue in the plaza, and 5 people stood on it. They were the progenitors who had organized this auction. 2 of them were humans from the 100 Martial Universe, 1 was an astral beast from the 100 Martial Universe, and the other 2 were from 2 parallel spacetimes. It was because of these 5 progenitors that they dared to hold this auction. Otherwise, they would not dare to face the many powerful parallel spacetimes outside. It shouldn't be. We have already sent invitations to those powerful spacetimes. As long as they don't cause trouble, we should be fine with our strength. Someone said. What did the Six Paths Society say? Of course, we'll hand over the invitation letters as soon as possible. The Sixth Direction sect has received a total of 20 invitation letters. We have to be careful with them, especially the Above Heaven sect. I've personally made a trip there and handed over the invitation letter to that Elder Chan. We must not be careless with the Above Heaven sect. They are too terrifying. Let alone the 5 of us, even if there were 50 of us, I would not feel safe. Did the Above Heaven sect say anything else? Someone asked. The person who personally went to the Above Heaven sect to deliver the invitation hesitated for a moment and said, Old Zen asked us to sell the stones and beast skins directly to the Above Heaven sect. The price must be satisfactory. No, what we want is not only benefits but also fame. The Above Heaven sect is so powerful because they have roped in many parallel spacetimes. Although we cannot reach the Above Heaven sect's level, roping in more parallel spacetimes will help us protect ourselves. Yes, this is our fundamental benefit. The Above Heaven sect cannot touch it. Don't worry, I refused. Otherwise there would not be this auction. The Above Heaven sect might be dissatisfied, but they will not do anything to us. Parallel spacetimes are joining the origin space one after another. They still have to put on a show for the other parallel spacetimes. Otherwise, how can they convince the public? Don't worry, the Above Heaven sect will not have a problem. That is? Old Zen is here. Go and welcome him. Several people were shocked and hurriedly went down. Outside the dark red plaza, Old Zen attracted the attention of countless people. The Above Heaven sect had been thoroughly recognized by the Above Heaven sect. Many parallel spacetimes had preserved relatively ancient history. They knew very well how powerful the Above Heaven sect used to be. The current Above Heaven sect was already close to the former Above Heaven sect. People kept coming forward to chat with Old Zen, but they were limited to progenitors. Looking around, there were only a few progenitors outside the plaza. Soon, a group of 5 people came out. 100 Martial Spacetimes by NI is here to welcome Senior. Old Zen looked over. By NI was 100 Martial Spacetimes progenitor, the descendant of 100 Martial Spacetime. This auction was initiated by him. Beside by NI, a man bowed. 100 Martial Spacetimes Chengdu is here to welcome Senior. 100 Martial Spacetimes Illumination Raccoon is here to welcome Senior. Xianxia Spacetimes Esteemed Xianxia is here to welcome Senior. Luofu Spacetimes Luofu King is here to welcome Senior. The 5 progenitors came out to welcome him. They were the leaders of the auction, giving the Above Heaven sect enough face. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3186. The surrounding people were as quiet as cicadas in winter, watching this scene enviously. Not everyone was qualified to be welcomed by these 5 people. After all, they were 5 supreme powerhouses. The 5 of them joined forces and once dared to refuse the 6 Paths Association's invitation. Elder Chan smiled, "You're all too polite." Bayanai was enthusiastic. "It's our honor to have the Above Heaven sect come. Elder Chan, please." Elder Chan nodded and stepped into the square under the compliments of several people. Someone was jealous. "Bah, what's this? We have to line up." Hearing this, the people next to him gloated. "Brother, if you can also make an imperial edict and shock the universe, they will do the same to you. We were just lucky to unite many parallel universes. If it weren't for the shocking news of the 100 Martial universe, our universe wouldn't have known that so many parallel universes were connected." "Who isn't?" "At first, I also thought that there were only a few parallel universes in the entire universe. For this reason, I was worried that the 6 Paths Association would forcibly take them away. Now it seems that I was thinking too much. There are many parallel universes. There are quite a few, but none can match the 6 Paths Association." "That's true." The 2 who spoke were not human. In the entire square, less than 1/10 of the human population was human. Most of them were astral beasts. The races that were not human were collectively called astral beasts, but there were also great distinctions among them. No less than 5 battles took place outside the square, all of which were fights between astral beasts. However, these battles did not enter Elder Chan's eyes. These astral beasts did not dare to fight in front of Elder Chan. The Above Heaven sect was really a colossus to them. In the distance, De Heng had already arrived. He hid his face and received an invitation. For a powerhouse like him, it did not matter whether he received an invitation or not. He had plenty of ways to get it. Watching Elder Chan being invited in, his eyes wandered and suddenly fixed on a person. That person looked at him at the same time and they looked at each other. Luoshan. The 2 were from the same sect and recognized each other at a glance. Luoshan frowned. He had tried his best to disguise himself, but he was still recognized by De Heng. There was no other way. His disguise could not fool De Heng, and De Heng's disguise could not fool him. The 2 did not speak and silently entered the square. There were many creatures coming from further away, and there were countless creatures outside the square. They did not ask to enter but to see how many parallel universes would be attracted and what would happen here. After all, the Above Heaven sect was concerned about the Mirage domain. Lu Yin had arrived and he was wearing a mask. Even San Qing and Lu Hao couldn't recognize him, let alone anyone else. It was so lively. Following the line, he slowly entered the dark red plaza. He glanced around and easily found De Heng and Luo Shan. These two couldn't discover him at all. Other than them, there were a few other experts here, but none of them were anything special. Would the Eternals come? In the dark red square, on the high platform behind the statue, Elder Zen had been invited here. "Gentlemen, it's not convenient for me to participate in the auction from here," Elder Chan said with a smile. His eyes could see the entire square and he had the best view. Bai and I laughed. "Senior, if you want to reveal your identity to participate in the auction, there is no problem at all. If you don't want to reveal your identity, there are other ways to participate in the auction." Esteemed Master Xianxia apologized. "If it is possible, we are willing to send all of these things to the Above Heavens sect. However, Senior, please forgive us. It is not easy for us to survive in parallel universes. Sometimes we need some things to cheer ourselves up." Elder Chan raised his hand and stopped him. "I understand, but I have a question I want to ask." He looked at Bai and I. "Don't you plan to participate in the battle between the Above Heavens sect and the Eternals?" Bai and I and the others looked at each other. They knew that the Above Heavens sect would ask this and thought of an answer. "Of course we will participate. If the Eternals appear, we will fight to the death. If the Above Heavens sect and the Eternals fight, our 100 Martial Universe will definitely send experts to participate. So will our Xianxia Universe. So will our Luofu Universe." Elder Chan smiled. Words were words, but actions were another matter altogether. They only wanted to protect themselves and hoped that the six-party association would fight to the death with the Eternals. They didn't consider what would happen to humanity if the six-party association lost. They thought that they couldn't change the situation of the war, so they could stay out of it. Little did they know that the rise and fall of this universe was related to everyone, even an ordinary person who didn't know anything. The six-party association tried to force some parallel universes into the endless battlefield. Some universes succeeded, such as Dashur Kong, but many others failed. They gathered together to fight against the six-party association. However, sometimes they couldn't be blamed. No one wanted to put their hometown in the endless battlefield, which was a millstone of life and death. It could only be said that only by changing the general trend could one change the hearts of people. "Why are they here?" King Luofu suddenly stood up and exclaimed, his face changed drastically. Bai and I was puzzled. "Who is here?" Elder Chan looked at the entrance of the square. At this moment, several people were entering. He was attracted at a glance because these people's appearance was more conspicuous. It was not that their appearance was strange, but they looked like ordinary people. They were too normal, so normal that it was abnormal. Generally speaking, when traveling in the universe, cultivators would more or less have some self-defense equipment, which made them look like they had been through years of killing. These people, on the other hand, were like sheep that had accidentally wandered into a pack of wolves. They were completely defenseless. But Elder Chan knew that it was them that made King Luofu's face change drastically. Because at first sight, Elder Chan felt a strong sense of crisis. Yang Jia stared at the people at the entrance, his eyes cold. "That's the second life." Qing Du and Zhao Li's faces changed. Bai and I also remembered. "Second life? Why are they here?" "Trouble." Elder Chan was curious. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with those people?" King Luofu's face was gloomy. "Senior, you may not know, but the Second Life is a gang that runs amok in the universe. They are very powerful, and are the most feared extraterrestrial powerhouses. They do not follow the rules and are completely bandits. Unfortunately, no one can do anything to them. The first time they became famous was when they stole a supreme treasure from a helmsman in a parallel universe. They slaughtered the entire helmsman and shocked that helmsman. Outsiders thought it was a vendetta and didn't pay much attention to it. But then they went crazy and went around stealing supreme treasures. They killed people everywhere, including astral beasts. They didn't even spare the Eternals. They just killed people for the sake of stealing. They had no position and no morals." Elder Chan frowned. "Are they very powerful?" King Luofu took a deep breath. His tone and gaze were full of fear. "Very powerful. After so many years, they have slaughtered so many creatures that I finally understood their abilities. The Second Life has a total of 5 people. The eldest, Second Bone, is a sequence powerhouse. He is terrifying at first glance and has the 3 styles of the bone-leaving technique. His bones are connected and he has an avatar. He is extremely powerful, and is confident that no one can break through his avatar's defenses. The second Moat, is also a sequence powerhouse. He has the ability to copy other people's battle skills. He is very difficult to deal with. Usually, when the eldest doesn't appear, she will deal with the strongest enemies with ease. The second gang is not a sequence powerhouse, but he has unparalleled physical strength. No one has ever broken through his defenses. There was once a sequence life form that fought the second life, and the other 4 didn't even need to do anything. Second gang alone killed that sequence life form and he became famous in that battle. The second kindness, can be considered the brains of the second life. He is very smart and can quickly predict danger. In the past, the parallel universes of the outer realms joined forces to encircle and annihilate them once. The 6 paths sent out a 9th-grade venerable lotus to capture them all in one fell swoop. It was a surefire ambush, but in the end no one was even seen. I heard that second kindness sensed danger and retreated. In fact, the parallel universes had been preparing for that ambush for a very long time. Even if there were traitors, they wouldn't have been able to expose them. They were only able to escape because of second kindness. As for the 5th, King Luofu looked at the others. They looked at each other and shook their heads. No one knows how strong the 5th is because she has never made a move, not even once. Elder Chan's eyes flashed. Perhaps she has, but you don't know. Bai and I agreed. We think so too, but we can't find any traces of her making a move. She is very difficult to deal with. I didn't expect them to come. They have guts. Zhao Li exclaimed. King Luofu looked at Elder Chan, then looked down. Aren't they afraid that this is another ambush? Since they dared to come, they must have come prepared. Elder Chan, what do you think? Bai and I asked. Elder Chan said, when Venerated Lotus participated in the ambush, was it her own will, or was it the 6 Paths Society's instruction? The 6 Paths Society's instruction. King Luofu was very certain. Because the war with the Eternals was fierce at that time, the departure of one expert would have a great impact on the 6 Paths Society. Even so, Venerated Lotus still came because the second anima was too vile. Although they attacked the Eternals didn't care. More humans died at their hands, including the astral beasts. They are a group of inhumane beasts, Qing Du said in a low voice. Elder Chan's gaze swept across the square. The Tao Master was here, and the situation of the second anima would definitely reach his ears. How to deal with it would depend on the Tao Master. Let's wait and see, said Old Chan. He knew what these people were thinking. They wanted the auction to be a success, but they also wanted to surround and kill second anima. Of course they couldn't do it on their own. Their only option was to invite the experts of the 3 Yangs and 6 Lords, as well as the 8 Daos of the inner and outer realms. If the above heaven sects really came, they definitely didn't want to fail because this was the first time the above heaven sects had fought. Failure would be too embarrassing. On the other hand, the ones benefiting from this would be the 100 Martial Universe. With second anima dying here, their prestige would definitely be greatly improved. That was a good idea. The second anima's group had already entered the square. If King Luofu could recognize them, so could the others. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3187. Isn't that the second life? How dare they show up? Don't look for death. The second life is evil, but they're powerful. We'll be finished if they target us. Let's just do our job. If they want to participate in the auction, will the others dare to expose themselves? Once they take something, they'll definitely target us. Not necessarily. It depends on who gets it. If the above heaven gets it, the second life won't dare to make trouble for them. That's true, but the second life isn't afraid of death. In the square, the second life and the others walked in indifferently. The noise around them didn't affect them at all. Big brother, isn't it too high profile this time? It's not in line with our rules. Second Meng pushed up her glasses. She was wearing a black sweater and a pair of big glasses. Just like her name, she looked very cute, but those who knew her well knew how cruel she was. Second Gang grinned. What's there to be afraid of? Who would dare to attack us? As long as Fifth Sister isn't here, we'll be fine. It's better to be careful. After all, the above heaven sect is here. Second Bone's face was solemn. It was indeed risky to come here. The above heaven sect's martial arts decree terrified them, but they wanted to enter the mirage field more. They had robbed a lot of things over the years and learned a lot. They knew more about the mirage field than most people. They knew that the mirage field was magical. There might be hope for them to break through there. Once they did, the above heaven sect and the Eternals wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Their wish hadn't changed from the beginning. They wanted to become the most terrifying existence in the universe. It didn't matter if their hands were stained with blood. As for their stance, it had nothing to do with them. They didn't care about humans or the Eternals. As for disguises, they couldn't do it. There were too many of them. Once they appeared, they would definitely be discovered. It was better to be high profile and make others wary. Big brother, this isn't like you. You'd rather rob the items after they've been obtained than show up at the auction. Second Meng didn't understand. She looked at the gentle man behind her. He was Second Kindness. He wore a monocle and liked to look at his pocket watch. Fourth brother, was it your idea? Second Kindness looked up. The items can only be obtained here. Once they're taken away, they'll never be obtained again. What? Second Meng didn't understand. Second Kindness glanced at her. Just do it. Don't ask so much. Second Cutie bared her teeth. The second Bone looked around. There were too many eyes focused on them. He didn't know what kind of powerful individuals were hiding in the shadows, and how many people from the high and mighty above heaven sect came. He really was looking forward to it. He had been fighting in the dark for so many years. He also hoped that one day his name would spread throughout the entire universe. It was meaningless to just scare these trash. He wanted to walk to the same height as the above heaven sect in the eternal race. That would be interesting. This was also the reason why he did not hesitate to come here. Danger, definitely, but they had their trump cards. In the crowd, Lu Yin heard the discussions around him and looked at the few people who were dressed too normally. The second life? At the same time, Second Kindness' eyes widened. He put away his pocket watch and shouted, "There's a master. Be careful." The expressions of Second Bone and the others changed, and they all took a step back to protect Second Kindness. They had done this action too many times. Second Bone looked at Second Kindness. Beads of sweat dripped from the forehead of the Second Kindness. His face paled as he sank into fear. They had seen this scene before. It was when these parallel universes had asked the Six Paths Association to kill them. At that time, Second Kindness had acted in a similar manner, causing them to give up on the supreme treasure that they had dreamed of obtaining. It turned out that they had made the right choice. If they had acted at that time, they would not have had a second life. Now Second Kindness was acting in the same manner again. This caused Second Bone's heart to sink. Fourth brother. Second Bone's smile also disappeared. Second Cutie's expression was terrifyingly calm. Second Kindness took a few deep breaths and said in a low voice, "Big brother, we should retreat. I was too naive. The Mirage domain has attracted monsters." Oh. Second Bone asked. Second Kindness shook his head. "I don't know, but I felt an indescribable danger just now. It was stronger than any other time, so strong that I couldn't breathe. Big brother, let's give up. We underestimated those behemoths. They don't just have a large number of experts." Second Bone was unwilling. "If we take the risk, can we snatch it?" Second Kindness shouted, "Big brother, let's give up." Second Cutie's tone was terrifyingly calm, completely different from before. "Listen to fourth brother. Big brother, let's give up. Let's go." Second Bone nodded. "Let's go." Second Bone closed his eyes and said bitterly, "The auction hasn't even started and we've already given up. We, Second Life, have never been so humiliated. Forget it, let's go." After that, they walked out of the square. King Luofu and the others had been staring at Second Life. When they saw them walking out of the square, they were puzzled. Were they leaving? Most of the eyes in the square were focused on Second Life. They watched as they walked out of the square. Halfway there, they suddenly stopped and changed direction, walking towards a corner of the square. Everyone who saw them was confused. What was going on? At this moment, Second Kindness's fear had reached its peak. Just as they were about to leave the square, an even stronger sense of danger came. He did not know where this danger came from. Was it inside the square or outside the square? He only knew that the further he walked, the stronger the danger became. It was so strong that he trembled. He could only walk towards the corner of the square. No matter what, at least this place was safe before the auction ended. Is it really that scary? Second Bone's face darkened. Second Kindness was terrified. "Big brother, this is the most terrifying thing I've ever felt in my life. We can't do anything. When the auction starts, we'll leave immediately. My mistake. I shouldn't have come." "There might be more than one monster here," Second Bone said bitterly. Second Kindness gritted his teeth. "I was the one who told everyone to come. Fourth brother, this has nothing to do with you. I was the one who told you to help me get what I wanted. So many years of experience have made me arrogant. I thought I could compete with those giants, but they all have their own monsters," Second Bone said helplessly. "No need to say anything. Just stay in the corner quietly. No matter what, as long as Fifth Sister is fine, we'll be fine. We're not weak." Second Meng was calmer than anyone else. The square quieted down. Lu Yin looked at them with interest. Were these guys here to make fun of him? They wanted to leave after coming, but they didn't seem to want to leave. Outside the square, a man and a woman were just like everyone else. They were very ordinary and even Lu Yin did not notice them. The two walked towards a corner and sat down quietly. Soon after, another person entered. It was Jianghu. He entered the square and naturally found a corner to sit down. He sat right between Daheng and second anima, which were quite far apart. Jianghu sat in the middle, so the three places weren't too far apart. However, they didn't pay attention to each other. Everyone who came here hid their auras as much as possible. They wouldn't make a move until the item was revealed. Gradually, more and more people entered. Second anima was obviously the most popular. Some people wanted to kill them immediately, but they didn't dare. As time passed, the gate to the square closed, indicating that no one else could enter. It also meant that the auction was about to begin. Elder Chan, I'll be hosting the auction now, Bai and I said. Elder Chan nodded. Bai and I walked off the platform and arrived below the statue, looking at the entire square. At this moment, the 100 martial universe was in front of countless people. The success of today's auction was related to their future hopes. He knew that there were too many powerhouses below, many of whom he couldn't afford to offend. All he could do was pray that nothing too serious would happen. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this auction. Everyone is well aware of the final item of today's auction. Before that, there are a few items that I hope will pique everyone's interest as much as possible. With that, he waved a hand, and a beautiful woman walked out to begin the auction that countless parallel universes were paying attention to. The items that could be auctioned off in this sort of auction were not simple, and many people competed for them. They weren't competing for cultivation resources from various parallel universes, but rather for treasures. It could be considered bartering, but to some powerhouses, these items were obviously not worth their attention. For the next auction item, if there are people from the Six Paths sect or even people from the primordial space, you should be familiar with it. It is the wisdom root. The beautiful woman revealed a brilliant smile as she said these two words. Lu Yin's body stiffened as he looked at the platform. Root of wisdom? How could there be a root of wisdom here? There weren't many in the square who had heard of the root of wisdom, but those who understood would definitely not give up on it. Even to a progenitor, a root of wisdom was not an ordinary item. Lu Yin was even more curious about where the root of wisdom had come from. As she spoke, someone walked out from behind the woman, carrying a tray with a root of wisdom on it. The root of wisdom comes from the primordial space's Daosor sect era, and it comes from progenitor Hui, one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. For cultivators, the root of wisdom can allow them to clear their minds and comprehend things that are normally impossible to comprehend. In other words, it can allow one to discover things that are normally difficult to discover. It is a precious treasure in the primordial space, and if anyone is interested, you may bid for it. Someone immediately placed a bid. On the platform behind the statue, Elder Chan did not say anything and merely watched quietly. Beside him, Bai and I waved, and a woman walked up and respectfully carried a tray. Elder Chan, this is a gift to you. Elder Chan was astonished and looked at the tray, only to see a root of wisdom on it. This is? Bai and I smiled. The root of wisdom came from the primordial space, and the auctioneer coincidentally participated in the war during the Daosor sect era. Of course, it was to help the Fifth Mainland. That person obtained the root of wisdom, but he didn't know what to do with it, so he kept it until now. It just so happened that the auction was held and someone brought it here. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3188. Elder Chan chuckled. Thank you, but our headmaster prefers the wisdom root. Bai Ni's eyes lit up. Headmaster Lu? Elder Chan nodded. Bai and I swallowed and looked at the others. They exchanged glances and made up their minds. The auction continued and the atmosphere was heated. But for some reason, someone suddenly joined the fray and raised the price crazily. This person's bid was so high that no one else dared to compete. Lu Yin had wanted to compete, but he gave up. Some things would eventually fall into his hands, so there was no rush. In the end, the wisdom root was won by the person who was determined to get it. As for who it was, no one knew. The plaza was not a special auction, but rather the most respected place in the entire 100 martial universe. That was why the auction was held here, but it was not difficult to hide one's identity. On the platform behind the plaza statue, Bai Ni heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had won the bid. This thing might be able to break the ice between them and Master Lu. They had thought that Master Lu would not care about the wisdom root. Elder Chan was amused, but he did not expose them. Many people in the universe wanted to get closer to the headmaster, and even progenitors were no exception. The auction continued. Many people were bidding, but some did not make a move. They were waiting for the finale. The next item to be auctioned is a starry gate. No one knows where this starry gate leads to. We are only auctioning it because someone asked us to do so. Perhaps it leads to the everlasting race, or perhaps it leads to the location of the expert who obtained this starry gate. Everything is unknown. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow and looked at the platform. How bold of them to bid for a stargate. Any stargate could be connected to the everlasting race, so generally speaking, any discovered stargate would be brought to the hexagon for them to decide. Yet here they were auctioning one. Lu Yin looked at the platform behind the statue, and his expression darkened. Elder Chan frowned and glanced at Bai Anai and the others. What's the matter with this stargate? Zhao Li quickly stepped forward and smiled apologetically. Elder Chan, this stargate actually came from one of my elders, and it leads to a place where he once cultivated. It has nothing to do with the everlasting race, which is why we dared to auction it. If it had anything to do with the everlasting race, we would have sent it directly to the above heaven sect. That's not all. We can use this stargate to see if there are any Eternals among the bidders, Qingdu said. Elder Chan shook his head. You're underestimating the Eternals. How can they be so easily identified? They were embarrassed and didn't say anything. In the end, this stargate was auctioned off. Ordinary people didn't dare to buy this stargate. After paying a huge price, they would either send it to the above heaven sect or the Six Paths Society. Otherwise they would be unlucky. Moreover, they would be targeted by the Eternals. Only an idiot would buy it. Just as Elder Chan had said, even if there were Eternals in the plaza, they wouldn't bid for the stargate. Deheng Luo Shan and the others were even less likely to bid. Right now, Second Fate only wanted to leave and wait for the final item to appear. When that time came, those ruthless people would have no time to deal with them. Only then would they be able to leave. Naturally, they would not bid for the stargate now. After the stargate, there were several more auction items. Looking at the situation, it was unknown how many there were. One of the old men couldn't hold back any longer. Rising to his feet, he shouted, "What the hell are you people doing, Bai Anai? Hurry up and auction the stones. Why do you think we're here? Are we giving you money? That's right. Hurry up and auction the stones. We've been waiting for so long. How long do you want us to wait? Hurry up." More and more people were growing impatient. On the high platform, the beautiful woman was at a loss. Although she had experience in auctioning, she was still terrified by so many ruthless people below the platform. Almost all of them were top-notch experts from different space-time universes. She looked at the statue pleadingly. On the high platform behind the statue, Bai Anai gritted his teeth. These fellows are clearly here to watch the show. Where did they get the confidence to bid? Let's just directly auction the stones. These fellows don't care, but if we offend someone, it won't be easy to clean up the mess, esteemed Yanga said. King Luofu nodded. Let's begin. Bai Anai nodded and gave the order. On the high platform below, the beautiful woman sighed and adjusted her state of mind. She then faced the crowd once more. In accordance with everyone's request, the next auction item will be the final item. 5 stones and the beast hides that wrap them. The starting price will be none. Because the final item is precious, the other items that will be auctioned will be similarly precious. My Bai Anai spacetime may not recognize any of them, so they will all be auctioned with cultivation resources from the primordial space and star essence. The final auction items will be sent directly to the above heaven sect. When she said this, the crowd went into an uproar. They were actually sending the auction items to the above heaven sect? No one had expected the Bai Anai spacetime to play such a hand. What was the meaning of this? They were trying to lean towards the above heaven sect. Luo Shan was flabbergasted, and he looked at the high platform behind the statue. He naturally saw Bai Anai and the others as well as Elder Chan. These fellows still had some brains, as even the above heaven sect was interested in the Mirage Domain's legend. They had not handed the stones over to the above heaven sect, as they had their own needs. Now that the auction had been held smoothly, they had obtained what they needed. After the auction, they would hand over the items to the above heaven sect, and the above heaven sect would definitely not treat them unfairly. Everyone knew that Lu Yin liked star essence. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. They had obtained what they wanted, gained the favor of the above heaven sect, and even relied on the above heaven sect. In the future, anyone who wanted to do anything to the 100 Martial spacetime would have to think twice, as the above heaven sect would not stand idly by. They had some brains. Most people thought of this, and for a moment they had a whole new level of respect for Bai and I and the others. Second Fate and the others were shocked. Second Bone praised, if nothing unexpected happens, the 100 Martial Spacetime, the Yanga Spacetime, and the Luofu Spacetime will form an alliance. This auction has successfully spread their influence, and they might even gain the protection of the Above Heaven sect. As for any losses, they won't suffer any losses. The Above Heaven sect won't accept their resources for nothing. They're smart. After he finished speaking, he looked at Second Kindness with a worried expression. Fourth brother, can we go now? Second Kindness gasped for breath. Let's go. On the other side, Luin was just as surprised by Ni and the others' actions. Their actions had made it impossible for the Above Heaven sect to ignore them. Interesting. Atop the statue's platform, Elder Chan's gaze swept over Ni and the others. What are you trying to do? Ni hurriedly replied, please forgive us, Elder Chan. We want to use this auction to make a name for ourselves, so we can't directly give the stone to Master Lu. However, we'll send all of our bids to the Above Heaven sect as a token of our sincerity. Elder Chan laughed. Do you think that the Tao Lord lacks these resources? King Luofu respectfully replied, Master Lu naturally doesn't lack them. This is just our sincerity. Aside from that, I don't know what else could possibly catch Master Lu's eye. Elder Chan smiled and did not say anything else. This was survival. Some people were born with high positions, while others had to use various methods to reach that position. There was no mistake, as Ni and the others had already done enough. However, things might not go as they wished. Below, the auction had already begun. A supreme treasure like mine would be worth at least 50 million star essence in the origin space. You have the nerve to take out 50 million? This is a supreme treasure that can block attacks from powerhouses. It's worth at least 100 million. Do you think it'll be 100 million just because you say so? If you can't, I'll leave my head here. Ever since the origin space was connected to the Hexagon Society, everyone has more or less understood the value of star essence. Mine is worth at least 200 million. Mine can be exchanged for 258. 43 million. How did you calculate your 430,000? It's none of your business. The auction did not start and chaos ensued. However, everyone knew that the true powerhouses had yet to make a move. The four from Second Fate were already walking towards the exit of the plaza. Luin looked up at the platform and suddenly took a step forward, reversing the flow of time. Everything around him froze. Luin arrived at the platform and looked at the entire plaza. No one could move and no one could see him. Luin sneered. There were at least 5 sequence laws experts present, and all of them could touch the power of time. How could they not sense that he had reversed the flow of time? Fine, since you want to pretend, I'll let you pretend to your heart's content. Luin waved his hand and 5 stones flew out from the tray. One flew towards Daheng, one towards Luoshan, and one towards Second Fate. He casually tossed the remaining 2 away, leaving the beast hide where it had been. Luin took another step forward and left. Everything returned to normal. What had just happened in an instant for those who couldn't touch the power of time. In an instant, all the stones had been shot out. Daheng subconsciously caught the stone. How could this be? Luoshan also caught the stone and looked at Daheng. Another stone flew towards the exit of the plaza, and Second Bone caught it. Not good, an absolute powerhouse. Not everyone who had reached the sequence laws would be able to see Luin reverse the flow of time, but Luin was certain that there was someone present who could see him use it or even break through it. He had a feeling that this was the case. The other 2 stones fell towards the other auctioneers, and for a moment the plaza fell silent. Then, there was an angry roar that caused the auction to take an unexpected turn. Put it down. Someone snatched the stone and tried to flee, but he was stopped by someone else. Not far away, a woman lashed out with a whip towards Daheng. Hand it over. Daheng clenched his fists. There was something wrong with this auction, but this stone was the same as the one he already had, so he had to get the other stones. As far as the eye could see, the whip broke and the woman was shocked. Sir, I. Before she could finish, she was sliced apart by the sequence laws, and blood splattered across the ground. Someone else tried to snatch Luoshan's stone, but they were also killed by Luoshan. Daheng looked at Luoshan and Luoshan looked back at him. Let's work together. All right. At the exit of the plaza, Second Bone threw the stone away. They would not participate in this competition. But for some inexplicable reason, another stone flew towards them. Second Kindness abruptly turned to look in a certain direction, where Luin was looking at them. Second Kindness' eyes narrowed, and he felt his scalp go numb. Brother, let's go. No one would be able to leave easily. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3189. On the platform behind the statue, Bai and I and the others had expected this to happen. They didn't care, nor did they have the power to do so. They could only place their hopes on Elder Chan. They had sent all the proceeds from the auction to the sect above with the intention of using the sect as a deterrent. However, they hadn't expected that even the sect above could not suppress the madness of these people. Elder Chan watched calmly with no intention of interfering. The statue shattered and Bai Ni's face fell, but he didn't step in. He couldn't stop them. There were terrifying masters below. He looked at Elder Chan and found him staring at Second Life, who was about to escape. Want to leave? Elder Chan's voice reached the ears of the four from Second Life. They all looked at the statue platform. The sect above? Take the stone and the hide and you'll be dealt with lightly. Otherwise, the sect above will send out the inner and outer paths to kill you. Elder Chan's voice was low and filled with murderous intent. Since the first time Second Life had taken action, they had been threatened far too many times. In the past, others had threatened them. Now they were the ones threatening others. It had been a long time since they had experienced the feeling of being threatened. Now that they were being threatened, they had no choice but to be cautious. The sect above was an absolute behemoth. The Eternals had originally been able to suppress humanity, making it difficult for them to contend with them. However, the suppression had been too strong, and the sect above had emerged. This was how Second Life saw it. They didn't care whether it was the Eternals or humanity that ruled the universe. They only cared about each other. Regardless, the sect above had taken shape. Although the inner and outer paths had not been fully replenished, they had more than 10 sequence principal masters. The 5 from Second Life only had 2 sequence principal masters. What did it feel like to be hunted down by more than 10 sequence principal masters? Just thinking about it made their scalps go numb. Second Kindness looked at the statue. You're dealing with the Eternals. Do you have time to trouble us? Elder Chan smiled. Then let's send out the 3 suns and 6 lords or the 3 realms and 6 paths to kill you. That's fine too. His words sent chills down Second Life's spine. The inner and outer paths were terrifying, but in terms of numbers, the 3 suns and 6 lords or the 3 realms and 6 paths were absolutely powerful. Second Life had once faced an ambush from a Lotus Venerable, but they hadn't been willing to take the risk, let alone an expert stronger than that. Even though they were confident, the Above Heaven sect was currently in control of the human race's situation. With a single call, hundreds would respond to them. Furthermore, they were notorious and wanted to be killed by everyone. Under such circumstances, it was quite troublesome for them to be chased down by the Above Heaven sect experts. Okay, we agree, but we need to get rid of one person first. Second Kindness suddenly looked at the corner. Where is he? He was looking for Lu Yin, as it was Lu Yin who had thrown the stone at them, which made him feel an intense sense of danger. Now he wanted to attack Lu Yin not only to get rid of future trouble, but also to test the Above Heaven sect. He wanted to see if the person who had attacked them was someone from the Above Heaven sect. If they were, they would rather take the risk of being hunted down by the Above Heaven sect than stay here. It would be obvious that the Above Heaven sect was playing with them. If they weren't, they could help the Above Heaven sect. They were also interested in the positions of the inner and outer realms. It would be even better if they could obtain a position of the 3 Yang 6 lords. However, Lu Yin had disappeared. Old Zen narrowed his eyes when he saw Second Virtue's actions. This person's thoughts were meticulous, and he had instantly thought of a way to test him. He could not be allowed to live. On the plaza, most of the people were fleeing. The strength displayed by Deheng Luo Shan and the other Ancestor Realm experts was terrifying enough. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The qualifications to participate. Second Bone looked at the stone in his hand and hesitated. Should he leave or stay? Big brother, let's go. Second Virtue made a prompt decision. Being hunted down by the Above Heaven sect was better than staying here and waiting for death. His sense of danger was growing stronger and he could not stay here. Suddenly, Second Virtue disappeared. A card flashed past where he had been standing, flying towards the auction stage. Second Bone was shocked. Third brother? He reached out to grab it, but he was unable to do so. He watched as the card flew further and further away. Ever since he had entered the plaza, he had been suppressing his anger all this time. His sequence particles surged out and pressed down on the entire plaza. Second Bone's sequence law was fear, which instilled fear in his enemies. Anyone who was touched by his sequence particles would feel a natural sense of fear when facing him. In an instant, the remaining people in the plaza were affected by Second Bone's actions. Daheng and Luo Shan were not spared. In a corner, Lu Yin had been observing the entire situation. The card that had taken Second Bone away was the Heavenly King. He had asked Elder Dangu to take action and forcefully keep Second Anima alive. This Second Anima was not weak, which was a pleasant surprise. It would be enough to delay him until Tianfa arrived. From the very beginning, no one had expected Second Anima to appear, just like how Lu Yin had not expected that there would be two unknown factors in the plaza. The man and woman's expressions had not changed from the moment they had entered the plaza. Even when a chaotic battle broke out, they were still the same. The more normal they seemed, the more abnormal they seemed. They were the reason why Lu Yin had forcefully kept Second Anima alive. The waters in this plaza were a little deep. At this moment, Second Virtue could not leave either. The 5 siblings of Second Anima were as close as brothers. Even if they did not care about the lives of the humans in the outside world, they still cherished each other the most. Since Second Virtue had been captured, the others would not leave. On the stage, Daheng waved his hand, using the law of lightness to cut through the void and close in on the beast hide. However, it was not easy for him to get close. Luo Shan, who had originally agreed to work with him, had attacked him. The Sovereign King arrow pierced through the void and appeared in front of Daheng, avoiding the law of lightness attack. This was Luo Shan's law of lightness. Pass. Daheng pushed the arrow away and turned to stare at Luo Shan. What are you doing? Luo Shan's expression was indifferent. I thought that there were some experts here, but now it seems that you have the highest chance of obtaining the item. Now all that's left is the fight between you and me. Daheng was furious. Are you crazy? Elder Chan is here. Do you think he's the only one in heavens above? I had no choice but to act. Who scattered the stones? Who can ignore time? Lu Yin is here. Luo Shan acted as if he did not hear anything and grabbed at Daheng. Sovereign King Force violently tore through the void and opened a door to a world of nothingness. This was Luo Shan's ancestral world, the Sovereign King realm. Daheng was furious. This bastard. The situation in the plaza was uncertain, and this was his only chance to act. He had not expected to be obstructed by this person. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor card floated out. Daheng and Luo Shan both saw it and exclaimed, Xiangu? Third brother. The Second Bone emanated the law of sequence. Daheng stared coldly at the Second Bone and raised his hand. The law of lightness cut through the void. The Second Bone wrapped around his arms and grabbed each other's joints. He pulled out 2 white bones from his body and used them as a shield. The law of lightness cut through the white bones and split them in 2. The Second Bone was shocked and narrowly avoided the attack. Where did this expert come from? Coincidentally, he had come into contact with Luo Shan's ancestral world. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. This was because the ancestral world was devouring everything around it and was about to banish him to a world of nothingness. This chill made his scalp go numb. Another expert. Big brother lower. Second Kindness voice came in time, and the Second Bone subconsciously lowered his body. Above his head, a law of lightness cut through him and headed for Luo Shan. Daheng wanted to use the Second Bone as a shield while actually attacking Luo Shan. Second Kindness warning caused the Second Bone to lower his body in time, which also alerted Luo Shan. Luo Shan avoided the law of lightness and his gaze was cold. Daheng, you're still so despicable. Daheng sneered. When it comes to being despicable, who can compare to you, Luo Shan? I understand now. You knew that Lu Yin was here and you attacked because he instructed you to. This was all set up by him. In the corner, Lu Yin was helpless. Everyone was too smart, but he couldn't say that as he had been too obvious. But there was no other way. No one had provoked a dispute, so he had to do it. This auction had indeed been set up by him, but the 100 Martial Universe and the others had not known about it. They had been passive all this time and Luo Shan did not know either. It was precisely because Luo Shan did not know that he had come. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have been able to find him. Luo Shan knew that Lu Yin was here, but he still attacked Daheng because Lu Yin had just told him to give him a chance to prove his innocence. The real goal of this situation was Tianfa. Daheng, Luo Shan, Second Anima, the 100 Martial Universe, and the other experts who had been lured here were all pawns in the game. Although there had been an accident, the general direction had not changed. The general direction had changed. Lu Yin looked at the man and woman who had remained calm throughout. They wanted to tear through the void and leave. Others could leave but they could not. As he thought about it, Lu Yin attacked. An infinite inner world appeared and the lines of power collided. When things reached an extreme they would move in the opposite direction. He aimed a punch at the man and woman. This punch shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire spacetime to roar. It shocked everyone in the plaza who had attacked. The man and woman looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's punch was so powerful that even sequence law powerhouses would find it difficult to take it head-on. At the very least, it had frightened a Hang and Luo Shan. However, the man met Lu Yin's punch head-on. Lu Yin's punch suddenly changed direction and blasted towards the ground. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Di Qiong. This move was Di Qiong's sequence law, under the dome. Lu Yin had not understood why so many people's attacks had all missed when they approached Di Qiong and landed at his feet. Later he learned that it was because of Di Qiong's sequence law, under the dome. As long as his sequence law could not be broken, all attacks would only appear at his feet. Lu Yin had guessed that the Eternals would send powerhouses, but most of them should not have come. Although Lu Yin's plan was targeted at Tianfa, if one or two of the Eternals were lured here, they might be able to join forces and deal damage to the Eternals and Tianfa. Since Di Qiong had appeared, then, an arrow pierced through the air and shot towards Lu Yin. It was indeed her, the archer god. Not bad. Di Qiong, the archer god, and the three masters and Lu Hao are here. Aren't you afraid of being surrounded? Lu Yin dodged the arrow. The arrow was not fast and did not seem to be very powerful. However, he knew that it would be harder to dodge the arrow as it went on. Even someone as strong as Heavenly Master Do Sheng would be riddled with holes every time he faced the archer god. Di Qiong looked up. Lu Yin, do you really want to leave us here? What makes you think you can leave us here and plot against Tianfa? Lu Yin stared at Di Qiong. There are many powerhouses in the Above Heaven sect. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3190. Di Qiong sneered and turned to Second Kindness. Help us fight. After this battle, you will be friends with the Everlasting Tribe. We will take care of the Above Sky sect's pursuit. You've been running rampant in the universe for so many years, so I'll only tell you one thing. Now it's the third commandment. Second Kindness' expression changed. The third commandment? Second Gu and Second Meng were confused. What was the third commandment? Di Qiong's lips curled up. So you do know. Second Kindness shouted without hesitation. Brother, we agree to the Everlasting Tribe's conditions. Alright, we'll listen to you. Everlasting Tribe, what do you think we should do? But before that, we need to save our third brother, Second Gu shouted. Second Meng frowned but didn't refute. The five of them were united in life and death. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. You only know one thing but not the other. You've betrayed your own kind. You deserve to die. He hadn't expected Second Life to betray the humans, but it didn't matter. Di Qiong and the others couldn't hope to do anything to the Above Sky sect in this battle. They were only using Second Life to protect themselves. Lu Yin didn't plan on killing Di Qiong and the archer god either. Divine punishment was about to arrive, and there wasn't enough time. Compared to Di Qiong and the archer god, the real threat was still divine punishment. The archer god raised his arrow, aimed at the emperor card and fired. Di Qiong shouted, Second Life, kill that young man. He was obviously referring to Lu Yin. Second Gu and Second Meng both looked at Lu Yin and attacked at the same time. One pulled out a skeleton from his body, causing it to crack open and form a human skeleton. The other rushed towards Lu Yin from behind. Lu Yin's expression was cold. They deserved to die. He clenched his fist and punched out once more. This time only the Second Life, Di Qiong, and the archer god were in that direction. The void cracked under the force of the punch. The humanoid skeleton beside the second bone hurriedly stepped forward to block Lu Yin's punch. Second Mo followed closely behind, revolving the sequence laws around her. She raised her fist and punched out. She had copied Lu Yin's battle technique, and she wanted to return the punch. However, when she raised her fist, her arm was torn apart and blood splattered everywhere. Second Sister. Second Gu was shocked. The human skeleton in front of him was shattering inch by inch. Lu Yin's punch was too powerful and he couldn't withstand it. Second Meng was shocked. I can't copy this monster's power. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them were sent flying backward by Lu Yin's punch. Blood flowed out of their wounds as they flew toward Di Qiong. Di Qiong's eyes turned cold. He was astonished by Lu Yin's strength, but the two of them were still masters of the sequence laws. Even if they worked together, they still couldn't withstand a single punch from Lu Yin. Boom. Second Gu and Second Meng fell not far away from Di Qiong and the others. They coughed up blood again and their faces were pale. Lu Yin stared at Di Qiong and archer god. On the high platform, Daheng and Luo Shan attacked the Heavenly King card at the same time because it was the closest to the beast's skin. On the high platform behind the statue, Elder Zen watched quietly. He was powerless to do anything about the battle below. After all, he was not a sequence law adept. As for Bai and I and the other four, it was even more impossible for them to make a move. It was already not bad that they didn't leave. Di Qiong pointed his spear at Lu Yin and said, "It's been so long, but the experts from the above heaven sector still not here. Tian Fa should be here soon. I'm really curious about how you plan to deal with Tian Fa, but I don't have time to play with you. Lu Yin, go to the third region of calamity and take Wu Tian away if you can." A stargate appeared beside him and he was about to leave. No matter what, if they were surrounded by the experts from the above heaven sect, they would be in trouble. Since Lu Yin dared to deal with Tian Fa here, it meant that he had a backup plan. They didn't want to be killed by this backup plan and take Tian Fa's place. Lu Yin used the reverse step and rushed towards Di Qiong. Pages of paper appeared around Di Qiong, and they were his ancestral world's martial god manual. Lu Yin's reverse step came to an abrupt halt as he had been stopped by the martial god manual. Di Qiong raised his spear and smashed it towards Lu Yin, piercing through the void. Lu Yin visualized the land where his heart was and released the starry sky at the same time. The land and the visualized land overlapped, and the plaza instantly darkened. Di Qiong looked up and narrowed his eyes. "Let's go." Suddenly, a ray of light shot towards him. He turned around and waved his hand to break it. It was a spear. Was it his own spear? He looked in that direction and saw that it was Second Meng. The two human-shaped skeletons beside Second Bone rushed towards Di Qiong. "Don't even think about leaving. Second Life, you're crazy?" Di Qiong shouted. Second Kindness shouted from afar, "Master Lu, I know it's you. We won't help the Eternals. We're humans after all. What do you want us to do now?" Lu Yin frowned. What was Second Life thinking? The weak had their own methods of survival. In the past, Lu Yin had been forced by the Day-Night clan to use the third Night King's trail to keep the Day-Night clan in suspense so that they would not act against him. Second Life was doing the same thing. They had agreed to help the Eternals because they wanted to find out who the card that had taken away Second Gang belonged to. If it belonged to the Eternals, then they would help them deal with Lu Yin. If it belonged to Lu Yin, then they would pretend to help the Eternals, but in reality they would get close to the Eternals and attack them to show their loyalty. They knew that it was impossible to bring Second Gang out. Whether or not Second Gang could survive depended on the person who had taken him away. The arrow god of the Eternals had attacked the card, which meant that Second Gang was on Lu Yin's side. They would naturally attack the Eternals as well. Being able to see the situation clearly without taking a side was how Second Life had survived. Although it was complicated, Lu Yin still understood that Second Life was evil and deserved to die. It was like a bug that lived in a dark corner, but even bugs had their own way of survival. "No need. Let them go," Lu Yin said. He could sense that Tianfa was about to arrive. He pressed down with a single hand and the land collapsed. Di Qiong and the arrow god entered the astral door and left. The land suppressed the entire plaza, and Elder Chan and the others hurriedly left the platform. Otherwise they would be the first to be suppressed. Daheng was shocked by this power. "We can't wait any longer." Well, snatch. A shadow appeared on Daheng's shoulder and knocked away the Emperor card. Luo Shan's sovereign aura had no effect on the shadow. The shadow was the Star Toad. Daheng needed to go to the Mirage Domain to find the stone, and the Star Toad had instructed him to go there. He had heard of an ancient legend that the Mirage Domain had a path to immortality. However, it knew nothing about the Mirage Domain. A long time ago it was very close to the Mirage Domain, but it could only watch helplessly as the Mirage Domain was snatched away by the human ancestors and fixed in the origin space. Those people were rascals. The Mirage Domain belonged to the entire universe and should not belong to a certain group. However, those rascals snatched it away just like that, and it did not have the chance to enter for many years. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him and the stone was real. Although this auction seemed like a trap, even if it was, he still had to enter. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance, it was still a chance. Furthermore, he was confident that there were few in the universe who could harm him, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Daheng was shocked. "This is a trap, my lord. The stone and beast skin are fake." "They're fake." The Star Toad grabbed the beast skin and stone, and his eyes widened when he looked at them. "Fake. Was it real or fake?" Lu Yin looked up. Tianfa was here. He looked at the Heavenly King card and Great Elder Dangu walked out from it. He tore through the void, opened his hand and crushed the stone. Far away from the plaza, A blood-red liquid descended and rushed towards the plaza. Xianfa arrived at the plaza just in time to see Great Elder Jianghu tear through the void and leave. The Star Toad was the closest, and when he saw Great Elder Jianghu's actions, his eyes blazed. It's real. It's the Mirage Domain. Wait for me. He rushed in immediately. Daheng was excited. It was really the Mirage Domain? Lu Yin had used the Mirage Domain as a trap, which was a huge price to pay. He rushed in as well. Luo Shan hesitated and turned to leave. Lu Yin took a step forward and rushed in. Second Gu rushed in without hesitation. Third brother, wait for us. Second Meng and Second Shan rushed in together. Qianfa sped up and rushed in as well. It would not let Great Elder Jianghu go. Just as the void crack was about to disappear, a figure rushed in from the corner. It was also a woman. Her name was Second Violet. After the second purple immortal entered the spatial rift disappeared. The plaza quieted down. Aside from Elder Chan, Bai and I and a few others, there was no one else. Of course, there were also corpses all over the ground. The river of time flowed. How many years had passed? How many seasons had passed? Everyone who entered the Mirage Domain would refresh the time node of the Mirage Domain. Great Elder Jianghu fell down with the Heavenly King card on his head. Because the void was torn, the surrounding time fog would be pushed away in an instant. Therefore, those who had just entered the Mirage Domain would not touch the fog for a while as long as they did not move. Great Elder Jianghu knew how terrifying the fog was, but he still rushed in resolutely because he had Hongyan Mavis's grass with him. The second to drop was naturally the Star Toad. At this moment, the Star Toad was very small and was only the size of a palm. It hugged the beast's skin like a toy. After falling into the Mirage Domain, it saw the river of time flowing beside it and the bamboo forest in the distance. Was excited. Mirage Domain. This is the Mirage Domain. This is a great deal. I've finally come to the Mirage Domain. It stared at Great Elder Jianghu. Come here. At this moment, Daheng came out of the void crack and smashed at the Star Toad. The Star Toad was disgusted and threw him out. He fell not far away, but this was the Mirage Domain, which was filled with time fog. Although the place where Daheng fell was not far away, there was still fog. He let out a horrible scream, which was extremely terrifying and gave the Star Toad a fright. The Star Toad and Jianghu both looked at Daheng. At the same time, Second Gu, Second Meng and Second Kindness all fell. They were lucky and did not hit the Star Toad, but they were only a few meters away from it. As soon as they fell, they heard Daheng scream. They looked over and saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Daheng's entire body kept changing. Some were old, some were young, some were withered and some were glossy. Daheng was a sequence law powerhouse. He released sequence particles to resist the surrounding fog and crawled into a place without fog with difficulty. At this moment, his abdomen had become a skeleton, which made people's scalps tingle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3191. Daheng trembled and stared at his skeletal abdomen. He wouldn't die, but it would take some time for him to recover. What happened to him? Second Meng was stunned. Lu Yin fell and walked into the mist calmly. The next moment, Qianfa entered. Mirage Domain? In the end, Second Purple fell and Second Bone hurriedly pulled Second Purple over with White Bone. Otherwise, Second Purple would have smashed into the Star Toad's head. Although they didn't know the Star Toad, they sensed danger from it. The Mirage Domain was no longer quiet. The mist moved slowly, which made Second Bone and the others wary. They kept moving toward the empty space. The Star Toad wasn't too afraid. It understood that this was the time of mist transformation. The power of time wasn't unfamiliar to an expert like it who had crossed the bitter calamity. Could resist it. However, Daheng was terrified. Lu Yin and Grand Elder Jianghu stood in the mist, looking very conspicuous. Qianfa said in a low voice, "Dao Lord Lu, do you think entering the Mirage Domain will allow this person to escape from me?" No one can escape from Qianfa. The Star Toad looked up in shock. Protector of the Four Directions, Qianfa? You're here too? In the first Calamity Domain, it had seen Butterfly Grace. Now that it saw Qianfa and the blood-red liquid, it was even more wary. Qianfa's blood-red liquid moved and seemed to be looking at the Star Toad. We've met before. The Star Toad grinned, revealing a fawning smile. He swung his lotus leaf and said, "Yes, I've seen you before. You go about your business, don't worry about me." Lu Yin looked at the Star Toad. "Star Toad, didn't we agree to deal with Qianfa in the Mirage Domain? The price for hiring you is to let you enter the Mirage Domain." Tianfa's killing intent surged, filling the mirage domain with blood. Second Bone and the others felt their hair stand on end. They tried their best not to make a sound. They knew very well that the people in front of them were all terrifying existences. Although Master Lu hadn't reached the supreme level yet, his strength was quite abnormal. The Star Toad screamed, "Lu Yin, don't talk nonsense. When did you hire me to deal with Tianfa?" "That's Tianfa. You want to deal with the protectors of the four directions? Are you crazy?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Stop pretending. Tianfa won't trust you. You want to sneak up on me? No way. Fight openly." With that, he turned to Heavenly Punishment. "You protectors of the four directions have repeatedly caused trouble for the Above Heaven sect. Do you really think I don't know that you're helping the Eternals? Once I get rid of you, Heavenly Punishment will be next. You want to deal with the Guardians of the Four Directions? Do you know how messy this universe would be without us?" Divine Punishment's voice was getting lower and lower. "Human, you don't know what's good for you. Without us, you wouldn't have a stable living space. We've sacrificed so much for this universe. We've been stabilizing this universe and blocking the strong enemies from the outside. Is this your reason for attacking the primogenitor?" Lu Yin barked. The Star Toad was astonished. The Guardian Envoys were going to deal with the human ancestors? Heavenly Punishment was silent for a moment. "The human race isn't stable. Tai Chu actually fixed the mirage domain in this universe. We've warned him, but he still does as he pleases and acts recklessly. If we allow him to do as he pleases, this universe will be connected to other universes one day. Our years of hard work will then be for nothing. This is for the greater good of the universe. The human race is a selfish race that is filled with violence. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. This race cannot expand too quickly and cannot dominate the universe. Tai Chu was like that. We hope that you won't follow in his footsteps." Lu Yin looked up and took a deep breath. He laughed, but his laughter was filled with mockery. "The greater good of the universe. Does this mean that if I bring the Above Heaven sect back to the primogenitor's glory one day, you'll also attack me?" Heavenly Punishment spoke up. "As long as you don't destroy the stability of the universe, we won't attack you. We don't target any creature. The human race is too unstable, so we pay more attention to it. However, if you're different from Tai Chu and we can see that, you can continue to exist. What if I bring the human race to the point where it can truly dominate this universe?" Lu Yin asked. Heavenly Punishment paused. "One of the duties of the Four Protectors is to expel creatures that don't belong to this universe. Another is to stabilize this universe and the human race." "Race my ass." Lu Yin punched at Heavenly Punishment. An endless inner world appeared and the lines of power collided. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. The punch blasted toward Divine Punishment. The mountain of blades in front of Divine Punishment was shattered by the power of the punch, but it also blocked the power of the punch. "Attacking us? It seems that you're the same type of person as Tai Chu. In that case, the Above Heaven sect will have a new master." Heavenly Punishment attacked, and the blades extended endlessly. At the same time, Lu Yin couldn't move. The void was like a chain that forced Lu Yin to endure the attack. Lu Yin clenched his fist. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. At the same time, the battle force of the Palm Realm covered the surrounding void, causing it to crack. Great Elder Xianxia attacked. "Heaven and Earth Mystic King, please use the indestructible hand." A huge hand broke through the void and grabbed at Heavenly Punishment. A spear appeared in front of Heavenly Punishment. Heavenly Spear. Even Lu Yuan would find it difficult to break free from the chains of time, let alone Xianxia. The spear broke through the indestructible hand and turned towards Great Elder Xianxia. The Star Toad watched from the side, unable to interfere. These were the protectors of the Four Protectors, and if one was provoked, for would come. From what it had heard, Tai Chu had been killed by them. It was no wonder that the Eternals had been able to silently invade the First Mainland. It knew very well how powerful Tai Chu was, but even he had been killed. It didn't want to provoke four primordial realm powerhouses. Second Bone and the others waited quietly in the distance, waiting for the outcome of this battle. Hongyan Mavis walked out of Mount Supreme beside Lu Yin. She was the only expert that Lu Yin had brought to the Mirage to deal with Heavenly Punishment. If they had to deal with Heavenly Punishment, they had to be on guard against the Eternals as well. Lu Yuan had stayed behind to deal with the ancient gods and prevent the Eternals from attacking the Above Heaven sect. Hongyan Mavis naturally wasn't enough to deal with Heavenly Punishment. The true choice was the Star Toad. Lu Yin had set up the Mirage to lure the Star Toad over. Without the Star Toad, they had no one to deal with heavenly punishment. Hongyan Mavis punched the sky split. It's time to settle Master's grudge today. Taichu deserves to die. He went against the rules of the universe, and you disciples shouldn't have stayed either. Since you attacked us, we'll destroy the Above Heaven sect once we get out. From now on, the Above Heaven sect will no longer exist in this universe. Let's talk about that after you get out alive. Hongyan Mavis was incomparably powerful. She raised her fist, and her power formed a terrifying rumbling sound, causing the Mirage domain to tremble. Second Bone and the others watched with trepidation. If they were hit by this fist, they would definitely die. The power of Hongyan Mavis' punch was earth-shattering, but heavenly punishment had no intention of dodging it. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, the punch actually disappeared as it approached heavenly punishment. Hongyan Mavis was confused. How could this be? No one could understand, not even the Star Toad. However, it was certain that heavenly punishment had used a sequence law. There were countless sequence laws in the universe, and what one could comprehend depended on the individual. As for what heavenly punishment's law was, it was something that needed to be explored. Countless blades slashed towards Hongyan Mavis from below. The void chains that bound Lu Yin suddenly snapped, and he twisted his wrist to release the starry sky in his heart. He visualized the land and reassembled it. At the same time, the wordless heavenly book appeared, and golden light filled the mirage, bringing with it the power of life that pressed down on heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment was astonished. Taichu's power? That's the primordial space's recognition. As the land pressed down, countless blades bloomed beside heavenly punishment like lotuses, slashing towards the land above. The endless blades continuously whittled away at the land. Back then, Fengbua had used his pagoda-shaped sword to resist, but heavenly punishment had used her blades to resist. Even a primordial realm expert could not ignore the destructive power of the 7 sky gods. A primordial realm expert could create a huge gap between himself and a progenitor, but it could also be the same. An increase in realm did not necessarily mean that one's battle prowess would increase. A primordial realm expert could prevent the laws from approaching them. If Lu Yin could do this with the laws of the sequence, then his threat to heavenly punishment would be greatly reduced. However, he relied on his own strength and did not have the laws of the sequence. As a result, his threat to heavenly punishment was no different from Hongyan Mavis and the other 3 realms' 6 paths. Star Toad, what are you waiting for? Lu Yin barked. Star Toad was startled. Don't spout nonsense, Lu Yin. Why would I help you deal with the 4 protectors? I'm friends with them. I'll hire you. I won't do business that's guaranteed to lose. You don't want to reach the Eternal Realm? Lu Yin's words attracted heavenly punishment's attention. The Eternal Realm was a legendary realm that no one in the universe had ever stepped foot into, including the strongest person in history, Taichu. Star Toad was stunned. What did you say? The Eternal Realm? You think you're worthy of mentioning it? You're just a half-progenitor. What about me? Hongyan Mavis stared at Star Toad. I've been here for countless years. You could say that I've been here since the 2nd continent shattered and explored this place thoroughly. If not for the ancestral world being taken away by the Eternals, I would have broken through long ago. Let me tell you, the path to eternal life is in this mirage. Star Toad raised its lotus leaf and stomped its foot. Do you think I'm an idiot? If there's the Eternal Realm, why isn't Taichu? Do you really think I'm stupid? I'm a businessman, the type that's guaranteed to make a profit. Hongyan Mavis countered the countless blades as she spoke to the Star Toad. That is not a path that humans should take. Before our civilization appeared in this universe, there was more than one civilization that existed here. That is a path that other species should take. We humans cannot take it. You are not a human. Or are you scolding? No, I'm not human to begin with. Are you serious? The Star Toad hesitated. It was sure that the Mirage Domain had a path to immortality. If one were to ask who understood the Mirage Domain the most, it would be Absolute Beginning and the others. Absolute Beginning and the others had fixed the Mirage Domain in the primordial space, which was absolutely shameless. Even the Guardian Envoys couldn't stand it. Why did Destiny cultivate again? You should have heard that she was the one who discovered that path. Otherwise, with her talent, she would have broken through long ago. It's not like you don't know that she's the most talented among us, Hongyan Mavis tempted. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3192. The Star Toad gritted its teeth after hearing Hongyan Mavis' words. It thought for a moment and then looked at the people under the endless blades, but it still refused. Don't try to tempt me. I'm definitely good friends with the four protectors, the kind that can even be sworn brothers. We don't even know how to do business, so why would I help you? What a joke. Xuanhuan Mavis sneered. Then you can look for it yourself. There are forbidden areas in the Mirage domain, and even our master doesn't dare to step in. If you step in, you will either die or be crippled. If you want to explore them one by one, I guarantee that you will be a dead toad before you find the path to immortality. The star toad was furious. You're the toad. Just a toad, Luin mocked, using the Grand Empyrean's words. These words completely enraged the star toad. It recalled how it was trampled under the feet of a Grand Empyrean in the Second Calamity region, how it had participated in the battle with Lu Yuan and the others. Just thinking about this made it feel sullen and angry. It couldn't wait to break through to the Eternal Realm. At that time it would kill all of these fellows. Hold on, it smiled slyly. You humans will allow me to break through to the Eternal Realm? What a joke, aren't you afraid that I'll break through? Xuanhuan Mavis said, there are limits to the Eternal Realm. Although you're invincible, you won't be able to attack us easily. Of course we won't attack you either. There are no absolute limits in the universe. The star toad fell into deep thought. It made sense. Luin felt strange. These were the words of the primogenitor, but Xuanhuan Mavis was very good at using them. She had said them to him before, and now she was saying them to the star toad. The higher one's realm was, the more they would believe such words. Tianfa's voice suddenly rang out. Even if you're on the right path, we'll make sure that you have nowhere else to go. The star toad was horrified. Tianfa's threat made its entire body turn cold. Right, so what if it found the path to eternal life? The four protectors would attack it, and it would be killed before it could reach eternal life. It shook its leaf and glared angrily at Luin and Xuanhuan Mavis. Luin, Kai Hong, don't even think about tempting me. I'm the best friend of the four protectors, and I'm firmly on their side to protect the universe. I'm the future fifth protector. Second Meng and Second Purple looked at each other and saw the strange look in each other's eyes. They were also trying their best to hold back their laughter. They saw a toad jumping around and squawking. It was even swinging its lotus leaves. That scene actually diluted their fear of this unknown place. Only Second Kindness looked at the toad with fear in his eyes. This toad was terrifying. Luin sighed. Star Toad, do you really think that Sky Law can leave this place alive? The protectors of the four directions can also die. Shut up. You are not allowed to insult my friend. The Star Toad roared. The Star Toad shouted fiercely, but it had no intention of attacking at all. It simply allowed Tianfa and Lu Yin's group to exhaust each other. The Star Toad only wanted to stay as far away as possible. It didn't want to help Lu Yin's group, but it also didn't want to help Tianfa. Lu Yin shook his head. If even eternal life can't move you, then what about this? As he spoke, Lu Yin stepped backwards and dodged the blade. He then took out a pitchfork from his cosmic ring and threw it to the ground. The pitchfork stabbed into the ground and waved in front of the Star Toad. The Star Toad looked at the pitchfork with confusion, but then its eyes turned red. It finally roared in anger. Where did you get my discarded weapon? Lu Yin sneered. Do you really think that we can't find your nest? Daheng gave you a stone, right? Why do you think I gave it to him? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The Star Toad glared at Daheng. Daheng was stunned. What did this have to do with him? Lu Yin had schemed against Daheng and sent him to the endless battlefield. That incident had nothing to do with the Star Toad, but he had schemed against both Luo Shan and Daheng. In the end, he had given Daheng a stone to appease him. This was because Lu Yin had given Daheng a stone of his own, and it didn't matter since the stones needed to be pieced together to find the way to the Mirage domain. However, Lu Yin had learned the real way to enter the Mirage domain from He Wuxian. He wanted to drag the Star Toad in to deal with Tianfa, but he also needed to think of a way to force the Star Toad to help him deal with Tianfa. At this time he thought of the stone fragment that he had given Daheng. Stones were naturally formed in the universe, and because they had been broken, every stone had a different shape. Lu Yin used the compass to think of the stone that he had given Daheng and found the Star Toad's nest. He was lucky that Daheng had given the stone to the Star Toad, or else he wouldn't have been able to find it. This was the most important step in his scheme against the Star Toad. The Star Toad was too cunning, and after living for so long, it knew everything. Lu Yin knew from the way it had treated Tianan the butterfly in the first Calamity domain that he couldn't force it to do anything. Now he wanted to destroy its nest and take all of its treasures. This was the most important step in forcing the Star Toad to help him. Of course, there was no guarantee that he would succeed. It all depended on how much the star toad cared about its treasures. Even if he failed, it didn't matter. He could just leave the mirage and think of another way to deal with the guardians. The guardians were like mountains that couldn't be bypassed. If he didn't deal with them, he would never be able to deal with the Eternals. Even if he had to face both the guardians and the Eternals at the same time, Lu Yin didn't hesitate to take a gamble. This was the only way to deal with Tianfa. There was only one chance to surround and kill Tianfa. There were many times when cultivators needed to take risks, and Lu Yin was no exception. Every level had its own dangers and the guardians had to be dealt with. They were dissatisfied with the humans, and they had plotted against the progenitors, killed the desolate ancestor, and forced the humans to stop the war. Lu Yin couldn't forgive them for their actions. This was an encirclement, and Lu Yin was prepared for an all-out war with the guardians. Lu Yuan and the others were also prepared. The humans would face many difficulties, but they would eventually overcome them. The star toad went crazy when it saw the pitchfork. Its nostrils flared and its body turned multicolored. With the pitchfork in its hand and the skull around its neck, it leapt towards Lu Yin. "You thief!" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the star toad. "I'm going to sell your collection for cheap. This is the worst deal you've ever made in your life. I want you dead." The star toad's body suddenly expanded, and it gripped its pitchfork tightly as it stabbed towards Lu Yin. Xuanhuan Mavis clenched her fist, and the trees on the ground grew rapidly to block the star toad's path. The star toad's pitchfork pierced through the trees and stabbed towards Lu Yin. "You failed. Retreat," Xuanhuan Mavis shouted. Lu Yin stared at the star toad and the star toad stared back at him. Its eyes were unprecedentedly fierce and emotionless. It was clearly a wild beast that had gone berserk. The pitchfork brushed past Lu Yin's scalp, drawing a line of blood. Elder Xianghu was shocked. "Headmaster." Lu Yin could feel the chilling murderous intent from the pitchfork, but it wasn't aimed at him. It was aimed at the endless blades behind him. Tianfa. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The star toad was finally convinced. Or rather, in its stubbornness, its collection was more important than the path to immortality. Lu Yin had made the right bet. The star toad was trying to survive bitter adversity. Bitter adversity was the toad's stubbornness towards its business gains. It would never give up no matter what happened, and this was the star toad's greatest obstacle. The Grand Empyrean wanted to kill the only true god in bitter adversity. The star toad had to complete every single transaction perfectly in order to survive this ordeal. It had been willing to give up on Lu Yin's last-minute price increases to deal with the Eternals rather than betray the integrity of its business. This was its ordeal, and it had been trying to survive it all this time. Compared to the illusory path to immortality, surviving bitter adversity on its own was more realistic. It had been through this bitter adversity for far, far too many years. Even if all of the protectors were here and Lu Yin was holding them hostage, it would still take action, let alone Tianfa. This was a creature's instinct. The multicolored star toad raised its pitchfork and stabbed at Tianfa. This was something that even Tianfa hadn't expected. Despite the endless blades blocking its path, the pitchfork still managed to pierce through the blood-red liquid, tearing through the void and shattering everything in its path. The other end of the pitchfork emerged from the blood-red liquid. Lu Yin, Xuanhuan Mavis, Elder Dangu and Second Anima were all watching. A spear of heaven appeared in front of Tianfa and stabbed towards the star toad. "You're courting death." The star toad's eyes turned sinister. "Friend, don't blame me. I have no other choice." It slapped the end of the pitchfork, causing it to sweep forward and break the spear of heaven. The star toad quickly retreated but found that it couldn't move. Tianfa had used time chains to imprison it. The star toad was horrified. "What the hell?" Xuanhuan Mavis stepped on the star toad's head and punched at Tianfa. The terrifying punch landed outside the blood-red liquid, but it was still ineffective. The spear of heaven and the blade of earth appeared at the same time. The spear and blade intersected and overlapped, forming something that resembled both a spear and a blade as it stabbed towards Xuanhuan Mavis, the star toad and Lu Yin. The void around Xuanhuan Mavis distorted as a large tree rose from the ground to block her front. It was the Mavis Divine Tree, and the imprint on it glowed brightly. The overlapping spear and blade stabbed into the Mavis Divine Tree in an attempt to penetrate it. Blood flowed from the corner of Xuanhuan Mavis' mouth as she forcefully used the Divine Tree to suppress the spear and blade. The light in the sky dimmed as the land pressed down. Lu Yin had taken action to suppress Tianfa. "Do you really think you can reverse Tianfa?" Tianfa's voice was low as it allowed the land to fall. In the end it landed on top of Tianfa, but it didn't harm it at all. It's a sequence law. It's in the primordial realm, so the laws can't get close to it. However, the sequence law it controls is extremely powerful. Hongyan Mavis gritted her teeth. Their attacks had all been nullified by Tianfa's sequence law. Even now, they still didn't know what kind of sequence law Tianfa possessed. With a thump, the star toad finally broke free from the time chains. It was only because the spear and blade had been trapped by the Mavis divine tree that it would have been unable to break free. With a strange cry, the star toad raised its hand, and the pitchfork returned to its hand. It then viciously charged at Tianfa and stabbed down, causing the void to tremble. The shockwave spread out and turned into a sharp aura that seemed like the end of the world. The second Bones group was shocked, and they hurriedly blocked the attack. Daheng was bitter. He was getting closer and closer to death in such a battlefield. End of Chapter 1. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3193. The Star Toad was the only one present who could harm Sky's Law. Since it was trying to survive bitter adversity, it could not get close to Sky's Law, so Sky's Law was ineffective against it. Of course, its law was ineffective against Sky's Law as well. This was exactly what Lu Yin wanted. At the very least, he wanted to ensure that someone could harm Sky's Law. Otherwise, Sky's Law would be invincible, so how could they fight? The pitchfork stabbed into the blood-red liquid once more, causing the star toad to squeal and twist its pitchfork. Hongyan Mavis coughed up blood as the spear and blade pierced through the Mavis divine tree, causing her great damage. Endless War King, Slaughter Form. A blood-red figure emerged from the Sky Emperor card and charged towards Sky's Law. Lu Yin raised his hand and pressed down, using the same technique to suppress the land. This was his strongest technique, and if it could not harm the star toad, then his other techniques would not be able to do the same. The blood-red figure, Slaughter Form, and the falling land caused Sky's Law to become even more bloody. The star toad pulled its pitchfork out and fled, having a bad feeling about this. The next moment, an endless blood-red light swept out in all directions, forming a law that was almost visible to the naked eye. Lu Yin had only seen this level of law from the Grand Empyreans before, and he could still see it even without his celestial eye. The blood-red light burned the void as the Sky Emperor card's Slaughter Form, the land above and the Mavis divine tree all disappeared. Hongyan Mavis landed and took several steps back, her face pale. This monster had such a terrifying law that she would not be able to resist without breaking through to the primordial realm. The star toad cried out, "Even I don't have that many law. These fellows really haven't lived all those years for nothing." The second Fates group was shocked. Such a majestic law made it hard for them to breathe, and they even had the urge to kneel. They were the second Fates lawless members who had committed all sorts of crimes, but even they wanted to kneel and submit. This was the pressure that Sky's Law had given them. Lu Yin suppressed his breathing. Against this law, even the star toad could not approach Sky's Law. Sky's Law cannot be defied. All creatures here must die. With that, Sky's spear and earthen blade appeared from the blood red that filled the mirage domain, absorbing the boundless blood red. Every single spear and earthen blade turned red, a bloody red. Previously, there was only one heavenly spear, but now there were so many of them that they filled the sky. Every single heavenly spear had the power to pierce through the Mavis divine tree. The endless number of heavenly spears was simply terrifying. Second Bone couldn't take it anymore. "My lord, we didn't attack you. Please let us go." They were also surrounded by the spear of heaven and blade of earth. Unfortunately, Tianfa did not care about their lives at all. "Sect Master, enter the Heavenly King card," Grand Elder Xianxia said in a low voice. Lu Yin stepped backwards and headed towards the Heavenly Emperor card with Hongyan Mavis right behind him. The spear of heaven and the blade of earth descended, sweeping across the entire mirage domain. The star toad took out a lotus leaf and placed it on the surface of its body. Its body shrunk continuously and buried itself under the lotus leaf. Inside the Heavenly King card, Grand Elder Dangu clutched his chest and coughed up blood. In the outside world, the Heavenly Spear and Earthen Blade were constantly colliding with the Heavenly King card. If the Heavenly King card hadn't been upgraded to the level of an ancient card, it would have been broken long ago. Even so, he couldn't hold on for long. Daheng looked on helplessly as the blade of earth slashed towards him. He waved his hand and used the law of lightness to send a huge attack towards the blade of earth, but it was cut in half. Daheng himself was also cut in half, unable to resist at all. Second Bone, Second Kindness and Second Mo. The three of them pinned Second Purple beneath them, and Second Bone's avatar was also present. The blade of earth swept past and shattered the avatar, while second bone, second kindness, and second mo were all killed at the same time. Their bodies were torn apart and their blood stained the ground. The lotus leaf on top of the star toad's head was exposed to the wind and rain, and it could shatter at any moment. The toad curled up under the leaf, not daring to raise its head. No one could withstand Tian Fa's attack, which was a world-ending punishment. After Daheng's second life and the others were all killed, the spear of heaven and blade of earth swept towards the Heavenly King card and continuously pierced it. The Heavenly King card cracked at a visible rate. Inside the card, Lu Yin and the others watched as the sky continued to crack. They could not hold on any longer. Second Gang was not too far away. He had wanted to resist Grand Elder Xianxia after entering, but he was only a progenitor and the difference was too great. He did not even dare to say a word. However, the cracking of the Heavenly King card made his scalp go numb. What was going on? Was the sky falling and the earth rending? Grand Elder Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly knelt down in front of a statue. Junior Xianxia respectfully requests the Royal Regent to act. Greetings, Royal Regent. As soon as he finished speaking, Grand Elder Xianxia's entire body began to bleed. Lu Yin and Hongyan Mavis saw the statue move. No, a figure walked out from within the statue. His face could not be seen clearly, and his hands were clasped behind his back. There seemed to be a scroll in his hands. Inside the Heavenly King card, the sky seemed to be restrained by something, and the spear of heaven and blade of earth that were attacking the Heavenly King card seemed to be trembling. The figure looked up at the sky. Above me there is no sky. There is only one person. There is no sky. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened. At the same time, outside the Heavenly King card, the sky above the Mirage domain also darkened. Tian Fa's blood-red liquid suddenly boiled as it sensed an unparalleled power. The spear of heaven and blade of earth frantically retreated, forming a huge mountain range around the blood-red liquid. The star toad looked at Tian Fa through the lotus leaf. Why did the sky turn dark? What was that? It let out a strange cry and plunged into the ground, leaving only its buttocks behind. The world rumbled. Inside the Heavenly King card, Lu Yin and Hongyan Mavis also heard the rumbling. Grand Elder Xianxia fell to the ground, and Lu Yin hurriedly supported him. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. What kind of powerhouse is this? If he doesn't let the sky be above him, then the foundation of this civilization is unimaginable. Lu Yin had already thought highly of the Lost Clan civilization, but every time Grand Elder Xianxia revealed something, he realized that he had still underestimated them. Every time this happened, he would remember what Grand Elder Xianxia had said. There was an unimaginable senior in their civilization, and there was also an existence that they could not resist. The rumbling stopped and the darkness receded. Lu Yin looked at the statue in front of him and saw that it had returned to its original state. The headmaster, Grand Elder Xianxia said weakly. Lu Yin hurriedly looked over. Senior Xianxia, how are you? Grand Elder Xianxia's face was pale. Fortunately, I won't die. Headmaster Tian Fa is not easy to deal with. The Royal Regent is a top powerhouse, and even if he doesn't die, he will be severely injured. Hongyan Mavis hurriedly stepped out of her Heavenly Emperor card. Lu Yin looked deeply at Grand Elder Xianxia. Senior, rest well. He then hurried back to the Mirage's domain. When Lu Yin returned to the Mirage's domain, there was grass everywhere. He was familiar with this scene, as Hongyan Mavis had done the same thing to prevent Fengbo from escaping. This time, however, the target was Tian Fa. Attack, he's not far from death. Hongyan Mavis shouted. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw that Tian Fa had shrunk by more than 10 times. It was now the size of a fist, and the earthen spear and spear of heaven and blade of earth were gone. He was frantically attacking the void in an attempt to escape. Lu Yin reversed his steps and punched at Tian Fa. This was the first time Lu Yin had actually struck Tianfa with his fist. His fist felt warm, and the moment he made contact with it, he suddenly saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Lu Yin was stunned. What kind of scene was this? The fist-sized blood-red liquid was almost scattered by Lu Yin's punch, and Hongyan Mavis reached out to grab him. You really want to defy Tian Fa? No one can defy Tian Fa. You will pay a terrible price that is even more terrifying than death. Humanity will have no future. You're all finished. Tian Fa roared. Hongyan Mavis slapped out with a huge force that sent Skylaw flying. Lu Yin checked the direction and used reverse step to appear in the direction that Skylaw had been sent flying. An endless amount of his inner world appeared, and the threads of power collided with each other. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. The closer Lu Yin got to Tianfa, the stranger he felt. When he punched out, Tianfa brushed past his fist and rushed into the distance. Lu Yin's punch was ineffective once again, but it was still a sequence law. Even if Tianfa only had a few particles left, Lu Yin's punch was still ineffective. Lu Yin also understood what was going on. It's acceleration. He stared in the direction that Tianfa had fled, and his lips curled up. Your sequence law is acceleration, but it's not speed. Instead, it accelerates the loss of your opponent's destructive power. If it takes a second for my punch to hit you, then let me finish it in less than 1/100th of a second. By the time my punch reaches you, it will have already lost its power. Acceleration is not for yourself but for others. It increases the speed of battle techniques. It's over. Having said that, Lu Yin once again stepped into reverse time and chased after Qianfa. Without a sequence law, Tianfa could not stop Lu Yin's time. Lu Yin looked down at Tianfa from above, opened his palm and pressed down. Land suddenly descended, and no matter how Tianfa tried to escape, it would be suppressed by the land as long as it could not escape the Mirage's domain. Even if it wanted to escape to the domain's forbidden area, it would not have enough time. Lu Yin's parallel time was enough to stop the flow of time. You humans have caused a disaster. Your race will be wiped out and you will lose the chance to continue your species. You will die a horrible death. The blood-red liquid was crushed by the land, and a mournful wail rang through the world. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle, and only after quite a while did the wail disappear. In the distance, the star toad poked its head out of a lotus leaf. It's over? Lu Yin panted heavily as he hovered in the air. Ongyan Mavis exhaled. It was over. The primordial realm experts and the 4 protectors had finally been killed. On the other side, Second Amethyst poked its head out from under Second Bone and the others' corpses, biting its lip as it breathed in the stench of blood. It had to be useful, it had to be useful. Hey, we won. You really are vicious to be able to kill the 4 protectors. I didn't even see anything. The star toad put away its lotus leaf with a pained expression and intentionally called out. It had nothing to do with Tianfa's death. Lu Yin looked at it. Thank you, star toad. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3194. Star Toad was startled by Lu Yin's gratitude and it glared at him. Hey, why are you thanking me? Don't be so courteous, you'll get me killed. No, it's none of my business whether I know or not. Hongyan Mavis smiled sincerely. If you hadn't forced Tianfa to use its laws, it would have been able to escape. I wouldn't have been able to stop it. You were the one who forced it and you were the only one who could hurt it. You didn't go easy on it. This was the truth. If it had only been Lu Yin and Hongyan Mavis, the two of them wouldn't have been able to force Tianfa into a corner, much less injure it. Although the decisive power had come from the regent, who had been invited by Elder Dangu wouldn't even have had the chance to ask the regent to help if it hadn't been for the Star Toad. Tianfa could have left the mirage, and Hongyan Mavis wouldn't have been able to stop it. The Star Toad shrieked, "Don't talk nonsense. How did I fight? It has nothing to do with me. Don't accuse me, it's wrong and immoral." Lu Yin was grateful. "Don't worry, I'll pay you." Lu Yin, don't talk nonsense. What hire? You're crazy. What, you don't want your nest anymore? That's mine, not the price for hiring me. Then what price do you want? Just say it. I don't want it, I wasn't hired by you. You're even worse than Encio. Don't hurt me, I beg you, don't talk nonsense. You still don't want your nest. The Star Toad was desperate and it pointed its trident at Lu Yin. Kid, don't go too far. If you provoke me, you won't have a good time. I'm Kuai, and even you and Kai Hong together can't beat me. Hongyan Mavis was displeased. It's just a toad. The Star Toad went berserk, charging at Hongyan Mavis with its trident. Lu Yin shook his head. It was impossible for the Star Toad to escape. Ignoring the threat it posed to Tianfa, even moving its trident would count as participating in the battle. How could he let it escape? Hongyan Mavis disdainfully. Hongyan Mavis was disdainful. The Star Toad wasn't weak, but even if she didn't use the sequence laws, she would still be able to defeat it. Suddenly the fog stopped. The wind stopped. The river of time seemed to have stopped as well. The entire mirage domain changed, becoming like a painting. Everything was still and only Lu Yin and the others could move. The Star Toad froze in midair. Its mouth slowly opened as it stared blankly into the distance. Hongyan Mavis slowly turned around and saw heavenly punishment, which was originally supposed to be scattered. The blood-colored liquid actually gathered from all directions and condensed together to form a person, a blood-colored silhouette. Lu Yin saw it as well and he stared at it blankly. No way, it hasn't been resolved yet? Primordial Realm. That should not be the case. It was not impossible to kill Primordial Realm experts, so why was Tianfa still alive? He subconsciously wanted to make a move, but he found that even though he could move, his speed was very slow, as if he was trapped by countless ropes. It was very difficult. Hongyan Mavis clenched her fist and wanted to punch the bloody figure, but the movement of her fist seemed to have slowed down by 10,000 times. The Star Toad hugged its pitchfork and wanted to flee. Damn it, it had seen a Primordial Realm expert die before. Primordial Realm experts were not immortal, and even though their realm surpassed the Progenitor Realm, their battle prowess still depended on the being that had broken through to the Primordial Realm. The path did not mean invincibility or immortality, so why was heavenly punishment still alive? It couldn't win, it definitely couldn't win. It was over, and it decided to stay in the Mirage domain for the rest of its life. The bloody figure slowly condensed, and it raised its hands to take a look before moving its legs and twisting its neck. It seemed very unfamiliar. In front of him, although Hongyan Mavis' punches were slow, it was obvious that she was going to punch. The bloody figure stared at Hongyan Mavis and Hongyan Mavis stared back at him. The bloody figure smiled and raised his hand, condensing a strange blood-red sword. There was a blurry image on the hilt that couldn't be seen clearly. He took a step forward and instantly shot past Hongyan Mavis, leaving a trail of blood behind him as he landed on the ground. Hongyan Mavis was powerless. She lowered her head and saw that a huge wound had appeared on her body from bottom to top. One strike, just one strike, and Hongyan Mavis had been heavily injured. She couldn't even resist. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Impossible. That was Hongyan Mavis, one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. She could rival ancestor Lu Yuan and Guizhi before they broke through to the Primordial Realm. How could she be heavily injured by a single strike? However, there was nothing impossible about what had just happened. It was as if the entire Mirage domain had been frozen. Was heavenly punishment really that invincible? The blood-red figure swept past Hongyan Mavis. After slashing at her, it seemed to be a little confused. It looked at the blood-red sword before looking back at Hongyan Mavis. It waved its hand and slashed again. This time, the sword slashed horizontally, leaving a huge horizontal wound on Hongyan Mavis' back. No one could fight back, and Hongyan Mavis' movements were ridiculously slow. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he watched the bloody figure raise his sword for the third time and slash down. Then came the fourth and fifth strike. He growled, "Stop." The bloody figure turned to look at Lu Yin. As for Hongyan Mavis, she collapsed. She had been slashed 5 times and had almost been torn apart. The moment she fell to the ground, she couldn't believe it. How could someone be so strong? Even against her master, she shouldn't have been so powerless. Who was this? This was beyond their imagination, and it definitely wasn't heavenly punishment. This was a powerhouse that they didn't recognize. It was over. They hadn't expected such an existence to appear. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have attacked heavenly punishment, but it was too late now. Nothing could be perfect. Lu Yin had set up a trap to kill heavenly punishment, and regardless of whether he won or lost, he had thought of a way out. However, he hadn't expected such an existence to appear after he won. At this moment, even if Ancestor Lu Yuan and a Grand Empyrean were here, they probably wouldn't be able to stop this existence. After all, they couldn't leave Hongyan Mavis powerless to resist. This was a variable that no one would have thought of outside of the scheme. Lu Yin hadn't expected such a variable to appear, and the moment it appeared, it brought death. The bloody figure looked at Lu Yin for a while before taking a step forward and disappearing. Lu Yin punched out. Although his speed was slow, he wouldn't give up. Even if this punch never touched this person, he would still attack. Just like Progenitor Qin, he would die standing. The star toad had been stunned for a long time, and its scalp had gone numb. It knew very well how strong this existence was if Hongyan Mavis couldn't even resist, but it had never expected to fight against such an existence. This was an eternal life realm existence that had survived the calamity. From what it knew, since ancient times, the strongest powerhouse should have been the human ancestor Taichu, who was second only to Taichu. These two were rare existences that made the star toad feel that even if they hadn't reached the eternal life realm, they were close to it. However, even these two shouldn't have been able to leave Hongyan Mavis powerless to resist. At the very least, she should have been able to land a punch, but now she couldn't even land a single punch. Monster, this was a monster. Blood covered everything in front of it. The star toad stared blankly at the bloody figure and opened its mouth wide. "We're friends." The bloody sword landed with a hiss, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The star toad was cut down by the sword, and a wound that almost split it in half appeared on its body. The star toad crashed to the ground and rolled its eyes, pretending to be dead as blood flowed everywhere. The bloody figure took another step forward and appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's punch didn't even land halfway, and he maintained his punching posture. It looked ridiculous, but only he knew how powerless he was. The bloody figure raised his sword high and slowly brought it down. It didn't land instantly like when he had killed Hongyan Mavis and the star toad, but it was so slow that it was only a bit faster than Lu Yin's punch. Even so, it would still land on Lu Yin's body before he could land his punch. This was a despairing contrast, and the bloody figure was enjoying Lu Yin's helplessness, despair, and resistance. He was toying with Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as he watched the blood-red blade descend upon his shoulder. The moment it touched him, he felt a bone-chilling cold as an intense pain spread throughout his body. The blade then tore through his flesh and bones, and he heard the sound of his bones being cut open. It was very, very slow, and it felt as if time itself had stopped. This moment of pain seemed to last forever. Lu Yin's punch was already out, but the bloody figure easily dodged it. The difference between them was just too great. No matter what Lu Yin did, he couldn't escape the fate of being killed. How could this be? Lu Yin couldn't accept it. He had been on the passive side for so long, and he had even died more than once. How could this still happen? He was unwilling to accept it. He had all sorts of powers and could face any enemy head-on. Even if the only true God acted against him, he was confident that he would be able to fight back. How could a shadow suddenly appear and kill him? He had power, and he definitely had the power to resist all sorts of possibilities. The sword cut through his body from his chest all the way to his abdomen. The physical strength that Lu Yin was so proud of was like paper in front of this bloody figure. Hongyan Mavis and the star toad all had unimaginably strong defenses, but they were still easily injured and on the brink of death. Lu Yin was no exception. The sword slashed down and blood splattered onto the ground, leaving behind a trail of blood. A small boat of light appeared around Lu Yin's body, and it shuttled back and forth for a second. Although the bloody figure's attack was slow, that was relative to someone at Lu Yin's level. It took less than a second for the attack to end, and Lu Yin could easily return to his previous state of being injured in a second. The small boat shuttled back and forth without being affected by the frozen void, which seemed to have exceeded the bloody figure's expectations. The bloody figure raised his hand and slashed at the small boat. The small boat shuttled back and forth, avoiding the attack. This scene gave Lu Yin a flash of inspiration. Flowing light didn't just chase after time through space, it also devoured much of the time that wasn't contained by the river of time. It was a time that was independent of their cognitive universe, and this bloody figure clearly couldn't affect that time. In that case, if he wanted to attack this blood-red figure, he would have to transcend this universe. But how? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3195. A second later, Lu Yin's injuries were completely healed, and the blood-red figure returned to his sword raised high. Although he was confused, he didn't care. If one strike wasn't enough, another would do the trick. However, as the sword fell, the blood-red light dissipated from the tip and spread to the entire sword, then the arm and finally the entire figure. The figure looked around in confusion, and his gaze finally landed on Lu Yin's face. They looked at each other, and before he disappeared, he made a gesture for silence. He seemed to be smiling. The blood-red light disappeared from the mirage. Everything returned to normal. The mist slowly drifted, and the river of time flowed. It was as if everything that had happened here was just an illusion. Lu Yin quickly ran over to Hongyan Mavis, Sr. Hongyan Mavis was lying on the ground, her body dyed red with blood. Lu Yin quickly helped her up, Sr. Hongyan Mavis looked bitter. Sorry, I couldn't help you. Lu Yin shook his head. No one expected this. Hongyan Mavis looked at the sky in a daze. I didn't believe what you told us about the lost clan. There's no such thing as an omnipotent existence. Even when Master was at his peak, he wasn't omnipotent. We disciples can still resist. Now I believe you. She looked at Lu Yin with a serious expression. We've made a mistake. Lu Yin had the same feeling. That wasn't Tianfa. Tianfa, punishment on behalf of the heavens. That might have been Tianfa, Hongyan Mavis said. Lu Yin felt bitter. Tianfa? The corpse god had been waiting for so many years, creating the hell of the giants, Tianfa, and the omnipotent existence that the lost clan spoke of. All signs pointed to such an existence behind this boundless universe. An existence that could easily erase humanity. This wasn't good news. Lu Yin and Hongyan Mavis looked over and saw that it was the star toad. He had been injured by a single strike, and it hadn't been a light one. Underground, the star toad's short legs trembled as he looked at Lu Yin and Hongyan Mavis. Look at what you've done. Lu Yin looked at the star toad and asked, Are you seriously injured? Nonsense. The star toad was about to curse, but he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Yin stood up. You've helped the everlasting clan more than us, haven't you? That's for business. Today I'll make a business deal with you as well and buy your life. With that, Lu Yin used the reverse step and rushed towards the star toad. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill the toad, as he had wanted to do so for a long time. The star toad's multicolored body suddenly darkened as it swung its pitchfork and leapt into the air. Brat, don't think that I'm easy to bully. Business is business, and those who mix personal feelings deserve to die. It then stabbed its pitchfork towards Lu Yin. Even though it seemed to be heavily injured, Lu Yin still felt a sense of crisis. The dead toad was pretending to be dead, so its injuries weren't as serious as they looked. At this moment, Hongyan Mavis couldn't help Lu Yin. He wasn't confident that he could kill this toad in a duel. Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped. It's a losing deal. Let's not fight anymore. The star toad swept past Lu Yin's side in an instant, and its body instantly turned gold. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The star toad's eyes narrowed into crescents. You're wise, boss Lu. Lu Yin smiled. Of course we're comrades. The star toad glared at him. Hey kid, can you not bring that up? Tianfa's death has nothing to do with me. Are you trying to pin the blame on me? Lu Yin stared at it. Just tell me if you did anything to Tianfa. The star toad gritted its teeth, wanting to stab Lu Yin with its trident, but it wasn't confident. While it had passed bitter adversity, it was at an absolute disadvantage in the transcendent progenitor realm. It had only reached the primordial realm because of its special race. In terms of strength, it couldn't compare to the current 3 realms and 6 daos. Even if it reached the primordial realm, it still couldn't compare to the 4 guardians or the ancient gods. Passing bitter adversity didn't give it any advantage either. The only way to surpass everyone was to pass bitter adversity and reach the eternal realm. It glared fiercely at Luin. It knew that no matter what it did, this brat would still draw the ire of the four guardians onto itself. Since that was the case, it turned to Hongyan Mavis. What happened to the path to the immortality realm? Where is it? Tell me. Hongyan Mavis sneered. You think you're worthy? The Star Toad was furious. I risked my life to help you deal with Tianfa, and you're going back on your word. You were forced to do so. The conditions weren't met at all, Luin said naturally. Hongyan Mavis quickly followed up, but I can still tell you. The Star Toad wanted to continue cursing, but it froze when it heard Hongyan Mavis' words. Its attitude immediately changed and it put on a naive look. Go ahead. Hongyan Mavis' gaze turned cold. Promise me one thing and I'll tell you. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to deal with the Guardians or the Eternal Realm. Guiji and the others are something you can do easily. The Star Toad grew wary. What is it? Hongyan Mavis said, no matter who asks you about Tianfa's death, you're not allowed to say a single word. The Star Toad opened its mouth and looked at Hongyan Mavis in a daze. You're too cunning. Luin was flabbergasted. He hadn't even thought of such a condition. Hongyan Mavis was too cunning, and she was trying to force the Star Toad to their side. I won't agree. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If the Guardians ask me, there's no way I won't say anything. The Star Toad immediately refused. Hongyan Mavis sighed, then there's no other way. You should know that you rejected our offer of the path to immortality in exchange for helping us deal with Tianfa. It was only when Little Seven used your collection to force you that you agreed. Am I right, Little Seven? Luin looked at the Star Toad seriously. Business is business and I can't help you. That's right, I won't touch your collection and it'll still be yours. As for the path to immortality, it's not fated with you. But you still have a way out. The Star Toad stared at Luin. Luin grinned. Force us. The Star Toad rolled his eyes. Although Hongyan Mavis was heavily injured and Luin was a half-step ancestor, there was still something off about this situation. This brat had actually dared to directly face him, someone who was trying to cross the bitter adversity, and had even dared to use him to scheme against Tianfa. The Star Toad suddenly thought of something and pointed its pitchfork at Dehang's corpse. You already knew that I was the one who sent Dehang to the Six Direction Society. Luin sneered. You think you can deal with me with an idiot? Toad, aren't you underestimating me? The Star Toad gritted its teeth, itching to revive Dehang before killing him. This bastard had been completely toyed with by Luin. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The Star Toad would rather not enter the Mirage domain than participate in the killing of Tianfa, especially since that blood-colored figure had truly terrified it. It knew that this matter had reached the heavens. Forget it. That's enough. Now, you either know the path to immortality and truly pass the bitter calamity, where everything is beneath you, or you can face it yourself. If Tianfa dies and you take action, the protectors of the four directions will be able to find out, and we can even reconstruct the entire process. You won't be able to escape. Of course, no matter which path you choose, your collection will still be yours. I know where it is, but I won't touch it. You can move it yourself and you can choose which path to take. The Star Toad felt aggrieved. This was too much of a scam. Were humans this sinister? The Eternals were still the ones that were easy to get along with. Why did they have to be so sinister? The Star Toad was extremely conflicted as no path would work. It would definitely be targeted by the protectors of the four directions. It would definitely be targeted by the protectors of the four directions. Cough cough. The sound of coughing came from the distance, and Luin and the rest looked over in surprise. Those from the second anima had actually survived? This was something that Luin had never expected. Under Tianfa's area of effect attack, even the Heavenly Emperor card had almost been unable to withstand it. The Star Toad's lotus leaf had also been shattered, and they should have all died by now. How had they survived? He had clearly seen them die, and that pool of blood had been extremely exaggerated. In the distance, Second Purple was weakly lying on the ground. Beside him were the clearly shattered Second Bone, Second Meng, and Second Kindness. They were all sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Their bodies had obvious signs of being pieced back together, proving that they had indeed been shattered. Interesting. This must be some sort of innate gift, Hongyan Mavis praised. Luin stared at the few from the second anima. These people had committed all sorts of crimes, and their deaths were not to be regretted, but they were not completely useless. With a bang, the Star Toad stabbed its pitchfork into the ground and glared at Luin and Hongyan Mavis. Tell me the path to immortality and I swear that I won't say anything. I won't say anything about Tianfa's death. Hongyan Mavis nodded, a wise choice. The path to immortality lies in. Not long after, the star toad left with a heart full of resentment and helplessness as it distanced itself from Lu Yin's group. It had decided that it would never leave the mirage before breaking through to immortality. So what if the protectors of the 4 cardinal regions were here? Could they find the mirage? There would no longer be a creature like it in the universe. Gone, completely gone. It seems like it's not planning to leave the mirage in the future, Hongyan Mavis said. Lu Yin laughed, that's good too. It's caused too much trouble for us in the past, so it'll be quiet from now on. If I want to find it, it has to come out. I still have a stone that can enter the mirage. Hongyan Mavis frowned. The problem is that even if you want to use it, it has to be able to walk out of the forbidden zone alive. I've already told you how terrifying the forbidden zone is. It wouldn't be strange if it died in there. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Is there really a path to immortality in the forbidden zone? Hongyan Mavis nodded. That's what Nyonyo told us. I'm telling the truth and I'm not lying to it. Even if I did, it would be Nyonyo. Lu Yin realized that Hongyan Mavis was a little two-faced. With the star toad gone, Lu Yin turned his attention to the few from the second anima. They looked at him as well. The second anima was still in the Emperor card, but Elder Dangu had fainted and could not be released for the time being. The fog of time spread and the few from the second anima were on high alert. They quickly moved closer to Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked towards them. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3196. Ergu stared at Lu Yin and stepped in front of Meng and the others. Master Lu, please forgive us if we offended you. Shan felt a chill all over his body. This man dominated this place. He could feel how terrifying the blood-red liquid and the star toad were. But this man had dealt with them all. He was indeed the sect master of the above heaven sect. Even the extraterrestrials didn't dare to provoke him. Lu Yin glanced at them. I've heard about your deeds. You deserve to die. Ergu was vigilant. Master Lu, cultivation is fighting against the heavens and everything in this world. We're just cultivators. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. I don't plan to discuss this with you. You're unlucky to be involved in this war. I didn't let you leave the auction because what you did made me think that I could kill you all. Ergu and the others became more vigilant. Lu Yin gave them too much pressure. But now I've changed my mind. Everyone has the right to live and you're right. I have no obligation to avenge those who died at your hands. It's just the law of the jungle. However, since I'm strong and you're weak, I have the final say in your lives. There shouldn't be any surprises, right? Shan said, Master Lu, we're at your disposal. Lu Yin praised, smart guy, I heard that you have a strong sense of danger. You've been watching me during the auction. Since you knew it was dangerous, why didn't you run away when we entered the mirage? You should know that if you followed me in, the chances of survival would be slim, especially you. Lu Yin looked at Ergu. I didn't notice you. You're here too. Ergu's voice was weak as if he was on the verge of death. The 5 of us will live and die together. Shan gritted his teeth. No matter how dangerous this place is, my third brother was caught by you. We had to come in. Ergu said, Master Lu, please let my third brother out. What if I say that your third brother is dead? Lu Yin asked casually. Ergu and the others' expressions changed drastically. Their eyes suddenly became vicious as they stared at Lu Yin. Shan clenched his fists. Master Lu, please kill us. Otherwise we'll avenge our third brother. Second Meng and Second Violet both stared at Lu Yin with undisguised killing intent. Lu Yin laughed. Killing you is as easy as lifting a finger. There's no rush. Perhaps he's not dead yet. They knew that their lives would be in this person's hands in the future. It was an unbearable feeling, but they had long since expected it. They knew that the 5 of them would die one by one sooner or later. Lu Yin looked at Second Purple. Your innate gift is very unique. Second Bone continued, 5th Sister's innate talent is community of destiny. In other words, as long as she fixes a person as her template, if that person doesn't die, we won't die either. If that person doesn't get injured, our injuries will also recover. Lu Yin was astonished. There's such a talent? Does it work on anyone? Second Purple weakly replied, of course not. The greatest limitation of this innate gift is that it can only be used on a specific person. The first person I used it on was eldest brother. Soon after, second sister, third brother, fourth brother, and even myself were all targeted. It's very difficult to increase the number of targets. Lu Yin understood. No wonder they wanted to protect you even when they were about to die. You also entered the mirage at the last moment. As long as you're alive, they'll be alive. No wonder Second Life is so notorious, but you still haven't died. The others looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. So what if they didn't die? Becoming someone else's puppet was no different from death, but they had no other choice. They had heard the conversation between Lu Yin and Star Toad, and even Star Toad had been forced not to speak of today's events. They knew then that they had no chance of freedom. They could either completely obey Lu Yin or die. There were only two options, and they didn't have the qualifications to bargain with Lu Yin. Lu Yin had his uses for these people from Second Life. These people had killed too many people, and even if they died, it wouldn't make up for anything. Besides, Lu Yin had no obligation to take revenge for others, especially strangers. Since that was the case, having these people do things for him that were inconvenient for him or even for Elder Chan would be considered a contribution to the human race. The above heaven shouldn't be like the above heaven in the past, completely exposed to everyone. Back then, the above heaven had been extremely dazzling, and thousands of races had come to pay homage to it. However, because it had been too bright, it had been destroyed by the Eternals. Right now, Lu Yin needed the above heaven to be dazzling on the surface, but he also needed a blade in the shadows. Second Life was just the beginning, and he would continue to add hidden experts. He had already thought of his next target. These hidden experts would have a title: Zhong'en. Once they entered the mirage, they wouldn't be able to leave so quickly. Previously, Lu Yin had regretted that he hadn't been able to cultivate Ruin's consciousness to the point where he could easily use it. Now, he could only hope that time would be able to heal the damage to his consciousness planet. The Violet Emperor's consciousness had helped his consciousness planet recover quite a bit, but it still hadn't fully recovered, and it still needed time to heal. After some time, Elder Dangu woke up. Although he hadn't died, his injuries had been too severe. The Royal Regent's power had severely injured Tianfa, which had shocked Lu Yin and the others, but it had also exceeded the limits of what Elder Dangu could unleash. From now on, the Heavenly Emperor card is considered useless, and I can no longer use any of the statue's power. Otherwise, my fate would be even worse than today's, Elder Dangu said bitterly. Lu Yin comforted him. It's fine. Once we get out, I'll help you upgrade it to the level of an ancient card. Elder Dangu's mouth fell open. Was it that easy? He couldn't refute that. Since when did ancient cards appear as easily as cabbages? But I'll say this in advance. You guys will pay for your own resources. The amount of resources I'll use to upgrade your Heavenly Emperor card is equivalent to half of my wealth, Lu Yin reminded him. Elder Dangu smiled and nodded. Then, Daolord, can you upgrade it to a higher level? Lu Yin glanced at Elder Dangu. Yes. Elder Dangu's eyes lit up. First of all, you have to prepare your own resources. There aren't many, and I'll start with a few quadrillions of star essence. Elder Dangu was speechless. A few quadrillions was a number that made his heart tremble. Second of all, do you have any experts who can use this card? If I'm not wrong, Elder Dangu, you'll never be able to step into the primordial realm. Lu Yin's voice was bleak. Elder Dangu couldn't even use the Heavenly Emperor card, and even if he switched to Aurora, he wouldn't be able to fully unleash its power. Even if he could connect to the primordial universe and breathe in that breath, he wouldn't be able to withstand the third step into the primordial realm. He had no fate with the primordial realm. Elder Dangu didn't mind. I know that I won't be able to step into the primordial realm. Actually, ever since I escaped to this space-time, I knew that the primordial realm was out of my reach. But Daolord, you've given me another path. Although I'm not in the primordial realm, I can still unleash the power of one. Thank you, Daolord. Lu Yin nodded. Recuperate well. You still have to face the remaining three. Divine punishment was perhaps the strongest of the four protectors. After all, it represented the heavens and it couldn't be done without some strength. At the very least, Lu Yin felt that heaven's grace paled in comparison to it. Even if the remaining three couldn't compare to divine punishment, they wouldn't be too far off. They were all in the primordial realm, and if the blood-red figure appeared again after they were killed, Lu Yin wouldn't know how to deal with it. He had no idea how the crimson figure disappeared. He had only reversed time for 1 second. He knew how to reverse time for 1 second, and even knew how to deal with the crimson figure's attack. However, it was too difficult to do so. He only had the power of flowing light, which was beyond the river of time. If the blood-red figure appeared again, he had no confidence in dealing with it. This was the most troublesome part. Second had just been released and he was currently in a corner with Second Bone and the others. They had also obtained the grass, so they no longer feared the mist. Xuanhuan Mavis had suffered quite a heavy blow. She had once been one of the peak powers of the universe, a legendary existence, yet she couldn't even block an enemy's attack now. She had finally seen the most deeply hidden existence of the universe. Little Seven, do you think the ones who attacked Master were really the protectors of the four directions? After staying in the mirage for a while, Xuanhuan Mavis found Lu Yin and asked about it. Her injuries would recover in the mirage. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated. They could surround and kill divine punishment, but with the progenitor's strength, would the protectors of the four directions be enough to deal with him? Not necessarily. Even the current above the heavens had the strength to directly face the protectors of the four directions, let alone when the 3 realms and 6 paths had been glorious. Back then, even if the 3 realms and 6 paths hadn't acted, the strongest existences in the 9 mountains and 8 seas should have been able to fight against the protectors of the four directions, such as Progenitor Qin and the Desolate Ancestor. There should have been experts like Progenitor Qin back then. However, the progenitor had mysteriously disappeared, and the first continent had been destroyed. This was a mystery of that era, and it remained a mystery even now. Lu Yin had met the progenitor, but he hadn't told him the reason. It wasn't until Black Wuxian told Lu Yin that the protectors of the four directions had surrounded the progenitor. But was that really the case? Lu Yin felt that things weren't that simple. Senior, don't think too much about it. Let's take it one step at a time. After I lost my memories, I went from an ordinary person to where I am today. I used to think that the Frostwave Weave was huge, that the Outerverse was huge, that the Innerverse was huge, and that the entire 5th continent was huge. But with every step I took, these worlds were surpassed. Now, we might think that these countless parallel spacetimes are huge, but there will come a day when we won't think so anymore. That day is very close. I feel like we've touched upon the deepest secret of this universe. Xuanhuan Mavis didn't say anything else. She wanted to break through to the primordial realm, and only then would she be able to face that existence. Her master had once warned them not to break through to the primordial realm unless it was absolutely necessary. Now Xuanhuan Mavis felt that it was time. That blood-red figure had caused her to feel an indescribable panic. It wasn't fear but the helplessness of seeing an unbelievable secret. This was something that could only be suppressed with strength. She would break through to the primordial realm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3197. After an unknown amount of time, Xuanhuan Mavis had mostly recovered from her injuries, and Elder Jianghu had long since recovered as well. Although he couldn't use the statue's power, he could still use the Heavenly Emperor card to resist a primordial realm expert. Second Life and the others had also recovered, but they couldn't leave the mirage and could only stay with Lu Yin. One day, a golden light flashed by and Lu Yin, Xuanhuan Mavis and Elder Jianghu hurriedly chased after it. It was the Star Toad. The toad had gone to the forbidden area, where legend had it that the path to immortality was. Xuanhuan Mavis didn't even know if it could make it out alive, but now it had. Lu Yin was very curious about what the toad had gone through. The Star Toad's back was facing Lu Yin's group as it stared blankly at the river. The copper coins around its neck were scattered, and the wound left behind by the bloody figure was still bleeding. No matter how one looked at it, the toad's condition seemed to have worsened. Its back seemed a little bleak as if it had suffered some kind of blow. Toad, are you all right? Xuanhuan Mavis probed. The toad's body swayed and leaned forward as if it was about to fall into the river. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to push it away. Lu Yin, Xuanhuan Mavis and Elder Jianghu tacitly didn't warn them. Although the toad was useful, its death wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Lu Yin had wanted to kill it several times already. Unfortunately, the toad only swayed a little and didn't fall into the river. Kai Hong, you're shameless. Xuanhuan Mavis was stunned and her expression turned ugly. You're scolding me, you stupid toad? The toad turned around and glared at Xuanhuan Mavis. So what if I'm scolding you? I haven't hit you yet. Come and try. Xuanhuan Mavis clenched her fist, shaking the void. The toad gritted its teeth and glared at them. There's no path to immortality in that shitty place. On the contrary, Lu Yin's group was curious. On the contrary, what? The toad's expression turned bitter. Instead, I saw my great-grandmother who died a long time ago. She wanted me to reunite with her, saying that many elders were waiting for me. She liked me a lot. Lu Yin blinked. What the hell? Xuanhuan Mavis replied naturally, isn't that immortality? Your great-grandmother is dead. To be able to appear there and return even after death, what is it if not eternal life? The surface of the star toad's body turned into a multicolored color. It raised its pitchfork and glared at Hongyan Mavis. Luin was on high alert. That damn toad wouldn't act out of desperation, right? After waiting for a while, it squeezed out 2 words, shameless. After that, it turned around and ran away, disappearing without a trace. Luin gave Hongyan Mavis a strange look. Even Great Elder Gu was looking at her strangely. Hongyan Mavis coughed. Don't look at me like that. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. If I knew earlier, it would mean that I tricked it. I didn't trick it, or it would affect my breakthrough to the primordial realm. Luin thought about it and agreed. So you're saying that fate lied to you? Hongyan Mavis had a headache. I don't know either. Logically speaking, Nyonya was very obedient back then. This was no longer a simple scam. This was clearly a scam. The star toad had been severely injured, but it was still better than Hongyan Mavis. Now that Hongyan Mavis had recovered, the star toad's injuries had worsened because it had gone to the forbidden area. If it had encountered an enemy at this time, it would have died without even knowing how it had died. If there was no such thing as a grudge, there was no reason for such a deep grudge. Logically speaking, Fate and Hongyan Mavis had followed the primogenitor to cultivate, so there shouldn't have been any deep grudges. Unless, Luin looked at Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis also looked at Luin. Did you think of something? Luin asked, Senior, did you think of something as well? I did think of something, but I don't think so. Let's see if we think of the same thing. You write maybe, and I write impossible. Both of them wrote a word on their palms and raised their hands. Luin wrote fake on his palm. Hongyan Mavis wrote real on her palm. What was real and what was fake? Their hearts sank as they realized that the universe that they should have known so well had become so unfamiliar. Great Granny, the star toad wailed from afar. Luin sighed. Was time to leave. He could do it again anyway. In the main hall of the above heaven, Luin took a sip of the tea that Zhao Ran had brewed for him. Baianai and the other 4 stood in front of him. The 5 of them kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say a word or sit down. Luin put down his teacup. The auction went smoothly. Congratulations. Baianai hurriedly bowed. Fortunately, we had the support of the above heaven. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to hold the auction. The item would have disappeared before the auction even started. Luin laughed. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, I was the one who caused the trouble in the end. You must be joking, sir. That has nothing to do with you. You didn't even go to our auction. Qingdu smiled. Baianai was stunned and looked at Qingdu in surprise. What did he mean? Luin had gone to the auction and attacked Second Life and the others. This was publicly known, and they weren't stupid. How could they not have seen it? They had come this time for 2 reasons. First, they wanted to give the wisdom root to Luin, and second, they wanted to ask for forgiveness. After all, they hadn't participated in that battle, and they hadn't thought that Luin wouldn't be at the auction house from start to finish. This idea was foreign to them. What difference did it make whether Luin was there or not? Baianai didn't know, and neither did honored Master Xianxia or the Luofu King. But why would Qingdu say this? This was clearly separating Luin from the auction. Why would he do this? Why was he so sure? Baianai looked at Luin and saw his faint smile. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he looked at Qingdu with disbelief. Was this all part of Lu Yin's plan? Qingdu looked at Baianai. Isn't that right, brother Baianai? Baianai narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at Qingdu. Qingdu winked at him. Baianai sighed. Yes, Master Lu has never been to the auction. Luin looked up and sized them up. I know why you're holding the auction. Humans are ambitious. I can help you, but you have to do me a favor. Baianai bowed. Please speak, Master Lu. Luin replied, Find someone qualified to represent you and become one of the 8 outer Daos of the above heaven. Baianai was stumped and put in a difficult position. The 8 outer Daos were not weak, and they had seen the scene of Emperor Xiaowu. Whether it was the Emperor of the Limitless Empire or Heir Ji of the Disaster Expedition, none of them were easy to deal with. These people all had the strength to face off against the second anima. There were too many parallel universes in the outer realm, and these parallel universes had no experts besides the second anima. Where would they find someone to join the above sky sect? Luin didn't care if these universes wanted to ally with him. He wasn't that overbearing, but dealing with the Eternals was an unchanging plan. Whether or not these people joined forces, they had to participate in the war against the Eternals. In fact, he hoped that these alien civilizations that posed no threat to him would join forces. He didn't need the above sky sect to manage them, and he could mobilize experts to participate in the war with a single word. It would be a pleasant surprise if he could find someone qualified to become one of the 8 outer Daos. Regardless of whether or not he could find them, the above sky sect had no time to worry about them. Bai and I and the others took their leave. Old Zen smiled. These fellows are all cunning. They want to see our above sky sect join the parallel universes and become stronger. We even beat the Eternals until they don't dare show themselves. Tao Master Emperor Xiaowu showed us the powerful side of humanity, but it also awakened some people's ambitions. Luin didn't care. It's a good thing to have ambition. Only with ambition can one have the desire to improve. I'm afraid of no ambition. That's a disaster. He raised his hand, revealing the root of wisdom that Bai and I had given him. He had bought the root of wisdom from the auction house at a high price, hoping to get closer to Luin. Old Zen also took out the root of wisdom that Bai and I had given him and handed it to Luin. I've already reached the peak. Breaking through to the progenitor realm was a pleasant surprise, and I can't take another step forward. I'll leave this root of wisdom for you, Tao Master. Luin didn't decline. Many thanks. Outside the above sky sect, Bai and I and the others looked at Chengdu with unkind eyes. On the surface, it seemed that Bai and I had been the one behind the auction, but in reality, it had been Chengdu who had suggested it. Now it seemed that Luin had obtained what he wanted through the auction, and they had to hide this fact. The one who had truly benefited was Chengdu. Brother Chengdu, what benefits did Luin give you? Bai and I asked. Why did you go through so much trouble to set up the auction? Esteemed Yanga and the others stared at Chengdu. We also want to know. Chengdu laughed. Everyone, don't be angry. Luin didn't give me any benefits and he couldn't have come to me directly. It was old Zen who came to me. I didn't help the above heaven for the sake of benefits. I just wanted to rely on them. Everyone, think about it. Don't look at us as powerhouses who control the life and death of countless life forms. We don't dare to deal with a mere second anima. There are too many powerful life forms in the universe, and who can guarantee that we won't run into them? I just want to survive. What guarantee did the above heaven sect give you? King Luofu asked coldly. Chengdu smiled reservedly. One life. They'll save my life this time. Bai and I and the others sighed in admiration. It's a no-cost deal, but it's worth it. Seeing their ugly expressions, Chengdu said, actually, as long as we're willing, we can join the above heaven sect. They'll treat us the same. Bai and I frowned. He couldn't join the above heaven sect. He had his own ideas, and the most important thing right now was to find a card that could support the 8 outer paths. But where could they find such a card? Even if they could, the above heaven sect might not even bother with them. That was troublesome. Luin had been waiting for Qianan to appear, so there was no way it wouldn't know. He didn't have to wait for long. Looking at the giant butterfly in the sky, he walked out of the above heaven sect. Master Lu, may I ask where Qianan is? Qianan's voice was as gentle as ever, but he would never forget that she had killed the desolate ancestor. If not for her, he wouldn't have gone into hibernation. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3198. How would I know where Qianfa is? Luin denied everything. Qianfa is dead, Butterfly said. Luin was shocked. Qianfa is dead? When? Taoist Master Lu, you don't know? How would I know? I was just about to ask where Grand Elder Dangu and the Lost Tribe went. Butterfly flapped her wings and hovered in space. Tao Master Lu, you should know that Qianfa's death is no small matter. Someone needs to take on the responsibility of the protectors. With Qianfa's death, a hole has appeared in this universe, and it will cause a disaster. Luin agreed. I understand. How about this? I'll help you find someone to replace Qianfa. Tao Master Lu, I'm not joking. I'm not joking either. Do you think that I'm the Tao Master of the above heaven sect? Butterfly fell silent for a moment. I hope that Qianfa's death has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Luin sneered. It has nothing to do with me, but I'm not afraid of threats. Don't try to pin this on me. I think that the Eternals are the most suspicious. Right, what about Fengbua? There's no trace of him. According to the Eternals, he's also dead. Do you think I'll believe that? We've talked about this before. The Eternals must have hidden Fengbua. If you have the ability to keep an eye on us, why don't you keep an eye on the Eternals? I'll say this, If you don't find Fengbua, don't even think about touching anyone from the above heaven sect. Leave, the starter space doesn't welcome you. Butterfly left, wanting to investigate Tianfa's death. Logically speaking, if Tianfa had died in this universe, she should have been able to find out. However, Tianfa had not died in this universe, which was the biggest problem. Where had Tianfa died? Lu Yuan walked out from behind Lu Yin and spoke in a suppressed voice. A good war denouement was ruined by these four. We've achieved our goal, but we won't be able to start a war against the Eternals in the shortest time possible. Our morale will plummet. Lu Yin replied, it's fine. The war denouement is just a demonstration of the human race's strength. As long as we can get rid of these obstacles, I'll officially start a war against the Eternals. When the time comes, we'll raise the human flag. That will be the decisive moment. Ancestor, have you ever thought about what other changes have happened to Fate after it returned from the Mirage? Lu Yuan was surprised. Why do you ask? There are some things that need to be verified, Lu Yin said. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. It's been too long. I can't remember, but there shouldn't be any changes. Otherwise, Master would have noticed it. This was his biggest doubt. Lu Yin looked up into space. How could a progenitor not have noticed the change in destiny? If destiny had not changed, then Lu Yin's conjecture would not have been valid. But then why would destiny use the path of eternal life's forbidden zone to scheme against others? No matter how he looked at it, it was contradictory. Even though he had reached such a high position, there were still layers of mysteries in the universe that needed to be uncovered. However, up until now, the biggest problem was still the Guardian Envoys. Butterfly was very certain that Tian Fa was dead. As long as she found evidence of Tian Fa's death to his hands, she would immediately work with the other two primordial realm experts to attack the above heavens sect. From how she tried to kill the desolate ancestor, it would not be long before that happened. Perhaps what she was doing now was just a facade. The above heavens sect had to deal with the attacks of the Guardian Envoys at any time. If the Guardians of the Four Directions were to attack above heaven, the Eternals would not. If they joined forces, then the above heaven sect would be in trouble. Lu Yin thought about it. Now that he had regained his consciousness, there was no harm in going into seclusion again. This time he would deal a heavy blow to the Eternals. The only true god had a turbid treasure, and he could indeed use the dark space to attack Lu Yin's consciousness. However, Lu Yin would also be on guard and he would not be able to move that quickly. This time he did not need to memorize everything, only efficiency. Just as Lu Yin was about to go into seclusion, someone's arrival startled him. It was Xianxia, Starsabil's grandfather. Starsabil would never have dreamed that she would run into a scoundrel like Xianxia in the above heaven sect. Xianxia also did not expect to run into Starsabil in the above heaven sect. Long time no see, grandniece. As an elder, Xianxia felt that he should greet her first. However, his greeting attracted a cold glare from Starsabil. Xianxia did not feel awkward and merely laughed it off. Lu Yin arrived and looked at Xianxia strangely. You actually came looking for me? When Xianxia saw Lu Yin, his originally smiling face suddenly became incomparably miserable, as if he had been abandoned. He wailed, Brat Lu, no Lord Lu, Master Lu, you have to help me. As he spoke, he moved to hug Lu Yin. The second Night King raised a brow and casually pushed Xianxia back. Impudent. Lu Yin waved a hand to dismiss the second Night King. He then looked at Xianxia's miserable expression and asked curiously, what happened? Were you bullied in the Sixth Direction Association? Xianxia bitterly replied, it's not the Sixth Direction Association. It's fate. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. Fate. Starsabil stared at Xianxia's back. Fate was now a dark cloud looming over her head. In order to break through to the progenitor realm, Fate's daughter had scattered the technique of fate and forced it onto Starsabil and Skyminder. She had thought that she could avoid the calamity of fate, but in the end, it had still been taken away by fate and transformed into a string. This had been a huge blow to Starsabil, and she no longer dared to cultivate it. What happened? Lu Yin anxiously asked. Xianxia was helpless and he sighed deeply. I was despicable. I clearly knew that I shouldn't cultivate it, but I still cultivated the Shintian mirror. In this generation of the Starsabil sect, I was the second person besides senior brother Zhu to successfully cultivate the Shintian mirror. But after I succeeded, I felt that something was wrong. Senior brother looked at me strangely, and I had a premonition that a great disaster was about to befall me. The more I cultivated the Shintian mirror, the more I had this feeling. Especially when I tried to use the Shintian mirror to pry into fate, that sense of danger almost made my scalp explode. With no other choice, I fled the Starsabil sect and went everywhere to read people's fortunes. I specifically did the opposite and wanted to break free from the Shentian mirror's divination of fate. After so many years, it has indeed shown some results. Although I'm lacking, I will try my best not to forget those who treat me well. Especially you, kind fortune teller. I'd rather you forget about me. Xianxia was helpless. Luyin looked at Xianxia and then at Zhao Ran. Alright, let's sit down and talk. There are some things that need to be clarified. Xianxia sighed. Master Lu has good eyes. I admit that avoiding you is related to this girl. She's related to destiny. Luyin was not surprised and neither was Starsabil. Zhao Ran was definitely related to destiny, but they did not know what that relationship was. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3199. After the desolate ancestor had awakened, Lu Yin had asked Lu Yuan to ask him, but the desolate ancestor had only given him one answer. He did not know either. He only knew that Zhao Ran was waiting for someone, and he had seen Zhao Ran when he was young. When he became the desolate ancestor and saw Zhao Ran again, Zhao Ran was still the same. It was at that time that he knew that Zhao Ran was extraordinary, but he did not know what was so special about her. She walked the world, lived forever, and had even lost her memories. If she did not have any expectations, she would have died a much more comfortable death. On the stone table, there were 3 cups of hot tea that emitted a green aura. It looked strange, but those who knew Zhao Ran knew that the tea had been brewed very well and was progressing in a good direction. The first time I saw this girl, I knew that she was related to destiny. At that time, I did not think about destiny and only thought that it was a problem with the Shentian mirror. Starsabil interjected. You thought that it was Mr. Zhu's problem? Xianxia scratched his head. Indeed, who would have thought of the legendary destiny back then? The Shentian mirror made my scalp go numb, and I thought that Senior Zhu was scheming against me. You all know how sinister that guy is. Even his smile is abnormal. This girl made my Shentian mirror react, and I thought that Senior Zhu had sent her to cause trouble for me. I tested her a few times but she actually lost her memories. Although I might have been able to find the problem with the Shentian mirror through her, the longer I interacted with her, the stronger the sense of danger became. That's why I left to avoid her, but I never thought that she would find me every time. She's really out of stock. Zhao Ran nodded in agreement. Yes, I'm out of stock. She did not understand the rest, but the word, out of stock, was deeply ingrained in her bones. You all know what happened after that. This girl followed you and I tried my best to stay away from you. Actually, I don't know much about her and I just don't want to interact with her. It was obvious that he was telling the truth this time. Lu Yin did not plan on learning too much about destiny through Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was just someone who had cultivated the Shentian mirror and was not a powerhouse. Even mending Tian was more valuable than Xianxia, and Xianxia's only value was that sense of danger. If one wasn't a powerhouse, they wouldn't be able to find out fate's whereabouts just by having a sense of danger, and that sense of danger wouldn't let them know the secret. Xianxia moved closer to Lu Yin and flashed a fawning smile. Master Lu, please send that girl away. I feel uneasy with her here. Lu Yin then said, she can make tea here. What can you do? Xianxia looked strangely at the green tea in front of him. You call this tea? Just like that, Xianxia stayed in Above the Sky sect. He had made up his mind not to leave. He had no choice. He didn't feel safe once he left Above the Sky sect. As for Zhao Ran, she was obviously more useful than him. 10 days later, Butterfly appeared again and asked about Tianfa. Lu Yin repeated the same words and even used Fengbo to annoy her, which angered her so much that she no longer spoke gently. A few days later, Butterfly appeared again, still asking about Tianfa and threatening Lu Yin. Lu Yin brought up Fengbo again, and he told Butterfly Tianan to use Fengbo's head to talk to him. Otherwise he wouldn't waste any more time. Butterfly had no choice but to go to the first zone of disaster. Tianan, I didn't lie to you. Fengbo is indeed dead. Actually, there are only 4 protectors, and it's impossible for you to manage the entire universe. Most of the time you just run into one. If Fengbo wasn't dead and you found out, I would have handed him over to you, but he is indeed dead, the one true God said. Butterfly flapped her wings. Tianfa's death is no small matter. Eternal, I need you to help me investigate. There's no need to investigate. Lu Yin did it, the one true God said directly. Butterfly said, of course I know that. In the current universe, Only Eternals and his above-the-sky sect can deal with Tianfa. However, I want evidence that justifies my actions against the above-the-sky sect. The one true God clasped his hands behind his back. Cultivation has always been about the law of the jungle. Since when did evidence matter? When the two sides are equal. You think that the above-the-sky sect is equal to the protectors. Otherwise, why would Tianfa die? Then what do you want to do? Butterfly was silent for a moment. I need the Eternals' help. It's my duty, the one true God agreed. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation realm's Grand Empyreans could not hear their conversation. She was very curious about the protectors, as these 4 were not simple. On the other side, at the above-the-sky sect's back mountain, Luyin looked at the chessboard in front of him and frowned. Across from him, Xuanhuan was confident of victory, and he looked very confident. How is it, chess path master? I've won this round again. Luyin praised, as expected of the smartest person in the outerverse. Your chess moves seem to be tight, but in reality they are all linked together. Your moves can change endlessly, but they are still the same. I'm impressed. Xuanhuan was pleased. That's right. When it comes to cultivation, even 10,000 of me can't compare to you. But when it comes to chess, hee. Chess path master, you still need to learn. Luyin shook his head. Alright, I've lost. Xuanhuan put down his chess piece. The existence of the protectors puts our above-the-sky sect in a passive position. Even though one of them has died, the remaining 3 are very likely to stand with the Eternals. Once they join forces with the Eternals, it'll be a disaster for us. Chess path master, are you considering this? Luyin replied, I can't not. Xuanhuan stood up and looked at the chessboard. All intelligent creatures have one thing in common. Apprehension. Apprehension comes from personal gains and losses. If they become enemies with the above-sky sect, even the protectors of the 4 paths will have to weigh the pros and cons. They can't directly attack us, as they still have the responsibility that has bound them for countless years. Unless they are certain that Tianfa's death is related to us, and they have evidence that we can't refute. It seems absurd. Would a mighty primordial realm powerhouse need evidence to attack anyone? However, this is proof of our above-the-sky sect's strength. If Ancestor Lu Yuan hadn't broken through to the primordial realm, Ancestor Hongyan Mavis, the 3 Yangs, 6 Lords, and the 8 Paths, then the protectors of the 4 paths would have no need to worry. Luyin looked at Xuanhuan. So, you're saying that we shouldn't become a topic of ridicule? The chess path lord is already doing that. What I want to say is that we should be wary of them asking for help. The ones who understand humans the best are the Eternals, and the ones who are most likely to find out that Tianfa died to the chess path lord's hands are the Eternals. Only the Eternals can frame us. What the protectors of the 4 paths need is an excuse that they can trust, Xuanhuan said indifferently. This was not some great principle, nor was it some ingenious scheme. It was very plain, but sometimes the more complicated something was, the easier it would be to do it. The Eternals? Luyin had always been wary of the protectors of the 4 paths, so he had never attacked the Eternals. The more he did that, the more likely the Eternals would become involved in the matters between the protectors of the 4 paths and the above-sky sect. Because the protectors of the 4 paths were just too dazzling, Luyin had actually forgotten about the Eternals. How could he let that happen? The true enemy would always be the Eternals. Actually, Luyin had already been prepared to enter seclusion and cause trouble for the Eternals with his Dai's possession. After all, he had recovered his consciousness, and he was on guard against the only true God. However, Xianxia had come. After staying in the above-the-sky sect, Xuanhuan wanted to play chess again, so Luyin played with him. Since we're done, I'll be leaving. Luyin stood up and left. Xuanhuan was puzzled. Chess path lord, where are you going? Seclusion. Looking at Luyin's back, Xuanhuan smiled. He hoped that the above-the-sky sect would truly reach the peak. He had walked out of the tiny iron blood weave, and he had seen just how vast the outside world was. However, that was not enough. He wanted control, even if it was just helping this person control it. The smartest person in the outerverse? No, he wanted to be the smartest person in all parallel universes. Right, it's about time. You should know what to do, right? Luyin's voice grew further and further away. Xuanhuan was vexed. Don't make me do this. It should be way wrong. It's so troublesome. Still, the chess path lord is becoming more and more sinister. Luyin arrived at his seclusion room and raised his hand, causing his die to appear. He hoped that Xuanhuan would not disappoint him. He tapped out and the die slowly spun. 3 possession, which could be used to upgrade something. However, Luyin was very disappointed that he had no more money. He continued and tapped out another, While Lu Yin was in seclusion, a piece of news spread in the outside world, and it quickly reached the point where everyone knew about it. This news was that the Star Toad had killed Tianfa. The outside world did not know of Tianfa's name, but they knew that the Star Toad had killed a ball of blood-colored liquid in the Mirage domain. As for who had spread the news, no one knew, and no one knew the specific details. The Eternals wanted to help the butterfly find the truth behind Tianfa's death, but no one believed this news. The butterfly once again arrived in the first calamity domain. It can't be the Star Toad. Don't be fooled by its bitter adversity. You should know how strong it is. It is not a match for Tianfa, only true God said. Butterfly said, that's why I came to find you. During the 100 Martial Universes auction, Xianxia of the Lost Clan was the first to enter the Mirage domain, followed by that person called Daheng. After that, Second Life and Tianfa went in, but they never came out. I have 2 questions. First, how did they know how to get to the Mirage domain? This is a secret that we know but not many of you Eternals know. How did Xianxia know? Only true God said, it could be the records of the above heaven. Don't forget that the Lu family's inheritance has never been severed. That's possible. Second, even if these people worked together, they were not a match for Tianfa. In the end, none of them came out, including the Star Toad. I'm sure that Tianfa is dead, but what about the others? Eternals, I hope you can help me investigate. Only true God looked at Butterfly. I'm sure that Lu Yin went in as well. I'm sure, but it can't be used as evidence. We cannot casually attack the above heaven. We have restrictions, Butterfly replied. I'll find evidence for you. It's not the first time we've worked together, only true God said. After Butterfly left, only true God looked at the land of disaster. The truth was very clear, Tianfa had died at Lu Yin's hands. He knew this and so did Tianan. The difficult part was that Tianfa had died in the Mirage domain, which prevented them from investigating the truth. The protectors could not casually attack the above heaven, or they would have done so long ago. They needed a reason to destroy the above heaven. Today is Freewine's birthday. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3200. On this day, Lu Yin watched as the die slowly stopped at 6 pips. His eyes lit up. He had finally rolled it. In the dark space, there was an extremely bright ball of light in the distance. Lu Yin rushed over without hesitation, as such a bright ball of light definitely represented someone at the 7 sky gods level. The barrier blocked him, but it could not stop Lu Yin, who had completely recovered his consciousness. He easily crashed through it and merged into the ball of light. The moment he did so, he felt a familiar sensation. It was the ancient god. Lu Yin did not hesitate and slapped himself in the head. Lu Yin. The one true god's voice rang out. Lu Yin's palm landed and with a bang the world spun. He exited the fusion and appeared in the dark space. Behind him, a large square seal rushed towards him. Lu Yin hurriedly returned to his body and dodged it. This time, his speed was much faster because he was prepared for it. In the first zone of disaster, the ancient god spat out a mouthful of blood and squatted down, panting heavily. What was going on? Not far away, the ancestor frowned. It's Lu Yin again. The ancient god's eyes flickered. So this was what Lu Yin wanted to do by injuring himself. The one true god's voice rang out. Pass down my orders. No one in the race is to act rashly. Split into groups of 2 and one will act while the other will stop him. Understood, true god. Everyone bowed. In the 5th zone of disaster, the 4th zone of disaster, and so on, the eternal cultivators were split into groups of 2. The ancient god was naturally in the same group as the ancestor. Aside from the ancestor, no one else could immediately stop him. The ancient god clutched his forehead. It's fine. Even if he controls my body, it'll be difficult for me to kill myself. At most, he'll injure me once and I'll recover quickly. A turbid treasure, a creation of the universe. It's truly mysterious. Even you were injured by it, the ancestor sighed. The ancient god calmly sat down and did not speak. The ancestor faced him. Atop the black mother tree, the one true god was helpless. Lu Yin was not letting the Eternals move. If he could escape the one true god's suppression once, then he could do it a second time or a third time. Any eternal expert could be controlled by him and commit suicide. Even if they did not die, if too many were injured, the heavens above would attack. Unless the guardians of the 4 cardinal guardians intervened, the Eternals would be in danger. A single turbid treasure was enough to put the Eternals at a disadvantage. He could only hope that Bai Wuxian would be able to find evidence that Lu Yin had killed Tianfa, which would allow the protectors of the four cardinal protectors to legitimately attack the above heaven. In the above heaven, Lu Yin opened his eyes. It was another ancient god. Strange, as ancient gods had clearly broken through to the primordial realm. Logically speaking, with the huge gap between him and a primordial realm expert, he should not have been able to fuse with them. Right? Is it because my consciousness is too strong? Whether he could fuse with the primordial realm depended on his own consciousness. He had devoured Ruin's consciousness. Ruins was one of the three pillars standing on the same level as Guiji. Even if Guiji broke through to the primordial realm, he could still fuse with Ruin's consciousness. But the time would be extremely short. In other words, even if the one true god did not interrupt him, he would not be able to stay in the ancient god's body for long. Lu Yin smiled as he watched the die slowly spin. He wondered what it would feel like to be hit by an ancient god's palm. Although it wouldn't be a serious injury, it wouldn't be much better. He didn't know who the next person would be, but the Eternals would definitely be on guard. It didn't matter. His goal was to prevent the Eternals from interfering with the death of Sky Law. Right, there was still Bai Wuxian, but she still hadn't appeared. Lu Yin frowned as he had completely forgotten about her. There was also the last of the three masters. With that in mind, Lu Yin tapped his finger and continued to roll the die. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. If he wanted to use his divine power to roll the die, he would have to fuse with the bodies of these two people. He wanted to see who Bai Wuxian was. He decided that if nothing unexpected happened, he would roll the die here. He had to use this method to dig out Bai Wuxian. The die slowly stopped. 2 pips. Continue. 5 pips. Continue. 6 pips. His consciousness appeared in a dark space. Lu Yin looked around, but he didn't see any bright orbs. He started to search, but he couldn't find any. Lu Yin didn't need to worry about using his divine power to roll the die. His divine power planet wasn't small anymore, and it was enough for him to use. However, he still couldn't find any orbs after searching for a long time, so he gave up. 10 days later, he continued to roll the die, but he couldn't get 6 pips. He waited for another 10 days before continuing. During this time, the butterfly came to the above heaven sect once, but it was chased away by the Mavis family's beauty. The butterfly didn't threaten him, so it left. Lu Yin had been in seclusion for nearly 2 months, and he finally rolled 6 pips for the 3rd time. It was too difficult, and the more he rolled, the harder it was to get 6 pips. This was a rule. This time he saw an orb of light. It wasn't bright, which meant that the owner of this orb was only a progenitor. Lu Yin had no choice but to fuse with it. When he opened his eyes, he saw a sea of red. Was this a lake of divine power? His memories fused and Lu Yin sighed. He hadn't expected to fuse with this corpse again. This corpse had been under the lake in the first calamity, and it hadn't been too far from Hui Wu. Lu Yin had fused with it once and he had seen Hui Wu. He hadn't expected to fuse with it again. The only true god could sense this place through his divine power, so Lu Yin couldn't stay for long. He turned to look in Hui Wu's direction. He had originally planned to leave as this corpse wasn't worth much. Suddenly his gaze changed. He met a pair of dark red eyes that belonged to Hui Wu. They should have been turbid and had lost their intelligence. But at this moment, even though these eyes were dark red, they were extremely clear. That's right, it's clear and bright, the kind that has wisdom. The eyes were the windows to one's soul, and Lu Yin was certain that these eyes represented intelligence and clarity. Hui Wu was intelligent. Lu Yin was stunned for a moment before he returned to the dark space. The 4 seals followed closely behind, trying to suppress him. He hurriedly fled back into his body and avoided another attack. As long as he was fast enough, the only true god would be helpless. Lu Yin raised his hand and continued rolling his die. He still wanted to fuse with that corpse and see what was going on with Hui Wu. It would be even better if he could fuse with Hui Wu. Hui Wu could have escaped the Eternals, but he had chosen not to. Mu Ji had exposed him when she returned to the first calamity, and he had been thrown into the lake of divine power to be transformed into a berserk corpse. During the battle of the first calamity, he had brought the Shaoyin divinity to the Black Mother Tree for unknown reasons. After that battle, he had been thrown into the lake of divine power once more. It didn't matter if he was a spy or not, as long as he was transformed into a berserk corpse, everything would be fine. But now Lu Yin was certain that Hui Wu hadn't been transformed into a berserk corpse. Although there were signs of a berserk corpse on the surface, his eyes were extremely clear. What was he doing? Lu Yin thought back to when he had wanted to take Hui Wu away in the first calamity. Wasn't it time? Hui Wu definitely had his own motives. He wanted to fuse with that berserk corpse again and talk to Hui Wu to see what he was up to. A month later he rolled 6 pips once more. This time he saw 2 extremely bright balls of light and 1 dim ball of light. Without hesitation, he fused into the dim ball of light, all for the sake of Hui Wu. Unfortunately this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He fused with a progenitor realm corpse king in the second calamity, and he immediately committed suicide. Continue. 10 days later he rolled possession again, but he didn't find anything. There wasn't even a single ball of light. Continue. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye half a year had passed. During this time, Lu Yin hadn't rolled possession many times, and even if he hadn't found any balls of light. The only thing he had gained was fusing with Di Qiong's body once. But the only true god had moved too quickly, and Lu Yin had only managed to slap himself once before retreating. 1 slap. That's right, it was just 1 slap. It was useless for him to injure himself since the ancient god had already recovered. Since it was useless, he wouldn't hurt himself. This slap was especially loud in the first calamity, and when Lu Yin retreated from Di Qiong's body, Di Qiong's angry roar echoed throughout the first calamity. The Forgotten Ruins god giggled. The Eternals were usually cold, but this scene made many people want to laugh. Laughter aside, Lu Yin's methods made them shiver. If Lu Yin used this during a battle, it wouldn't just be a matter of humiliation. It would be a matter of life and death. The ancestor had specifically asked the only true god if there was any way to stop it, but the only true god had no way. The Eternals were having a headache, and so was Lu Yin. It had been half a year, but he hadn't been able to fuse with the berserk corpse even once. How could he meet Hui Wu? He sighed and continued. The die slowly stopped spinning. Possession, 6. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was going smoothly. In the dark space, Lu Yin saw the dim ball of light in the distance and rushed over without hesitation. He opened his eyes. Was this a heavy ghost? And it was a heavy ghost? There weren't many Eternals who could cultivate divine power, so Lu Yin had to repeatedly fuse with another person. The heavy ghost faced Mu Ji, whose memories were fused with him. The only true god had used a 2-person team to deal with him, so he couldn't do anything even if he fused with anyone. Furthermore, the entire first zone of disaster was filled with divine power, which was the only true god's method of dealing with him. However, this didn't stop Lu Yin from making his first move. For example, Di Qiong had slapped himself. He looked at the divine power around him. In the past, the only true god wouldn't know if he fused with the heavy ghost unless he made a move. Now, perhaps the only true god would soon find out because divine power was interlinked. The only true god was prepared and wrapped a strand of divine power around the heavy ghost's wrist. Since that was the case, Lu Yin controlled the heavy ghost to look up at Mu Ji and slap her. Mu Ji didn't react in time and was slapped in the face. She was stunned, but then she became angry. Lu Yin, it's you. Lu Yin controlled the heavy ghost to laugh. The great Eternals became like this just to deal with me. I, Lu Yin, am really lucky. Ah. Eternals, do you think you can stop me? I can fuse with any living being, whether you're a corpse king or a berserk corpse, whether you're a 7 sky gods or a 3 librarians, none of you can stop me. With that, he withdrew from the fusion. In the dark space, the square seal smashed down fiercely. Lu Yin was the first to return to his body and let out a sigh of relief. He had said all that to let Hui Wu hear him. As long as he could fuse with the berserk corpse, Hui Wu would know that it was him. If there was anything that Hui Wu needed him to do, then Hui Wu would tell him. Now it was time to see if he could fuse with the berserk corpse. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3201. In the first disaster zone, the heavy ghost was confused as he stared at his hand. I slapped you? Mu Ji, are you serious? This is a slap of love. Mu Ji was furious. If he did not know that the heavy ghost was under Lu Yin's control, he would have killed this guy. The two stared at each other and the pink-haired girl trembled. Brother, it's too scary. The blue-haired man said, it's fine. Don't be afraid. The pink-haired girl pursed her lips. I'm afraid that if I slap you, you won't like me anymore. The blue-haired man smiled. You won't. Don't be afraid. Even further away, Wang Xiaoyu and Qiangu faced each other. Qiangu barked and looked at Wang Xiaoyu's hand. Wang Xiaoyu also looked at her hand and fell silent. The slap was not heavy, but it was extremely humiliating. Lu Yin's actions had truly disgusted the entire eternal race. The Grand Empyrean had a strange expression. This Lu Yin was truly strange. He did not have the demeanor of a powerhouse at all. In the above heaven, Lu Yin continued to roll his die. He had disgusted the eternal race, and their revenge had come quickly. They spread the news that Lu Yin could merge with anyone's body, obtain their memories and control them. For a moment, everyone who knew about this felt a chill. Who did not have shameful memories? Who did not have secrets? Lu Yin's methods made everyone afraid. However, the above heaven responded quickly. Wei Rong sent people to secretly spread the news that Lu Yin could not only control others, but he could also instantly learn other people's battle techniques and obtain their innate gifts. He could even stop time or rewind it. He could even change the past and the future. This rumor, coupled with the rumors of Lu Yin's ability to control others, caused countless people to mock him. What a joke. How is that possible? I would believe it if Master Lu could control others, but obtaining their innate gifts and rewinding time to change the past and the future? Isn't that a joke? It must be some people with ulterior motives. Whoever says this is an eternal spy. It must have been spread by the eternal race. Who is it? Find him, find. Who dares to slander Master Lu? Find. Soon many people were found. There were indeed eternal spies among them. This time no one believed the rumors. The eternal race was helpless. They had wanted to annoy Lu Yin. Although it could not cause any harm to the above heaven, as time passed, they would become more wary of the above heaven. Who would have thought that the heavenly sect would react so quickly, directly muddying the waters and exaggerating the rumors to the point where no one believed them? In the celestial sect, Wei Rong listened to his subordinate's report, his eyes filled with disdain. You want to deal with the above heaven sect with such a small trick? The longer the Eternals lived, the more backward they became. However, could Daozi really control others? Knowing other people's memories was terrifying. Lu Yin didn't know what was happening in the outside world, nor did he need to know. There were many things that he didn't need to deal with. If he had to deal with everything, he wouldn't even have the time to cultivate. Rolling the dice was the key. Another 2 months passed, during which time he hadn't rolled enhance even once. His luck was terrible to the extreme and he wanted to take a break, but when the die finally stopped spinning at enhance, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally rolled it. When he opened his eyes, a familiar red color flowed. It was a divine power lake. It was a berserk corpse and he turned to look into the distance. This time he had merged with another berserk corpse and fortunately, it wasn't too far away from Hui Wu. Lu Yin was overjoyed. He had finally merged back into the mad corpse. With a casual wave of his hand, a river of divine power swept past Hui Wu. Hui Wu looked at Lu Yin and met his gaze. He opened his mouth but no words came out. There was no sound, but Lu Yin could understand what he was saying and his eyes widened. With that, Hui Wu closed his eyes. Lu Yin hurriedly withdrew from the fusion, but this time the square seal caught up to him and viciously suppressed him. Even though Lu Yin quickly returned to his body, he was still suppressed, mainly because Hui Wu's words had delayed him. When he opened his eyes, his consciousness returned to his body, and his face paled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His consciousness planet had cracked. He had been injured. The sole true God had caught up to him and shattered his consciousness planet. Before he recovered, he couldn't break through the barrier and merge with the Eternals unless he was in the same place as them. However, there was no need to worry about that for now. Lu Yin stood up, learning something important from Hui Wu. The Black Mother Tree had taken root, and Genesis dust was at the roots of the tree. Genesis dust was the progenitor's weapon, and there had once been 6 continents in the primordial space. Aside from the first mainland, the other 5 had been formed with Genesis dust at their core. The Eternals had deliberately destroyed the continents in order to destroy the above heaven. Was there a connection between the destruction of the above heaven and the destruction of the continents? Now, Lu Yin knew that the Eternals had done it for Genesis dust. There was a speck of Genesis dust on his forehead, but he didn't know if it had originally been with the progenitor or if it had belonged to the first mainland. Although the first mainland hadn't been created by the progenitor, it had still been merged with Genesis dust. The Genesis dust on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th mainlands were all gone. The 5th and 6th mainlands still existed, so they definitely had Genesis dust. At this moment, the Genesis dust at the roots of the Black Mother Tree should be the Genesis dust of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th mainlands. Lu Yin didn't know how Hui Wu knew, but he knew that he had to take Genesis dust with him. That was the progenitor's weapon, so it would definitely be useful to him. The only way to reach the roots of the Black Mother Tree was through the domain of disaster. And the 6th domain of disaster was already under his control. If he wanted to, Lu Yin could control the entire domain of disaster other than the first domain of disaster. The scattered Eternals wouldn't be a match for the current above heaven, but Lu Yin hadn't attacked the Eternals because of the appearance of the four guardians after the Imperial Martial Edict. However, the sixth domain of disaster was also fine. Lu Yin instructed the above heaven before heading to the sixth domain of disaster. The above heaven had a stargate that led directly to the sixth domain of disaster. With a single step, Lu Yin arrived at the sixth domain of disaster. He looked up and saw the Black Mother Tree surrounded by the six paths of reincarnation world. The one true God looked down and met Lu Yin's gaze. "Can you still use your turbid treasures?" the one true God asked. Lu Yin looked at the one true God. "Of course, do you still want to try the taste of a slap? It's just a small trick. Your turbid treasures have disappointed me." "What about your turbid treasures? What are they used for? What else can they be used for other than smashing people?" The one true God looked at Lu Yin deeply. "Actually, I admire you for daring to kill Sky Law." Lu Yin raised his brows. "I don't need you to admire my lowly methods. I didn't kill Sky Law and I don't have the ability to kill Sky Law. Sky Law is not here, only you and I. The guardians of the four directions are the greatest enemies of the humans. They have never underestimated the ambitions of the humans. This universe is like a cage, imprisoning all of us and making it difficult for us to interact with the outside world. Tai Chu wanted to leave this universe and that's why he ended up like this." "Lu Yin, I know you and Tai Chu are the same kind of people," the one true God said. Lu Yin looked at the one true God. "I am indeed the same kind of people as the primogenitor, but it's not because of the ambition to leave this universe, it's because of the inheritance of our race." "What about you? To you, the Eternals? What are they? Tools? What is this universe to you? Don't you want to leave?" The one true God laughed. "No one has ever asked me this before. I can tell you clearly that the Eternals are just tools to me. As for this universe, there are no restrictions on me." Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. No restrictions meant that he could leave at any time. He could, but the primogenitor could not. In other words, the Eternals could, but the humans could not. The one true God clearly wanted to turn the humans and the guardians of the four directions into enemies, but Lu Yin did not need to do anything because they were already enemies. From the moment the guardians of the four directions had tried to kill the primogenitor, this hatred would never be resolved. Sky Law had killed Kuzu, and Lu Yin had tried to kill Tianfa. In the end, either the guardians of the four directions would die, or the above heaven would die. There was no third option. Light scattered, and Butterfly flew into the sixth disaster zone. Lu Yin looked over and frowned. Butterfly's voice resounded throughout the sixth disaster zone. "Pathmaster Lu, may I ask if you are on the way to the Mirage Zone from the 100 Martial Universe?" Lu Yin was indifferent. "I don't want to talk to you before Fenghua's matter is resolved. Pathmaster Lu, proving that you did not kill Tianfa will not do you any harm." "But there are no benefits," Lu Yin said bluntly. "The fact that there are no disadvantages is the greatest advantage." "Are you threatening me?" Butterfly's voice was gentle. "You don't want me to keep looking for you." Lu Yin had a headache. "It is indeed troublesome for you to find me. How about this? Didn't the Eternals say that Fenghua is dead and can't be found? Then I will give you what I can find." As he spoke, he threw a piece of paper to Butterfly. The paper floated in front of Butterfly. "There are some names recorded on this paper and they are all from the Eternals. Some of them are not from our universe, go and find them," Lu Yin said. Butterfly was surprised. "How do you know?" Lu Yin was cold. "We know the Eternals as much as they know us humans. Other than Fenghua, there are no creatures from our universe," the one true God said. Lu Yin was disdainful. "You want us to believe you? How many times have I told you that I did not kill Tianfa? This Butterfly does not believe me. And Su Wang does not belong to our universe." Butterfly slowly flapped its wings. "Eternals, bring the creatures on this list, I will check them one by one." With that, the paper floated towards the one true God. The one true God spoke up. "There is no need to look. Like Fenghua, many of the names are already dead. This kid wants to use the dead to distract you. He will not admit that Fenghua died at his hands, and he will not admit to the deaths of these creatures either." Lu Yin smiled. "You won't even look at it. Butterfly, I have already shown my sincerity. If you do not resolve this matter, don't even think of getting a word from me." No one else could hear what Butterfly said to the one true God. After Butterfly left, the one true God spoke up again. "Lu Yin, the Heaven Sect's martial prowess has given many people confidence, but the protectors of the four cardinal points are enough to suppress you. Why are you so obsessed with the humans? There are too many restrictions in this universe. Don't you want to go out and take a look? In this universe, humans will never reach the immortal realm. Outside the universe, there are immortal civilizations that are beyond imagination. Creatures are born from the universe, so they have to adapt to the universe. The essence of living creatures is change and adaptation. Luin asked, "Then what were you before you changed and adapted?" The one true God did not answer. Sector 6 fell silent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3202. The Celestial Sect didn't have many powerhouses guarding the 6th Calamity Zone, but the Everlasting Race still hadn't managed to take it back. This situation made Luin realize that the 6th Calamity Zone wasn't important to the Everlasting Race. Perhaps it was the obsession of the only true God. He wanted to compare himself to the primogenitor. However, the ancestors' 6 continents all had chew dusts. The paths of cultivation were different. No matter how similar they were still different. In the 6th Calamity region, there was nothing similar to the origin dust. Perhaps the river of divine energy was similar to the origin dust. Unfortunately, the river of divine energy in the 6th Calamity region had been sucked dry. He walked towards the Black Mother Tree, searching for Chu Chen at its roots. The closer they were to the Black Mother Tree, the closer they were to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Ever since the Grand Empyrean entered the 6 paths of reincarnation, Luin hadn't spoken to her. Outside the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, Luin saw a Grand Heavenly Venerate with his back facing him. "Are you confident?" The Grand Empyrean didn't answer. Her bitter adversity was the one true God. Only by killing the one true God could she pass her bitter adversity. All her hopes were placed on the Xiaoyin divinity. Only the Xiaoyin divinity could make the 6 paths of reincarnation succeed. For this reason, no matter what happened, she couldn't touch the Xiaoyin divinity. She wanted the Xiaoyin divinity to gain the absolute trust of the Eternals. The higher she went, the more likely she was to complete the 6 paths of reincarnation. She succeeded. The 6 paths of reincarnation world was a battle between her and the one true God. The one true God's strength was being stripped away while she was also using her life to suppress the 6 paths of reincarnation world. As long as she could completely strip away the power of the one true God and kill the one true God, she would be able to survive the calamity and become the first person in the history of this universe, or rather, the first person known to mankind to step into the eternal life realm. However, Luin raised his head and looked at the one true God once more. The one true God's gaze was as calm as still water. Was he talking to me or the Grand Empyrean? In this universe, it was impossible for humans to step into the eternal life realm. If this was the case, then Grand Empyreans were doomed. Was it related to the blood-red figure? The blood-red figure that replaced Sky Law was so powerful that Hongyan Mavis and Star Toad couldn't even fight back. This was a despair that they had never experienced before. This despair made them think of the legendary immortal realm. Perhaps this universe already had eternal life realm experts, but they just didn't show themselves. Ever since his return from the Mirage Domain, this matter had always weighed down on Lu Yin's heart, restricting him at every step. In particular, when he faced the protectors of the 4 directions, he always felt like he was not facing primordial realm experts, but the legendary eternal realm experts. They were omnipotent existences. The Imperial Martial Order gave countless people confidence. However, the appearance of the protectors of the 4 directions had dealt a blow to Lu Yin's confidence. It was the same feeling he had when he saw the Eternals had 6 zones of calamity on the Black Mother Tree. He had been in despair then, but he had made it through. Now, that feeling of despair had reappeared. People are good at creating miracles, but miracles will not come again and again. What are you afraid of? The Grand Empyrean's voice traveled into Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin looked ahead and saw that the Grand Empyrean was facing the first zone of disaster with his back facing Lu Yin. "You've done well, kid. I didn't expect you to reach this stage. Since you've already reached this stage, what are you still afraid of?" Lu Yin did not reply. "I don't owe the Lu family anything." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "Say no more." This wasn't the first time he had heard such words. The Grand Empyrean had said it several times, and he had never owed the Lu family anything. "I have my own path and the Lu family has its own path. Humans have their own paths. My Lu family, everyone's greatest goal is to eradicate the Eternals, so I firmly believe that my path is the right one. I firmly believe that I can destroy the Eternals. Kid, if there comes a day when you have to sacrifice some people in order to continue on your path, will you do it or not?" Lu Yin looked at the Grand Emperor's back. There are thousands of paths. At worst, I'll just change to another one. There are many paths to walk, but you can't find one. You can only brace yourself and continue on. Your Lu family was exiled because of your own actions and you deserve it. You've already taken responsibility for this, so what are you still afraid of? From the moment the Lu clan returned, all of you were already reborn. You reap what you sow. Cause and effect will never disappear. Lu Yin couldn't understand what the Grand Emperor was saying. Crazy woman, are you really confident that you can destroy the Eternals? Crazy. It's just a matter of looking at things from a different perspective. Kid, there will come a day when someone will call you crazy. The Grand Emperor was clearly displeased. If she hadn't been trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, she would have slapped Lu Yin. This kid had forcefully used a curse word as a nickname. Lu Yin looked at the Grand Emperor's back. I firmly believe that there will come a day when the path is blocked. I will be able to open a new path. With that, he turned and left. He had come here to head to the roots of the Black Mother Tree, but when he approached the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, he discovered that the 6th calamity zone couldn't reach the roots of the Black Mother Tree. Thus he could only change to another zone. The 5th calamity zone was helmed by the Arrow God, who had 5 sequence law experts under him. They were called the 5 Elders. Among the 6 calamity zones, the 5th calamity zone had the most sequence law experts aside from the 1st calamity zone. However, only 3 of the 5 elders remained and 2 of them had died. In the sky, a figure walked out of the astral door and casually tore through the void, attracting a huge figure. It was the sovereign. And this figure was Yi Ro. Behind Yi Ro, the Forsaken Path walked out. In the 5th calamity zone, countless corpse kings roared and charged into the sky. They were slaughtered by the sovereign's sword, and their blood dyed the ground red. Magician, Xuanhuan and Jia looked at the sky in shock. Let's leave the 5th calamity zone. Even the Arrow God isn't here. We can't stop the Above Heaven sect. These are experts from the outer 8 paths. Lu Yin will definitely come. Without hesitation, the 3 immediately left the 5th calamity zone. In the 1st calamity zone, the Arrow God had learned that the 5th calamity zone had been attacked, but he hadn't left. Now, most of the Eternals experts had gathered in the 1st calamity zone to guard against the Above Heaven sect's attack. No one could predict Lu Yin's actions. Sometimes, a battle that seemed like it would end was just the beginning for him. The Eternals had suffered this loss more than once. Magician and the others had come to the 1st calamity zone, which was equivalent to giving up on the 5th calamity zone. The sole true God calmly watched the Sovereign and the others slaughter in the 5th calamity zone without saying a word. Lu Yin stepped into the 5th calamity zone and looked at the Black Mother Tree. From today onwards, the 5th calamity zone is also mine. Do you have any objections, Eternity? The sole true God said indifferently, if you want it, other than the 1st calamity zone, I can give you the other 5 calamity zones. Beside Lu Yin, the Sovereign Yi Luo and the Abandoned Path were leading the way. Unless the Eternals wanted to start a war with the Above Heaven sect, they wouldn't be able to stop them. The Above Heaven sect was worried about the Protectors and wouldn't fight the Eternals. The Eternals were also worried because the Protectors hadn't started a war with the Above Heaven sect. Under such circumstances, losing a few calamity zones wasn't a big deal to the Eternals. The sole true God couldn't understand what Lu Yin was trying to do. Was he really going to snatch the calamity zones? It was useless to him. If he scattered the Above Heaven sect's experts to guard the calamity zones, it would be extremely foolish. What was he trying to do? No one could understand Lu Yin's goal. Lu Yin didn't tell anyone. He walked to the Black Mother Tree in the 5th calamity zone. Here he saw the Arrow God's residence. It was an ice-cold palace. As he stepped into the palace, the light from the fire illuminated the interior, making it look especially eerie. There were murals on the walls that Lu Yin couldn't understand. They should belong to the Arrow God civilization. The entire palace was built with great care. The stairs, the position, the height, and the murals made it seem like the palace of a flourishing dynasty. Lu Yin had once been the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, and his civilization's heritage could be fully displayed in this palace. Lu Yin wasn't interested in the throne at the top of the palace. He walked towards the harem and finally came to a room. This room was the only place in the entire palace that had a different color. The entire palace was built in a dark gray color, but this room was pink. Lu Yin had never expected to see pink in the Eternals. At the same time, in the 1st calamity zone, the Arrow God suddenly stood up and was about to return to the 5th calamity zone. The ancestor looked over. What do you want to do? The Arrow God coldly replied, go back. You'll be courting death if you go back, the ancestor said. The arrow god didn't hesitate to take out his astral door and step out to return to the fifth calamity zone. Di Qiong frowned. If the arrow god was concerned about the fifth calamity zone, then why wouldn't he be concerned about the third calamity zone as well? Wu Tian was in the third calamity zone. Was he really going to give Wu Tian to the above heaven sect? Di Qiong wouldn't agree. Since that was the case, he might as well defeat the above heaven sect in the fifth calamity zone. Just as he was about to leave, the one true god's voice rang out. Don't act rashly. Di Qiong faced the Black Mother Tree and respectfully said, My lord, Wu Tian is still in the third calamity zone. Let him be. Di Qiong was stunned and couldn't help but look at the ancient god. Wu Tian had been unwilling to leave the third calamity zone several times, and there had to be a reason. Di Qiong didn't know why, but the ancient god definitely knew. Since the one true god didn't allow Di Qiong to move, it meant that he didn't care about Wu Tian. This meant that the one true god should know as well. Even though Di Qiong wanted to understand, he could only sit down in front of the one true god's orders. Aside from the arrow god, no one else headed to the fifth calamity zone. Within the palace in the fifth calamity zone, Lu Yin pushed open the door to a warm princess room. It didn't look like it was in the calamity zone at all. He stepped out, but suddenly, a cold killing intent appeared behind him. Lu Yin turned around and saw a cold glint from the arrow god. She actually dared to come here. With a clang, the arrow was cut in half. It came from the abandoned path who blocked Lu Yin's path. The arrow god Yi Luo walked out from the other direction. You came here alone. Do you want to die? Lu Yin looked at the arrow god, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. No one had ever said such words to the three masters and the six masters. It had always been the Eternals who threatened others, but now they were being ignored and threatened. The arrow god hadn't experienced such a feeling in a long time. Leave that place. The arrow god's face was beautiful. She was the only one who would rather be a ghost under the arrow than a stranger. Her beauty was stunning, especially in this gloomy palace. She was like a princess in eternal slumber. Her crimson hair danced in the wind with determination. Thank you. Desert dust is finished. Brother's reward, I'll give it to you, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3203. She had fought the arrow god several times, and each time her opponent had always been Dou Xing. Aside from the first time when she had used her arrows to suppress the battle and shock everyone. In every subsequent battle, Lu Yin had not paid much attention to her, as Dou Xing was more than enough to hold her back. This was the first real battle between him and the archer god. Kill. With that order, abandoned path disappeared. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. It was time to avenge the destruction of his civilization. Abandoned path appeared behind the arrow god and stabbed his broken blade towards her snow-white neck. Just as the blade was about to pierce her crimson hair, an arrow appeared in front of her. The arrow god gripped the arrow and deflected the broken blade, causing a soft sound to ring out. Abandoned path changed direction and stabbed from the other side. He was one step faster than his opponent, so he always had the advantage. However, he had fought the arrow god too many times and knew that it would not be easy for him to succeed. Fortunately, he was not alone this time. In another direction, Yi Ro crossed his arms and used his heaven and earth furnace. He had seen the arrow god's power before. During the battle in the second disaster realm, if not for Dou Xing, no one had been able to stop this woman. The arrow god did not even look back as she blocked abandoned path's attacks multiple times. She stepped on her bow and fired arrows with her left hand. Arrow after arrow shot towards Yi Ro, and even though the arrows were not very powerful, they still caused Yi Ro's scalp to go numb. He knew that he could not block these arrows, but they had locked onto him, so he could only brace himself and receive them. The third and fourth arrows were all useless until the fifth arrow pierced through Yi Ro's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Back in the first disaster realm, the arrow god had used her fifth arrow to pierce through Voidmaster's body and suppress the entire battlefield. Her arrows were very strange. Abandoned Path's expression turned ugly. His advantage of being one step faster had completely failed, and he had no choice but to retreat. It was the same thing that had happened the first time he had ambushed the arrow god. This woman's sequence laws had completely thrown his own sequence laws into chaos. Yes, it was chaos. This woman's sequence laws were chaos. Lu Yin used reverse step and parallel time. It was time to attack. After all, his opponent was one of the three masters and 6 voids, and she was very powerful. The arrow god's crimson hair danced in the wind as her sequence laws filled the void. Lu Yin stepped into her sequence laws, and his reverse step lost its effect. Instead he was met with her arrows. An infinite inner world appeared, and the lines of power collided with each other. The arrow shot into the limitless inner world and collided with the lines of power. The collision formed new lines of power, and as the arrow drew closer and closer to Lu Yin, the lines of power almost covered the entire void and completely blocked the arrow. In the end, the arrow fell to the ground right before his eyes. The archer god did not mind and shot out another arrow. The arrow still shot into the line of power, and the same thing happened again. The arrow god was shocked. What was going on? Behind him, the abandoned path's broken blade closed in, but the archer god's arrow slashed it open, forcing it to retreat step by step. The heaven and earth smelt was formed, and the pressure was released, wanting to refine the arrow god. The pupils of the arrow god changed again and again. Finally, he used the eyelash transformation. Gripping the arrow tightly, he leaped out and pierced towards the heaven and earth smelt. With a loud bang, the heaven and earth smelt split apart. However, it did not split apart completely as it managed to withstand the blow of the eyeless god of archery. Another arrow fell to the ground in front of Lu Yin's eyes, but he immediately absorbed the threads of energy and punched out. At that moment, divine power appeared on the arrow god's body, boiling with the power of the eyelash transformation. The arrow pierced through the furnace, but Lu Yin's punch arrived at the same time. The heaven and earth smelt could trap ruins, but it could not trap the arrow god. Ruins did not have a powerful physical body. If one wanted to break through the heaven and earth smelt, they would need a powerful physical body. The arrow god was a powerhouse who had cultivated the eyelash transformation, and she was strong enough to fight Do Sheng in close combat. Not all of the arrows Celestial Champion Star had shot into his body were long-range attacks. Bang! The arrow god was sent flying by Lu Yin's punch, and even she could not break free from the suppression of power. Her body smashed through the palace and flew towards the skies of Fifth Calamity Zone. The sovereign had long since been prepared. He raised his sword and slashed down, the tip of the sword pressing down on the arrow god and smashing her into the ground. The arrow god wanted to break free from the inertia, but the force was too strong. She could only raise her arms in front of her and allow the sword to slash at her. She spat out a mouthful of blood as her body smashed into the ground. The sovereign gripped the sword hilt with both hands and stabbed it into the ground, wanting to pierce through the arrow god. Beneath the ground, the arrow god suddenly opened her eyes. Surging divine power shot up into the sky and collided with the sovereign's sword. The sword pressed down, but it was unable to tear through the divine power. The arrow god took the opportunity to dodge, and her sword stabbed into the ground until the hilt disappeared. The abandoned path and Yi Xiaotian stepped onto the sovereign and charged towards the arrow god. Above them, land appeared and pressed down. Lu Yin teamed up with 3 experts from the outer 8 paths, which was enough to kill the arrow god. Do Sheng had fought the arrow god more than once, so he knew that the arrow god's arrows were known as entropy arrows. Every arrow that was shot out would cause a person to go from orderly to disorderly. In other words, any power that tried to block an entropy arrow would become disorderly and unable to take shape. This was the truth of the entropy arrow. Thus, any power that tried to block an entropy arrow was laughable. The only way was to forcefully resist it. Do Sheng, who had reached an extreme state, was the nemesis of the entropy arrow. However, there was more than one nemesis. Lu Yin's limitless inner world had once been unable to block the entropy arrow, but after his epiphany in the Mirage domain, he had used the limitless to encompass the limited, turning the limited into the infinite. In other words, his limitless inner world was now limitless, and the power lines collided without any pattern. His inner world was an irregular existence, and it was completely unaffected by the entropy arrow that turned everything into disorder. To put it simply, it was as simple as killing a master with random punches. It was that simple. After breaking through the entropy arrow, the arrow god's eyelash transformation and divine power did not have much of an advantage over the other 3 powers. Yiju and Dizun both had defenses that could withstand attacks from the 7 sky gods, and Lu Yin was even more so. His strength was enough to threaten the 7 sky gods. If the arrow god appeared here without the help of the Eternals, he would undoubtedly die. A giant sword swept out, its sharpness threatening the arrow god even in his eyelash transformation state. Yiju was extremely strong and possessed an inexplicable sequence law. Even the arrow god was wary of him. The Forsaken Path was one step faster, forcing the arrow god to continuously release sequence law to wear him down. Above him the land pressed down. No matter how one looked at it, the arrow god was in dire straits. The sole true god watched from atop the Black Mother Tree. If the Eternals moved, the Above Heaven sect would move as well. The Guardians had not yet started a war with the Above Heaven sect, so they had no advantage. However, it was impossible to kill the arrow god. Boom. There was a loud explosion as the fifth zone of disaster cracked open, just like the second zone of disaster. The arrow god's entire body was suppressed by the land, and he was also attacked by Yi Ju and the others. He was completely motionless. Lu Yin and the others stood on the land and looked down. The arrow god's aura had disappeared. The Forsaken Path closed his eyes. It was over. He had finally gotten his revenge for the destruction of his civilization. Lu Yin frowned. Had it been that easy? Although they could indeed kill an expert on the level of the 7 sky gods if they worked together, it still felt like it had been too easy. The arrow god had been suppressed and targeted from beginning to end. He had not been able to resist at all, and it was as if he had rushed over to be killed. Lu Yin had once fought against Fenghua in the Mirage Domain. Even though he knew Fenghua's strength like the back of his hand, he had still had to go through several bitter battles and epiphanies before finally killing Fenghua. The arrow god was one of the 3 pillars and 6 vastnesses, and his strength was definitely not below Fenghua's. Lu Yin had not even used his overturning palm or eternal darkness card, so how could he be killed just like that? He felt like it had been too easy, but the arrow god's aura had indeed disappeared. As he thought about this, the land disappeared and Lu Yin looked down. The arrow god's long crimson hair was disheveled, and he had collapsed on the ground. Fresh blood flowed everywhere, making him look like a painting of a beauty. He had not been crushed by the land and he actually looked very beautiful. The Forsaken Path walked over. "What are you doing?" Lu Yin asked. The Forsaken Path did not even turn around. "Cut off her head and bring it back as a sacrifice." Lu Yin did not stop him. The arrow god had destroyed the Forsaken Path civilization, which was an entire civilization. The Forsaken Path had been an expert of the laws of the sequence, but he had been willing to hide in that part of the universe and live an ignoble life for the sake of revenge. This blood feud was something that could not be described with words. Yao felt that it was a pity. In truth, he had wanted Yi Xiaoxiao to coexist with the arrow god. In the past, he had not wanted Yi Xiaoxiao to come into contact with the symbiosis technique, as he had only wanted to protect her smile. However, as the curtains to the great battle had been drawn out, he realized that he had been too naive. No one could avoid a war between 2 races and there was no escape. He wanted to give Yi Xiaoxiao the ability to protect herself. This woman was extremely strong, and he had rarely met a match after the symbiosis with the astral progenitor. The everlasting race was his greatest opponent, and Lu Yin's threat was below that of the everlasting race. Although the previous battle had seemed like an encirclement, it had actually been very dangerous for them. It was a pity that this woman was from the everlasting race and cultivated godly power, so she could not coexist with Xiaoxiao. The Forsaken Path walked over to the arrow god, grabbed his broken blade and squatted down. Just as he was about to attack, the arrow god suddenly opened her eyes. The Forsaken Path was stunned, and he subconsciously used the laws of the sequence to be faster than the arrow god. The arrow god's body shattered, and another figure walked out from her shattered body. Her godly power surged as she covered her snow-white body. She held an arrow in her hand and pierced through the void towards Lu Yin, who was not too far away. Although the arrow god was fast, Lu Yin was even faster. He immediately used the inverse step to parallel time, and everything around him stopped. However, as the arrow god's particles filled the void, the inverse step lost its effect. The arrow god gripped her arrow tightly and revealed her sharpness as she stabbed it towards Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin knew that it would not be that easy, but this was too strange. The arrow god's aura had not weakened at all, and she did not seem to have been injured at all. How could this be? Had they fought for so long for nothing? This should not have happened. The next moment, the arrow god disappeared and so did Lu Yin. They had both entered the perpetual darkness card. The moment the arrow god attacked the Forsaken Path, Lu Yin took out the perpetual darkness card and hid it in the void. He did not believe that the arrow god was unharmed, and he wanted to finish her off completely within the perpetual darkness card. As the two disappeared, the perpetual darkness card floated into the air. The Forsaken Path and Yi Ro looked at each other, hesitating whether or not they should enter. Inside the sovereign Mecca, Emperor Shang looked around. This battle was more dangerous than the Limitless Empire's countless years of battles. This was the core battle of the universe. If the Limitless Empire had discovered the everlasting race instead of the Fifth Mainland, they would have all become corpse kings by now. He shuddered at the thought of this. Thank you. Desert dust is finished. A reward from a brother. Thank you for your support. I'll add more chapters. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3204. On the Black Mother Tree, the one true god was still calm. Would the arrow god die so easily? No, it was not easy. Killing the others was easier than killing the arrow god. The arrow god was born in a space-time called Li. There was a very strange thing about this space-time, which was their talent. Not everyone in the space-time had talent, but talent would occasionally awaken in some people. This talent was called Li, the same name as the space-time. It was very simple. Anyone who awakened the talent could put on a skin bag after cultivating to a certain extent. This skin bag was equivalent to a body that was exactly the same as the original body but without consciousness. This body could not be released, so it could not be an external incarnation, nor could it be a clone. Its only use was to put it on the body of the original body, so that it could be used as a substitute. Anyone who awakened the talent was extremely difficult to kill, because you did not know how many layers of skin he put on. This kind of skin could not be seen by outsiders. When attacked, it was always the skin bag that suffered the fatal attack, not the body. Unless the skin bag was completely destroyed, it was the body's turn to die. At that time, the one true god accidentally learned of such a space-time and went there personally. He happened to meet the arrow god who had awakened the talent. In order to consolidate his power, the leader of the space-time took away anyone who had awakened the talent and killed all their parents and relatives. This made the person lose the memory of their relatives from a young age and only be loyal to the leader. Because the talent had to be awakened at a very young age, at that time the memory was not complete, there was no hidden danger in doing so. The leader of the space-time had ruled for countless years and had always relied on this method. However, the appearance of the one true god changed the situation. He secretly let the arrow god witness his relatives being killed, but he could clearly remember. After that, he did not stop the arrow god from being taken away by the leader of the space-time and cultivated. In the eyes of the leader, the arrow god was completely loyal to him, and he spared no effort to cultivate him. There were no less than 5 awakened ones with innate talents. In order to cultivate the strongest awakened, the helmsman let them kill each other. In the end, only the arrow god survived. Unsurprisingly, the arrow god turned against the helmsman and destroyed the helmsman clan. It was also at that time that the one true god appeared and took her to the Eternals. How could such a talented person be killed? Because even the one true god did not know how many layers of skin the arrow god put on himself. 3, 5, or 10. And even more. Lu Yin and the arrow god were locked in a fierce battle within the Eternal Darkness card. He used his infinite inner world to disintegrate the arrow of entropy and used the dark hall to incinerate the arrow god. Combined with the suppression of the land, the arrow god was constantly at a disadvantage. In particular, the dark hall was a trap that came with the ancient card, which was equivalent to the primordial realm. Moreover, the laws of sequence were ineffective in eternal darkness, so the arrow god was constantly suppressed by Lu Yin. In the end, her godly power was completely exhausted, and her snow-white skin was exposed in the dark space, which dazzled Lu Yin. This woman's beauty was filled with coldness and bloodlust. No man could resist this kind of wildness that needed to be conquered. However, she had no intention of wearing any clothes at all. She fought with Lu Yin naked, allowing him to see everything clearly. It was impossible for Lu Yin to not be distracted, so he had no choice but to pull away from the arrow god and use the wordless heaven book to increase his vitality. Together with the dark hall, he was able to kill the arrow god once more. Lu Yin watched as the arrow god lay dead in the void, his skin seeping with blood. He was like a sleeping beauty, lifeless, but Lu Yin did not let his guard down. He attacked again, but the next moment the arrow god's skin split open, and another figure walked out. This one was as beautiful as a painting with snow-white skin. It was another arrow god. Lu Yin's heart sank. This was an innate gift, and it was definitely an innate gift. How many times could this woman be reborn? With his current strength, it would not take him much effort to kill the witch spirit god, the undying god, and the corpse god. However, the arrow god's situation made him uncertain, and he felt that it would be difficult to kill him. The arrow god stared at Lu Yin coldly. "Have you seen enough?" Lu Yin was thinking about how to kill her, so he kept staring at the arrow god. However, the arrow god was not wearing any clothes. "Your innate gift is very unique." The arrow god's gaze was cold. "If you want to obtain the 5th calamity, I will not stop you. However, you are not allowed to enter that palace. Lu Yin probed, what kind of innate gift do you have? Also, please put on some clothes. The arrow god stared at Lu Yin. My innate gift is enough to guarantee that I can be reborn dozens of times. You cannot kill me. Lu Yin did not care. It's just dozens of times. Then I will kill you dozens of times. Arrows appeared on the arrow god's body and covered her body like clothes. I can leave this card world. Lu Yin said, but you cannot escape the fifth calamity. That palace belongs to the Imperial Palace of Inner Spacetime. I kept it because of hatred. Everything in that room was built for me by my parents. It's the only place in my memories where I can feel my parents' presence. That place is of no value to you. The archer god spoke slowly. Lu Yin was surprised. You're putting your love for your parents over your hatred for your enemies? The arrow god looked at Lu Yin. Let me tell you something. It is valuable to you, but I have a condition. Lu Yin shook his head. I will not let you go. Whether I die or not is up to me. My condition is that you do not enter that room. Lu Yin had already scanned the room, but there was nothing of value. It was just like a little girl's room. The room was worthless to him, but to the arrow god, it was spiritual sustenance. Tell me, do you agree to the condition? The arrow god asked. Lu Yin nodded. Yes. The arrow god spoke coldly. The ancestor was not alone. Lu Yin did not understand. What do you mean? The arrow god said, I've already said what I need to say. I will not betray the Eternals, but the ancestor was not one of them. However, I will not say too much. It is up to you to understand. With that, she used an arrow to tear through the void and escape from the card world, appearing in the land of calamity. The moment the arrow god appeared, Yiju and the Forsaken Path attacked at the same time. However, she did not have any intention of fighting back. With a wave of her hand, arrow gods tore through the void and spread out endlessly. Lu Yin walked out of the card world and punched out. The arrow god was surrounded by chaotic sequence particles, but the punch dispersed them. The next moment, the land reappeared and continued to suppress the arrow god. The arrow god allowed the land to press down on her and allowed the emperor's sword to slash at her. The Forsaken Path and Yiju acted as if they did not see the attacks and forcefully endured the attacks. In the end, they risked their lives and rushed into the spatial crack. If an expert at the level of the seven sky gods risked death to escape, it would be very difficult to kill her. The arrow god could be reborn, which was why she was not afraid of death. Such people were the most difficult to kill. She should be dead. The Forsaken Path looked at Lu Yin. In that instant, they had left the arrow god with a wound. Her injuries were enough to kill her. However, they should have killed her before, but she had come back to life. It was very strange. Lu Yin frowned. Did he have to kill her dozens of times before he could kill her? This arrow god was rather troublesome. In the future, he would have to rely on victorious Celestial to hold her back. Lu Yin turned to look at the palace, but his eyes flashed. He looked away and walked towards the Black Mother Tree. He continued to search for the path to the Mother Tree's roots. As for the palace, he did not go there again as it was meaningless. He could use that room to lure the arrow god out again, but it might also force her to take revenge. Killing humans was not worth it. Furthermore, Lu Yin considered himself to be a trustworthy person. The Forsaken Path was the Forsaken Path's most indignant. He had dreamed of killing the arrow god, but he had failed at such a good opportunity. The arrow god's rebirth had made him realize that if he relied on himself, there would be no hope. Only by following the Above Heaven sect could he kill the arrow god. The Forsaken Path's dissatisfaction from being forced to join the Above Heaven sect by Lu Yin had vanished. The cultivation world was like this. It was normal for his civilization to force others, and it was normal for him to be forced by Lu Yin. This was the cultivation world. Lu Yin stood outside the 6 paths of reincarnation, disappointed that the 5th calamity region could not lead to the roots of the Black Mother Tree. What are you doing here? The Grand Empyrean asked. Lu Yin replied, to see if there's a way to destroy the Black Mother Tree. The Grand Empyrean was shocked as he had not expected Lu Yin to have such a plan. Atop the Black Mother Tree, the sole true God heard this and finally understood why Lu Yin was so close to the Black Mother Tree. If the Eternals wanted to destroy the Mother Tree, would he want to destroy the Black Mother Tree as well? Lu Yin was curious. What exactly is this Black Mother Tree and the Mother Tree? The Grand Empyrean said, the Mother Tree has existed since ancient times. As for this Black Mother Tree, you will have to ask about the Eternals. Lu Yin could not ask and the sole true God could not answer. He only knew that the 6 calamity regions were different from the 6 continents of the primordial space. The 6 continents of the primordial space were the power of the progenitors, and they could even be considered weapons. The 6 calamity regions were formed by the Eternals against the above heaven sect in the primordial space. However, this black mother tree was not simple and it could not be grown so easily. The sapling would grow to the same height as the mother tree one day, so how did this black mother tree grow? Lu Ying watched for a while before leaving. Next was the 4th calamity region. He was still thinking about the arrow god's words. The ancestor was not alone. What did that mean? Not a human being and not a human being were 2 different meanings. Not alone meant that the ancestor was another species. Not alone, either she had an expert helping her, or Lu Ying suddenly remembered what he had seen on the day he was exiled from the Lu family. Xianxia was lying on a wooden bed, and figures walked out of her body, including Mr. Wei. That scene was still fresh in Lu Yin's mind. Could there be a connection? Not alone. Xianxia, Wei new ancestor? Lu Ying kept thinking as he stepped into the 4th calamity region. The 4th calamity region was the weakest of the 6. It used to have Silent Void, but after Lu Ying had appointed him, there were no experts left. No one had passed the first round of the Chosen of Divinity, and even Yi Ruo could challenge the entire 4th calamity region. This was Blacklist God's territory. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3205. Yi Ruo easily arrived at the 4th zone. Abandoned Path and Di Zun walked in front. With the 3 experts leading the way, all of the experts in the 4th zone had fled. Lu Ying scanned the area and saw that Wei Shu was nowhere to be seen. Only the distant Eternal Kingdoms still existed. There was no rush. Even if he dealt with the Eternal Kingdoms now, they would still reappear if he failed to defeat the Eternals in the future. He had to deal with the Eternals first before destroying the Eternal Kingdoms. That would be a huge undertaking. Many people were born in the Eternal Kingdoms and knew that they belonged to the Eternals. They had to be separated and educated before they could return to the human world. This was not much easier than defeating the Eternals. Lu Ying walked towards the Black Mother Tree and arrived at the Black Mountain Range that belonged to Blacklist God. However, he was disappointed to find that there was still no path to the Mother Tree's roots. It was not that the Eternals had sealed it off, but that the Mother Tree had grown on its own and could not allow anyone to pass through. Lu Ying had thought of attacking directly, but the Black Mother Tree was as tough as the Mother Tree. The Eternals would not be able to easily destroy it, and he did not have the time to do so. He could not let the Eternals see through his intentions, or else he would never be able to obtain Chu Chen's location. Next, the 3rd zone. When he arrived, Di Qiong looked over and saw that Wu Tian was still in the 3rd zone. He could leave immediately if he wanted to, but Di Qiong wanted to see if Wu Tian would leave or not. Lu Ying had already taken the 3rd zone. If Wu Tian did not leave, then there would be a huge problem. Lu Ying was more familiar with the 3rd zone. There was the Corpse King's tablet, the observation platform, and the tower that he had lived in when he was Nightshore. He passed by the tower that he had once lived in, but he did not look back as he walked towards the observation platform. Numerous Eternal Kingdoms surrounded the observation platform, and when Lu Ying entered, he was surrounded by people who looked at him with fear and apprehension. These people who had been born in the Eternal Kingdoms looked at Lu Ying with hostility, but he could not blame them. They had been born in the Eternal Kingdoms, and they looked at the Corpse King more warmly than they did him. Someone threw a rock at him, but it shattered before it could even get close. Lu Ying stopped and looked at the person. It was a young man who was curled up behind the window of a house. It was obvious that he was living a good life, and his gaze was filled with hatred and disgust. This was the same gaze. Lu Ying didn't say a word and continued walking towards the observation platform. Seeing that Lu Ying wasn't affected by the attack, many people around him picked up rocks and threw them at him. Of course, these rocks shattered before they could even get close to Lu Ying. Lu Ying suddenly stopped, raised his hand and pointed in a certain direction. He flicked his finger, causing a visible ripple to spread out and sweep across half of the Eternal Kingdom. A corner of the Eternal Kingdom was completely destroyed, leaving not even a blade of grass alive. This scene stunned everyone. Then they fled in fear, not even daring to show their faces. That corner was filled with corpse kings. The Eternal Kingdom was a place where zombie kings and humans coexisted. It was one thing for the humans to throw stones at him, as these people knew that they belonged to the everlasting tribe. However, there was actually a corpse king that was secretly attacking him. How could Lu Ying tolerate this? After wiping out the corpse king, Lu Ying walked up to the observation platform. Wu Tian was still tied up on the martial observation platform. When Lu Yin arrived, Wu Tian opened his eyes and met his gaze. Lu Yin walked slowly. Li, Senior, thank you. Back then, it was Wu Tian who had brought him to martial firmament, allowing him to comprehend Kanyang. That was how he had gained the qualifications to enter primeval battlefield and see the truth of primeval city. Wu Tian was pleased. How many years has it been since someone as outstanding as you appeared? Even in our era we couldn't compare to you. Kid, you're very good. You don't seem like a descendant of the fertile lands. Lu Yin looked at Wu Tian. Senior, we can leave now. Wu Tian shook his head. I'm sorry, but we can't leave. Lu Yin didn't understand. Why? He had put on a show to get Wu Tian to leave, but Wu Tian had refused. As for Hui Wu, Lu Yin had also pretended to attack the first zone of disaster to give Hui Wu a chance, but Hui Wu had also refused. These people had no intention of leaving the everlasting tribe alive. Lu Yin didn't know Hui Wu's goal, but he had indeed helped the humans greatly by staying behind. He was the one who had brought the Shaoyin divinity to the Black Mother Tree. Otherwise, the 6 paths of reincarnation might not have been able to set up this trap. The everlasting tribe wasn't stupid, and their goal was obvious. Even the Shaoyin divinity could tell that it was to force him to the Black Mother Tree. Hui Wu had also told Lu Yin where Chu Chen was. If Hui Wu was like this, then what about Wu Tian? What was his situation here? Wu Tian exhaled. Fate. Everything is fate. Lu Yin was confused. What is fate? Extreme evil. This is fate. As long as I'm here, this fate will not be drawn to the humans. He then looked at Lu Yin. Remember, don't be rash. The flames of humanity are endless. You can lose but you won't die. You can run but you can fight again. Little brat life. Think of a way to live. Lu Yin walked up to the observation platform and stood very close to Wu Tian. Senior, what's going on? Wu Tian sighed. If you tell me, fate will target you. Lu Yin opened his mouth but he didn't know what to say. There were some things that he didn't know because his cultivation was too low. A half-ancestor seemed to be able to fight against the 7 sky gods with all their methods, but were they really that strong? They couldn't compare to the 3 realms 6 paths, and of the 3 realms 6 paths, only the ancient gods and patriarch Lu Yuan were at the primordial realm. Above that was Ku'er, and above that was the eternal realm. The only true god had repeatedly said that it was impossible to reach the eternal realm in this universe. After Qinfa's death, that blood-colored figure's strength was still vivid in his mind. He was still too weak, pitifully weak. Lu Yin clenched his fists. He had to break through to Ancestor no matter what, and he didn't necessarily have to break through to the 4 inner worlds at the same time. Breaking through to Ancestor, the laws of the sequence, and the primordial realm. Only by reaching that level would he be able to understand everything. In the past, he had felt that his path was very difficult, and he had to think of ways to deal with the Day-Night clan. Now, however, the Lu family had returned, and the world had returned to its original state. His path was still very difficult and he couldn't see the end of it. Wu Tian's words were very pessimistic. Even if Lu Yin conquered the disaster zones, he still felt that he would be defeated and run. Was it because of this so-called fate? Senior, I don't believe in fate. I only believe in myself. How far do you think I can go before I can bear this fate? Lu Yin asked. Wu Tian looked deeply at Lu Yin. How is master? Lu Yin's body trembled, but he didn't say anything. He just walked towards the Black Mother Tree. Wu Tian didn't answer, but it was the best answer. Even a primogenitor couldn't bear this fate and had ended up like this. The guardians of the 4 directions. It had something to do with them. Lu Yin felt so stifled that he found it difficult to breathe. He clearly had the advantage against the Eternals, but now the guardians of the 4 directions had appeared. Had the primogenitor been injured by one of them? Lu Yin wanted to go to Immemorial City and ask the primogenitor and Mr. Mu. He wanted to know just how deep this universe was. Wu Tian watched Lu Yin's departing figure and was speechless for a long time. In the first zone, Di Qiong suddenly stood up with a gloomy expression. He hadn't left and Wu Tian hadn't left either. Bastard. He had been fooled. He had always felt that he was the one who had trapped Wu Tian, but now it seemed that he was the one who had been trapped. What was Wu Tian thinking? He suddenly looked at the ancient god and asked in a low voice, "Why isn't Wu Tian leaving?" The ancient god opened his eyes. I said that I don't know. There's something wrong with Wu Tian. I must kill him. Di Qiong's voice was filled with murderous intent, and he felt humiliated at being fooled. No one answered him. Kill Wu Tian? If he could, he would have done so long ago. Wu Tian was still unwilling to leave the 3rd zone. Not only had he traumatized Di Qiong, but he had also traumatized the Eternals. The third zone still couldn't lead to the roots of the Black Mother Tree. Lu Yin stood outside the 6 paths of reincarnation and watched for a while before turning to leave. He suddenly thought of something. The Mother Tree could be drained of astral liquid to increase the cultivator's cultivation speed. What was the theory behind this? Hongyan Mavis and the others had said that the Mother Tree was the earliest living thing in this universe. The primogenitor might not have existed for as long as the Mother Tree. If that was the case, why would the Mother Tree be drained of its astral liquid? The astral liquid was the primogenitor's power. If the Mother Tree could only grow because of the astral liquid, it would have grown after the primogenitor, but that didn't seem to be the case. Did this mean that the Mother Tree could grow with the changes in the universe? For example, in the primordial space, the primogenitor changed the world and filled the primordial space with astral liquid to educate all living things. The Mother Tree could use astral liquid as nutrients and eventually grow to the point where it had astral liquid in its body. If the Mother Tree could do this, then what about the Black Mother Tree? This Black Mother Tree was comparable to the Mother Tree. Did this mean that it had the power to change the current spacetime in its body? Did this mean that the Divine Force River wasn't just limited to the Black Mother Tree and the Land of Disaster? Did it also exist within the Black Mother Tree? If too much astral liquid was absorbed from the Mother Tree, it would be damaged. This meant that the Divine Force River should be the same. Lu Yin walked for a while before stopping to look back at the Black Mother Tree. If he absorbed all of the Divine Force Rivers in the Land of Disaster, what would happen to the Black Mother Tree? What would happen to the Eternals? Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. He wanted to try it and he was qualified to do so. However, how would he explain this to Hongyan Mavis, Wu Tian, and the countless people from the 6 Paths Society? If news of him cultivating divine force got out, it would be a huge blow to him and even the above heaven. Unless no one knew that he was the one who had absorbed the divine force. Yibo Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If he still had this identity, then would the Yibo identity have to come out? What about Muji? How would he explain this to the Eternals? Lu Yin walked towards the second Land of Disaster while deep in thought. So far Yibo hadn't been exposed. Muji didn't seem to have said anything, or else the news would have spread long ago. As for the Eternals, Yibo was already dead. After the Chosen of God's battle in Primeval City, Yibo hadn't appeared again. What would happen if he appeared again? How would he appear? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3206. Not long after Lu Yin arrived at the second zone. Ever since ruins had been killed, the second zone had been half abandoned. When Lu Yin arrived at the second zone, it was considered part of the above heaven sect's territory. Although ruins had died, there should still be Lanlan. However, the second zone was in decline. Aside from the Eternal Kingdom, there wasn't a single decent corpse king. Those that could be transferred away had all been transferred to the first zone. From the sixth zone to the second, Lu Yin had basically circled around the Black Mother Tree. Saying that he wanted to destroy it was a good excuse. He slowly arrived at the area closest to the Black Mother Tree, which was also the area where ruins had once been. Lu Yin's domain continued to expand as he looked down. Soon his eyes lit up. There was hope. The Mother Tree's roots were extremely lush, different from the Astral Tree where there was a mortal realm. However, there was no mortal realm in the Astral Tree, just a stretch of dark roots that stretched endlessly. The other zones couldn't see through the roots of the darkness, but there was a gap in the second zone. The second zone was the closest to the first, and it was probably because the first zone was directly connected to the Mother Tree's roots that there was a gap in the second zone. Just as Lu Yin was about to descend, he suddenly turned around and saw a figure in the distance distort the void and slowly walk out. Yi Ro and the abandoned person appeared and looked at the figure. It was a very young man with handsome features that leaned towards femininity. His gaze was deep and there was a hint of a smile on his lips as he walked towards Lu Yin step by step. This person's appearance made Lu Yin and the others wary, as this person gave them a sense of danger. Lu Yin stared at the newcomer, and his many years of battle intuition told him that this person was very dangerous. The youth walked towards Lu Yin step by step, completely ignoring Yi Ro and the abandoned person who were blocking his way. With a single step, the youth brushed past Yi Ro and the abandoned person. In front of him, a giant sword was stabbed into the ground from the Dizun Mecha. The Dizun Mecha was incomparably huge, and it towered over the second zone, blocking the youth's path. The youth looked up at the Dizun Mecha. Interesting, but I don't like being blocked. I'll give you a chance to stop. Emperor Shang stared at the young man from inside the Zun mecha armor. What an arrogant tone. If it was in the past he wouldn't have cared. But now, after experiencing so many battles between the Above Heaven sect and the Eternal race, he knew that some people looked insignificant but were extremely terrifying. There were more than 10 experts on both sides who could threaten him. This young man already made him uneasy, so he subconsciously blocked his path. Now, he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin waved his hand. Emperor Shang heaved a sigh of relief as he pulled out his sword. However, his gaze was still fixed on the young man. The youth smiled faintly at Lu Yin. Nice to meet you. I'm Tianxi. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he was rather surprised. Human. Tianxi's lips curled into a smile. Yes, human. Guardian of the Four Directions? Not bad. Lu Yin hadn't expected that there would be a human among the guardians. Lu Yin, Pathmaster Lu, right? Tianxi asked as he sized Lu Yin up. Lu Yin met his gaze. You are not from our universe. Tianxi nodded. Indeed. In this universe, the most ancient existence was the primogenitor. The primogenitor had taught the 3 realms and 6 paths, but he hadn't broken through to the primordial realm yet. The ancient god and ancestor Lu Yuan had only broken through recently. Since Tianxi was a guardian of the 4 directions, he must be a primordial realm existence. If he was from this universe, ancestor Lu Yuan and the others would have recognized him. A human and a primordial realm expert. There was only one explanation. He didn't belong to this universe. Lu Yin laughed. How interesting. The guardian of the 4 directions is determined to expel creatures that don't belong to this universe, but you don't belong to our universe. Then may I ask who will expel you? Tianxi didn't care. Because I've existed for so long, I can be considered a person of this universe. What about the Lost Clan? Lu Yin asked. The Lost Clan has existed for a long time. You can ask around. The history of the Lost Clan is written by them. What about them? Tianxi said, Pathmaster Lu, there's something you don't understand. He looked at Lu Yin and said slowly, the guardians of the 4 directions have their own rules. The rules are like a circle. If you step in, you follow the rules. If you don't follow the rules. I'm in the circle. Except for the guardians of the 4 directions, all creatures in this universe are outside the circle. Lu Yin laughed. I see. I understand now. Your words are much better than Tianxi's hypocritical nonsense. Tianxi smiled. Even if we are in the circle, we still have to follow the rules. Tell me, how did Tianfa die? Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. There's something you don't seem to understand. He looked at Tianxi. I also have a circle. Those who follow me are in the circle. Those who defy me are outside the circle. Tianxi didn't say anything. He just looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at him without fear. So what if he was in the primordial realm? He had killed Tianfa. But since the guardians of the 4 directions had made the rules, he couldn't break them easily. Although Tianxi sounded domineering, if he really started a war with the Above Heaven sect for no reason, there would be karma that he couldn't bear. Otherwise, since Tianxi wanted to kill Kuzu, he would have killed the Above Heaven sect long ago. Tianfa wouldn't have been fooled for so long and still chased after Great Elder Xiangu. Invisible restraints didn't mean there were no restraints. Pathmaster Lu, you're interesting, very interesting, Tianxi said slowly. Lu Yin looked at Tianxi. I think you're interesting too. Can you answer me a question? Tianxi said, go ahead. Lu Yin stared at him. Who drew this circle for you? Tianxi's eyes turned cold. There is no absolute limit in the universe. When a situation reaches the limit, there must be rules to limit the limit. Otherwise it will be self-destruction. You mean that the circle was drawn by the guardians of the 4 directions? Tianxi didn't answer. Pathmaster Lu, I also want to ask you a question. Go ahead, Lu Yin said. Tianxi's eyes were calm. Do you cherish everything you have now? Lu Yin looked at Tianxi for a while. Of course. If you cherish it, don't give it up easily, Tianxi said. Lu Yin asked, what about you? Do you cherish the position of guardian of the 4 directions? Or should I say, do you cherish your life? Tianxi smiled. Of course I cherish it, but I'm also very curious. Is there anyone who dares to take my life? Maybe. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? Lu Yin said indifferently. Tianxi shook his head. Since there might be, I'll let it happen earlier. I don't like to wait. Pathmaster Lu, I'll ask you one last time. How did Tianfa die? Lu Yin looked at him indifferently. I also have a question. Did you come to our universe on your own, or did you come with a different standpoint? Qianxi's eyes widened, and the coldness in his eyes was bone-chilling. Lu Yin had this question ever since he found out that Qianxi didn't belong to this universe. He had thought of a possibility. Qianxi didn't belong to the humans of this universe. Then, he represented the humans of his own universe. Compared to this universe, what would their standpoint be? Friendly relations? Mutual interaction? Or invasion of the universe? If it was the latter, then the guardians of the four directions had besieged the progenitor and helped the Eternals destroy the sect in the heavens. Everything could be explained. The people of their universe wanted to enter this universe, and the sect in the heavens was extremely glorious. Only by destroying the sect in the heavens could they pave the way for themselves. This was the first thing that came to Lu Yin's mind. After all, he had experienced the unification of the inner-verse and outer-verse, the fifth mainland, and the entire process of the Six Directions Society. He was all too aware of the conflict between foreign and native lifeforms. If not for this situation, he couldn't find a reason for the guardians of the four directions to attack the progenitor. There were too many foreign lifeforms in this universe, and the guardians of the four directions didn't have the ability to completely eradicate them. Their so-called title of Guardian of the Four Directions sounded more like a fake title to deal with the humans. Yes, it was a fake. Of course, these were all the worst guesses. Perhaps the truth was as they had said, and they really did have a duty to prevent foreign lifeforms from entering. They had also attacked the progenitor because they felt that the humans were unstable. Regardless of the situation, the humans and the guardians of the four directions were on opposite sides, just like the humans and the Eternals. It was only a matter of time before war broke out. Qianxi's handsome face looked even more feminine, and his voice was much colder. It seems like Tao Lord Lu doesn't intend to answer my question. In that case, we'll forget about the matter of Tianfa's death. We'll slowly investigate it. Now, it's time for me to fulfill my duties as guardian of the four directions. He waved his hand and the void behind him tore open to reveal a region. It looked like a city, but at this moment, it was filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Blood dyed the streets red and corpses were strewn all over the ground. At the very top was a woman who had long since died and was suspended in the air by an invisible force. Lu Yin looked over and his eyes narrowed. An indescribable killing intent surged out of him, and he almost attacked Qianxi. This city belonged to the Lost Clan. The Lost Clan had been hidden away by the Above Heaven sect and scattered to various spacetimes. Afraid that Xianxia expression was ugly inside the Prime Emperor Lu Yin had expected that the guardians of the four directions would find a few hiding spots for the Lost Clan, he tried his best to provide the people of the Empire with the most stable lives. Everyone in the city had been killed, and blood flowed like a river. Thank you. The woman who was suspended in the air was Danfang. Brother, I'll give you the abandoned ones looked gloomy. They had cultivated to this level and had killed too many lifeforms, but they had rarely seen such a scene. There were many ordinary people in the city, and not everyone in the Lost Clan was a cultivator. Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3207. Qianxi's lips curled up as he looked at Lu Yin. Look, these people from other universes think they can hide. Isn't that laughable? We're the protectors of the four cardinal regions and we know this universe too well. Where? Is this how you expel them? Lu Yin's killing intent vanished, and he was abnormally calm. Qianxi grinned at him. That might not have been the case. After all, there are so many people in the lost race and we don't really want to kill them all. However, Qianfa is dead and we need an explanation. He died because of the lost race, so we'll kill them all and bury them with him. Humans, you always think you're smart, but you're actually very stupid. Even though I'm also human, I know your weaknesses too well. Killing Qianfa was your greatest mistake, and that's only the first. You'll see a second, third, and fourth hiding place being massacred. Tao Lord Lu, what do you plan on doing? This was coercion. Qianxi was forcing Lu Yin to attack him so that the protectors of the four cardinal regions would have a legitimate reason to destroy the sect above heaven. Lu Yin did not say anything. He just stared at Qianxi. He would definitely kill this guy, but how? Once he did, Tianan and Tianfeng would definitely appear. It would be difficult for the sect above heaven to face 3 primordial realm experts at the same time, and it would be even more difficult to deal with the Eternals. Once they attacked, the outcome would be unpredictable. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, Lu Yin basically had a 70% chance of winning every battle he initiated. He rarely risked a war between different races, but now he was truly forced into a corner. Qianxi sneered and waved his hand, tearing the void apart once again. Lu Yin's expression changed, as he saw yet another city filled with bustling lost tribesmen walking about. Many lost tribesmen also saw Lu Yin, Qianxi, and the second season of Disaster. This is the second one. Qianxi's voice rang out. In the distance, on the Black Mother Tree, the sole true God closed his eyes. Human's greatest weakness was being emotional. If it were him, he would give up on the lost race, protect the sect above heaven, and slowly plan. With so many human experts, there would be plenty of time to deal with the crisis. In particular, once Luin broke through to progenitor and reached an even higher realm, who would be his opponent in this universe? However, he knew that Luin could not wait. These were humans, emotional humans. They were so emotional that they were dragged down by their emotions, unable to make the right choice. Tianxi was also a human. He understood humans too well. He was giving Luin time to struggle, but the more Luin struggled, the more painful it would be. If Luin gave up on the Lost Clan, then Luin would lose the hearts of the Six Paths Society. What Tao Master of the Above Heavens sect? What leader of the Six Paths Society? 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 His universe had paid a huge price in exchange for the qualifications to enter this universe. How could he allow the Above Heaven sect to rise again? They were the true masters of this universe. In the distance, someone entered the Lost Clan city and saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. When he saw Dan Fengyi's corpse hanging high in the sky, he let out a mournful cry, "Little Feng." The person who came was Su Wuji. He was one of the few people who knew where Dan Fengyi was. He had come to meet Dan Fengyi several times and had already obtained the Lost Clan's permission to let the two of them be together. Who would have thought that the last time they met, they would be separated forever? Su Wuji rushed towards Dan Fengyi. Tianxi frowned. "You're just an ant. My masterpiece is not something you can destroy." He then waved his hand and a gale blew Su Wuji away. Su Wuji was pressed to the ground by the gale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He glared at Tianxi. "It's you bastard." He released his void god power and attacked Tianxi. Tianxi's gaze was cold. "You're courting death." Suddenly he turned around and saw a card approaching him from behind. Tianxi did not move and he allowed the card to suck him in. That card belonged to Dan Zheng. Su Wuji leaped into the card. Lu Yin's heart sank. Not good. He did not have much time to think. The card cracked open, and Tianxi grabbed Dan Zheng and Su Wuji's heads in each hand. He walked out of the void and looked at Lu Yin. "Pathmaster Lu, one of them belongs to the Lost Clan and deserves to be killed. The other belongs to your Six Paths Society and he dared to attack me. Do you think I should kill him or not?" Dan Zheng and Su Wuji were both progenitors, especially Dan Zheng, who was a master of the sequence laws. Even so, he had been easily defeated by Tianxi in an instant. Tianxi's strength far exceeded theirs, and they had not even had the chance to retaliate. Dan Zheng's card cracked, and Su Wuji's head cracked open. Fresh blood flowed from his forehead, and he looked extremely miserable. His consciousness was hazy. Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng. Tianxi's gaze was arrogant, and he gave Lu Yin a choice. The dignified path master of the Above Heaven sect was at his mercy. This person was already the symbol of humanity in this universe, and if this flag was broken, the humans in this universe would face a second blow. The Above Heaven sect had been destroyed once, twice, and would not have a third chance to rise again. "Put them down." Lu Yin's tone was low. He rarely wanted to kill someone so badly. Night King Jianghu, Reverend Shaoyin, and Wang Fan had all done the same, and now Tianxi was the same. Tianxi sneered. "Answer me. How did Tianfa die?" Lu Yin clenched his fists. In the first zone of calamity, Di Qiong, the arrow god, and the others all saw this scene. The second zone of calamity was adjacent to the first zone of calamity, so as long as there was no obstruction from divine power, they would be able to see it. Even the 3 High Lords and 6 Vast were not aware of the existence of the protectors of the 4 directions. Were they all at the primordial realm? The ancient god watched calmly. When the protectors of the 4 directions appeared, the third divine commandment would begin. Wang Xiaoyu lowered her gaze and looked at the divine power lake. Beneath the divine power lake, Huiwu looked up and seemed to meet Wang Xiaoyu's gaze. Within the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Grand Empyrean frowned. In the second zone of calamity, Lu Yin slowly released his hand. "Do you understand me?" Tianxi praised. "Of course I do. I have to say that you are indeed an unprecedented talent in this universe." Lu Yin looked at Tianxi and said slowly, "I'm talking about my personality." Tianxi raised an eyebrow, but he did not speak. Lu Yin was indifferent. "None of the people I want to kill have ever survived. Not a single one." "Are you threatening me?" Tianxi mocked. He was a primordial realm cultivator, a protector of the 4 directions. Before Lu Yin could speak, a light shone in the zone of calamity, and the butterfly Tian'an appeared. Tianxi, what are you doing? Tianxi's expression was normal. Fulfilling my duty. Stop. Our duty is to expel creatures that do not belong to this universe, not to start a war with humans, the butterfly Tian'an said gently. Tianxi was disdainful. Start a war? What right do they have? Just because of Lu Yuan? Tianxi. Tian'an, do you think humans can still be saved? Tianxi asked before Tian'an could finish his words. The butterfly flapped its wings. What do you mean? Tianxi said indifferently, human nature is hard to change. The former absolute beginning was arrogant and enslaved. He enslaved the giant starry sky beast and looked down on us. He got what he deserved. Originally we should have reshaped that era, but we could not bear to do so, so we did not interfere. That gave the origin space a chance to breathe. But now look at what has become of the above heaven sect. They took in creatures from other universes, disrespected us, made fun of Tianfa, and even caused Tianfa's death. These were all done by humans. Their character is bad. They are not obedient and arrogant. If this continues, this universe will be destroyed in their hands. I don't want to see another absolute beginning. You are too kind, but you don't know that humans will only take advantage of your kindness. Ask this Taoist Master Lu, does he care about you? Has he ever understood your kindness? That's right. Not far away an oval stone appeared. It was the last of the guardians of the four directions. Its name was Tianfeng, and it sealed on behalf of heaven. Tianfeng agreed with Tianxi. Human nature is bad. I have always wanted to seal the humans in this universe so that they can never get out of the cage. It is a punishment, but I have never had the chance. Tianxi, now is the time. Tian'an was helpless. Will it be too cruel? Tianxi was dissatisfied. If you think it is cruel, you cannot do it. Look at the humans in this universe. How many wars have they started? Eternity, what do you think? In the distance, on the Black Mother Tree, the only true God said, humans cannot be tamed. Tianfeng sneered. Yes, they cannot be tamed. Tianxi looked at the butterfly Tian'an. Guardians of the four directions, the two of us can do it. You can continue to perform your duty and stay where you are. Noisy. A low voice resounded through the sky. Tianxi and the others looked in one direction. It was the lowest part of the 6 paths of reincarnation, where the Grand Heavenly Venerate was. The Grand Heavenly Venerate slowly turned around and looked at the second zone of disaster. He looked at Lu Yin. Kid from the Lu family, what are you waiting for? The more you have, the more you are afraid of losing? Or are you already afraid? You let these pieces of trash clamor. They're just a bunch of animals. Tianxi stared at the Grand Heavenly Venerate. Taihong, your character is worse. Your words are disrespectful. You will not have a good ending. Tianfeng threatened coldly. I wanted to seal her back then. If not for Genesis' disciple, she would not have survived until now. But it does not matter. Genesis' disciple died in her place. It is also a punishment. Tian'an was helpless. Although humans are uncivilized and have bad personalities, they are still a race. Let's try to preserve their spark. It seemed that regardless of whether Lu Yin saved the lost tribe or not, the guardians of the four directions would act. Tianxi could not wait any longer. Even if Lu Yin gave up on the lost tribe, he would act against the above heaven sect and completely eliminate the human inheritance in this universe. Lu Yin looked up and sighed. Crazy woman, when did it become your turn to teach me how to do things? The Grand Heavenly Venerate snorted. Although these animals are noisy, some of their words are not without reason. Are humans bad personalities? Lu Yin lowered his head and grinned. Yes, very bad. If you have the ability, come and deal with it. If the heavens do not destroy me, I will destroy the heavens. Everyone in the above heaven sect, listen up. As the Tao Lord, I give the order to kill the guardians of the four directions. I, Lu Yin, will bear all the karma. Let us, a vile race, use our sharp fangs to tear apart all enemies. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu. Brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you so much. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3208. As soon as Lu Yin finished speaking, the golden light descended. The general appointment platform appeared from the ground and crashed into Tianxi. Tianxi instinctively crushed Dan Zheng and Su Wuji's heads, but at that moment, Lu Yin appeared using the reverse step. A small boat made of flowing light shuttled back and forth. Tianxi was knocked back by the general appointment platform, while Dan Zheng and Su Wuji recovered. Although they were not dead, they had fainted. Lu Yuan appeared on the golden light. I'm evil. What's wrong? It's just a few animals. Hongyan Mavis, Lord Victor, Lu Tianyi, and the rest walked out one by one. At the same time, the one true God ordered, Eternals, help the guardians of the four directions. Kill. The ancient god was the first to walk out and punch at Lu Yuan. He had targeted Lu Yuan, and so did Lu Yuan. Da Chang, let's fight to the death. Fertile earth, you're no match for me. Bah, shameless. An arrow shot out from the arrow god, and celestial champion Star smashed down with his staff. The two of them were now facing off against each other, and only celestial champion Star could hold back the arrow god. Otherwise, the arrow god's battle prowess would suppress the entire battlefield. The god of forgotten ruins smiled and threw the meditative ruins at Lu Yin. Little Lu Yin, let me play with you. Lu Yin stood where he was. Boundless void god power whizzed over. You're the god of forgotten ruins, right? I'm your opponent. The god of forgotten ruins was unhappy. I don't like old men. The battle between the above heaven sect and the Eternals broke out immediately. It was the second disaster zone. Here one of the Eternals had died. Now many more would die. Tianxi stared at Lu Yin. Do you know? Even if you don't save the lost tribe, you can't save the humans. Your master is Old Man Mu. He's also from the outer universe. Lu Yin looked at Tianxi. You'll die a horrible death. I promise. I'll let you die first. Tianxi wanted to attack Lu Yin. As a primordial realm expert, it was not difficult to kill a half-ancestor. He did not know how Tianfa died, but Lu Yin did not kill him alone. At that moment, the thunder exploded. The Thunder Lord arrived and slashed at Tianxi. Tianan's voice sounded. Thunder Lord, I invited you to join the Guardians of the Four Directions. Why are you attacking us? Tianxi was blocked by Thunder Master Jianghu. Jianghu was covered in thunder and lightning, and his whole body was covered in a dark purple substance. I don't want to be an animal. Tianxi's gaze turned cold. You're courting death. Up in the sky, Hongyan Mavis green grass was constantly canceling out the radiance of the butterfly's grace. She could sense that there was definitely something wrong with the butterfly's radiance. Tianfeng charged towards Lu Yin, intending to seal him. Along the way, blade and sword radiance swept past, coming from Mu Chen and Kong Tianzhao. The two of them joined hands to fight against Tianfeng. Primordial realm experts could not get close to them, which was equivalent to crippling close to half of Mu Chen and Kong Tianzhao's battle prowess. The patterns on the surface of the Tianfeng flickered, directly immobilizing the two of them. Above his head, a huge sword pressed down. It was from a venerable sovereign. However, Di Zun was also unable to move in an instant. Suppressing the heavens is not someone you can deal with. Wait until I seal this brat, then I'll deal with you. Tianfeng charged towards Lu Yin. Di Qiong and Di Xia attacked Lu Yin from another direction. Lu Yin was the center of the battlefield. In the third calamity region, Wu Tian raised his head in surprise. They are actually fighting with the Four Directions Guardian envoys? Fate has already set its sights on him. So forget it. Yi Rou and the Forsaken Path faced Di Qiong and Di Xia at the same time. Around Di Qiong, Wu Tian's scripture flashed. Yi Rou could only attack once and he was immobilized the second time. Di Qiong swept past him and looked at Lu Yin with a fierce gaze. Brat, die. Beside Lu Yin, the void distorted and Wu Tian walked out. Di Qiong, you've learned a lot from me. Today return it all to me. Di Qiong was shocked and in disbelief. Wu Tian? You. Lu Yin was also surprised. Wu Tian had actually walked out of the third calamity region. The most shocking thing was his cultivation. He clearly looked like he was dying, so how could this happen? Di Qiong was blocked by Wu Tian, but Tianfeng was still unstoppable. It was a different kind of power. No matter who attacked, they would be sealed for an instant. There was no way to stop it. Above heaven sect's Tao Lord? Back then I sealed Tai Chu's bloodline, causing him to lose his hands. Brat, today I'll seal your entire body, Tianfeng threatened. Lu Yin's face fell, so this guy was the one who had caused the progenitor to lose his hands. Lu Yin couldn't tell what Tianfeng was, but he knew that he wasn't Tianfeng's match. Thus, he didn't hesitate to rush towards the Black Mother Tree. Now that a huge battle had begun, and it was initiated by the Guardians, the humans were at a disadvantage against the Guardians and the Eternals. Even if Wu Tian attacked, no one could stop Tianfeng. Hongyan Mavis was also having a hard time blocking Tianfeng. He was about to break through to the progenitor realm. Of the four inner worlds, The one that needed to break through the progenitor realm the most was the infinite inner world. However, there were 3 grains of primordial dust at the roots of the Black Mother Tree, which allowed Lu Yin to see the path to the mortal realm's transformation. Perhaps this path was more suitable now, but he had to obtain the 3 grains of primordial dust first. Don't run. Tianfeng chased after him. Lu Yin used reverse step to parallel time, but this battlefield was filled with the laws of the sequence. His reverse step was ineffective, and his body flickered and disappeared from time to time. The runes on Tianfeng's body flickered as more and more stray particles were released. It was like an inescapable net that covered the land, trying to capture Lu Yin completely. Suddenly Tianfeng stopped and trembled. Lu Yin turned back. What was going on? You're not dead yet? Impossible. I sealed you for so long and even tore apart your bones. There's no way you're still alive. Tianfeng shouted in disbelief. A crisp voice came from the runes on Tianfeng's body. Do you think it's that easy to kill me? I've been waiting for this moment for too long. In the sky, Hongyan Mavis, who was fighting against the butterfly Tianan, stared blankly at Tianfeng. Floey? In the distance, the ancient god and Lu Yuan both looked over, and their expressions changed. Lu Yin was stunned. Floey? Floey? That was the master of the 6th mainland Jianghu, a name given by the progenitor. Jianghu was actually here? No one had expected that one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms, Jianghu, had been sealed within Tianfeng's body all this time. No one knew where Jianghu had gone, and there had been many guesses. Some guessed that Jianghu had died, while others guessed that he had betrayed humanity. Some even guessed that Jianghu was by Wuxian and so on. Otherwise, why would the 6th and 5th mainlands become mortal enemies? However, none of the guesses came true. It was easy to understand why the Jialan clan had disappeared. Sky Jialan was a Dao child from the above heaven era, and he represented the Jialan clan's legacy from his generation. As long as Sky Jianghu disappeared, the Jialan clan was essentially extinct. After all, the Jialan clan was a single lineage. However, Jianghu's disappearance was incomprehensible. Even Lu Yuan did not know how Jianghu had disappeared. Only now did they know that Tianfeng had sealed Jianghu in his body all this time. Tianan had killed the desolate ancestor, Tianfeng had sealed Jianghu, and the 4 protectors had worked together to deal with the progenitor. Tianfeng constantly shook. So what if you're not dead? You're still going to die today. With just you? You're just 4 pieces of trash who don't dare to undergo the bitter adversity. Even if I'm not even at the primordial realm, I won't die to the hands of you 4 pieces of trash, Jianghu said. His voice was filled with exhaustion, but it was also filled with disdain. Wawa, are you fine? Hongyan Mavis called out. Jianghu's voice rang out from the pattern on Tianfeng's body. Kaihong, take care of yourself. Your opponent is Tianan. That butterfly is the most sinister, so don't fall for her tricks. Be careful of her wings. Basically, no one below the primordial realm can break free from the dreamlike illusions. And that one over there, Tianxi. He's the most powerful protector of the 4 protectors. He has a turbid treasure. Jianghu seemed to understand the protectors particularly well. He constantly mentioned Tianxi, Tianan, and Tianfeng's abilities, which made the protectors' faces become extremely ugly. The Lightning Lord laughed aloud. With the support of Jianghu's information, they were confident they could stop a primordial realm expert even if they were at a higher level of cultivation. Atop the Black Mother Tree, the sole true god looked at Tianfeng. Jianghu? That woman who loved to dress up and would go crazy even if a single strand of her hair was messed up was actually still alive. She had already been skinned alive, undergoing the most unbearable punishment of disfigurement, yet she was still alive. Taichu, you've really taught a group of good disciples. If he had not controlled Guizhi, he would not have betrayed the humans either. However, no matter how the humans struggled, the outcome had already been decided. There were some things that could not be changed. The human struggles were just larger splashes that would eventually fall back into the river of time, flowing peacefully. Lu Yin glanced at Tianfeng deeply before turning around and continuing towards the Black Mother Tree. Within the heavens, Elder Chan, Master His presence in the current war did not make a difference. Engaged in battle. He could not change the outcome of the war by himself, so he had to make himself slightly panicked. The hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws in a vicious manner, but there was also some panic in the depths of its eyes. At the same time, the scale of this war was outside the above the heavens as the hellworm panicked even more when the star devourer appeared. The war was not limited to the second zone of calamity. but also the second zone of calamity, the astral tree, the thunder locust appeared and stared at the lightning lord. The Eternals had sent all their corpse kings over, was helpless, including the remaining ancient thunder locust would always come looking for trouble at crucial powerhouses that had betrayed the humans. However, the humans had gained another powerhouse, the desolate ancestor. The desolate ancestor had been recovering in a parallel space where the flow of time was different. Although he had not fully recovered, he could still use the reverse effect without any problems. The desolate ancestor arrived at the battlefield and charged at the ancient thunder locust alone. The ancient thunder locust's lightning struck the desolate ancestor, and the desolate ancestor's body withered as he endured the lightning's might. He looked into the distance and said, "Butterfly, it's time to settle our debt." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3209. Qin and Butterfly looked at Ku Zu in shock. He was not dead yet? Below, Heavenly Lord Victor smashed the arrow god back with his staff and laughed wildly. "Kujia, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. We should have fought side by side a long time ago." Ancestor Ku laughed in a low voice. His voice was hoarse but he sounded heroic. "Yes, we should have fought together. Let's see who can kill us on the battlefield." Heavenly Lord Victor grew excited. "Ha, let's see who can kill us." The ground of Zone E continued to shatter, and the neighboring third and first zones were connected to the second zones under the influence of some kind of power. The river of divine power flowed out of the Black Mother Tree like a flood dragon, transforming into a blood-red screen of light that shrouded the entire dimension. As the Eternals continued to cultivate their divine powers, coupled with the suppression of time and space itself, the humans were still at a disadvantage despite having many masters and being able to resist. However, even if he was at a disadvantage, he would not be defeated. Ancestral worlds collided one after another. Countless sequence particles filled the void as battle techniques competed for brilliance. This was an unprecedented war. Throughout the ages, only the war that destroyed the Above Heaven sect could compare to the current archaic city battlefield. Tianxi's face darkened. He had not expected that even after joining the Guardians of the Four Directions, they would not be able to gain an advantage over the current humans. In particular, Jialangilua had actually revealed all of their powers. If it were not for that, the Lightning Lord who had not reached the primordial realm would not have been his opponent. He had turbid treasures, but so did he. What a pity. I should have made my move earlier. If Tian Fa didn't die, it would be enough to determine the outcome of this battle. Right now they could only fight fiercely. However, as time went on, victory would inevitably belong to them. This was something that could not be changed. Back in the land of disaster, the abandoned path stepped out and appeared behind Jade. His opponent was Jade and he was one step faster than the others. He could easily kill this eternal woman. The broken blade slashed across. In the abandoned path's opinion, this slash was enough to kill Jade. But before his eyes, Jadeite had actually shifted. That was impossible. There was no way that his blade could have struck the wrong spot. That was the order of the sequence. Jadeite's sequence law was reality, which amplified one's senses and caused the enemy's attacks to deviate. Both Jade and Abandoned Person were sequence law adepts. Abandoned Person had fought with the Archer God several times and had not died. Jade was also an expert that Di Qiong thought was qualified to participate in the Battle of Chosen Gods. Their strength was on par. The sequence rules that allowed him to be one step ahead of others had failed. This caused the Abandoned Person's heart to sink. In front of him, Jade's pupils changed and became pupilless. She grabbed at the Abandoned Person, but at the critical moment, the Abandoned Person was one step ahead of others. He pushed her away and looked at Jade in surprise. Jade didn't stop there. After the Abandoned Path dodged, she stabbed out with her sword in a certain direction. The wood deity was standing there looking a bit confused. Wood God's opponent was Lan Lan. Lan Lan had the talent of virtual reality. She could turn anyone into a virtual character and set the rules of the game. It was because of this talent that Lan Lan had created a nightmare on the 9-star civilization's battlefield. If the 9-star civilization had not discovered Lan Lan's talent, perhaps they would have ceased to exist. And now Lan Lan had used this talent to restrain Wood God. The Wood God was the lord of the wood spacetime, so he had the strength to fight against ancient gods who had yet to break through to the primordial realm. Lan Lan was an expert who had been recognized by the world of ruins and had the right to take part in the battle of gods. Both of them basically possessed the battle prowess of the 7 sky gods. It would be difficult for Wood God to defeat Lan Lan, but it would also be difficult for Lan Lan to defeat Wood God. At this moment, Mushin was having a headache. He was restricted to Lanlan's game settings and had to play all kinds of strange games. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The rules of the game confused Wood God, and he could only barely resist Lanlan's attacks in the game. The jade sword suddenly appeared and stabbed at Wood God. The abandoned person hurriedly used his sequence rules to block Jade's sword. Lanlan immediately used the game settings on the abandoned person. The abandoned person watched as the broken blade in his hand shattered into pieces. What's going on? The jade sword suddenly changed direction. While Lanlan was using the game settings on the abandoned person, the sword pierced into Lanlan's body. Lanlan was stunned and looked at Jade in disbelief. She looked at Jade's pupils that had changed. You? Jade's gaze was cold. I was taught by Wu Tian and was his disciple. Today I betrayed the eternal tribe. With that, she slashed horizontally, cutting Lanlan's body in half. Fresh blood splattered onto the ground. Lanlan's advantage was her talent. She did not have a very strong defense. The abandoned person and Wood God were also shocked. They had not expected this to happen. The Black Mother Tree was rooted in the 6 zones of calamity. The ground of the zones of calamity was connected layer by layer. Lu Yin kept digging through the soil. Further down was the Divine Power River. Lu Yin jumped into the roots of the Black Mother Tree. Many Eternal Tribe experts saw it, but they did not stop him because there was a Divine Power River under the tree. No matter how strong Lu Yin was, he would be affected if he entered the Divine Power River. This was the consensus of the Eternal Tribe. They knew very well that Lu Yin wanted to destroy the Black Mother Tree. However, they did not expect Lu Yin to have cultivated divine power. Not only was the Divine Power River not harmful to him, but it could also increase the divine power in his body. It could be considered as increasing his strength. Lu Yin rushed into the Divine Power River. At this time, the first dust on his forehead was boiling. It had clearly sensed the existence of the other first dust. The closer he got to the other first dusts, the hotter the first dust on his forehead became. Lu Yin followed the first dust's guidance and approached the 3 first dusts. Finally, a hazy halo appeared in front of him. There were 3 halos which were the 3 first dusts. Lu Yin rushed toward the first dust. Suddenly he stopped and slowly turned his head. Not far away there was a figure sitting cross-legged even closer to the 3 first dusts. When Lu Yin approached, the figure opened its eyes and looked him in the eye. Brother Xiaoxian, I didn't expect you to find this place. Lu Yin's expression changed. By Xian'er? No matter what, Lu Yin did not expect to see By Xian'er beside the 3 first dusts at the roots of the Black Mother Tree. Ever since Lu Yin became the master of the Above Heaven sect and gained great prestige in the 6 Direction Society, he had been looking for By Xian'er. She was regarded as a traitor of the human race. The reincarnation spacetime had protested many times, but it was useless. Lu Yin wanted to find By Xian'er and uncover her secrets. But until just now he had not found By Xian'er. Now he saw her at the roots of the Black Mother Tree. By Xian'er's eyes were bright. Under the dark divine power lake they were not turbid at all. Brother Xiaoxian, how did you know the first dusts were here? Lu Yin stared at By Xian'er and frowned. You broke through to the progenitor realm? By Xian'er said matter-of-factly, kind of. I don't need to break through. Lu Yin did not understand. By Xian'er smiled. Brother Xiaoxian, have we ever really fought? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. No. Ever since Lu Yin became an envoy. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. By Xian'er had no advantage against him. When the ancestral Mang besieged the undying god, By Xian'er appeared. Lu Yin had a feeling that he could kill her. After meeting her several times he had the same feeling. But it was easier said than done to kill By Xian'er. By Xian'er was the only one in the same realm who could ignore the power of the stars in his heart. She was also the only one who he could kill without actually making a move. Lu Yin had never underestimated By Xian'er. Never. By Xian'er smiled faintly. Then let's fight today. These 3 first dusts are the spoils of war. Brother Xiaoxian, if you win you can take them away. I win. She paused for a moment, and the smile on her face became brighter. I want Brother Xiaoxuan's life. Before Lu Yin could answer, the immortal radish flowers bloomed around them. The immortal radish flowers were By Xian'er's talent. When the Lu family was exiled, it rained red flowers in the astral tree. These were the immortal radish flowers. Lu Yin used reverse steps and rushed towards By Xian'er in parallel time. Everything around him froze, including By Xian'er. However, Lu Yin felt that something was wrong. Who was By Xian'er? How could she be frozen by parallel time? She could ignore the power of the stars in her heart, so it wasn't impossible for her to ignore the power of time. Lu Yin punched out from afar. Bai Xian'er looked up and smiled. "Brother Xiaoxian, you're so cautious." She raised her hand gently, forming a strong contrast with Lu Yin's fierce punch. Lu Yin didn't use his full strength for this punch. It was just his own strength. Half of Bai Xian'er's body was distorted by the punch. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Impossible, how could Bai Xian'er be injured so easily? Before he could think further, red flowers floated down from the top of his head, numbing his nerves. Lu Yin hurriedly used reverse steps. His body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, but recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This recovery speed shocked Lu Yin. This shouldn't be happening. The flowers could numb the nerves, but they didn't cause much damage to the body. How could his withered body recover so quickly? The faster the body recovered, the greater the damage to the body. Something wasn't right. The immortal radish flowers definitely weren't as simple as they seemed. Bai Xian'er's body recovered at some point, as if she hadn't suffered a single punch. She raised her snow-white fingers and used split sky. A black split sky swept past, but Lu Yin easily dodged it. The path of Qianni that Lu Qianni had taught him allowed him to save himself from a desperate situation. Bai Xian'er used Immortal Shows the Way again, but Lu Yin dodged it again. She used the frigid immortal sex battle techniques, but they were useless against Lu Yin. Lu Yin clenched his fist and unleashed his boundless inner world. His power collided and he punched at Bai Xian'er. He didn't hold back. If Bai Xian'er was hit like before, she would definitely die with her defense. There was a loud boom as Bai Xian'er was hit squarely. She didn't even try to block the attack, which shocked Lu Yin. Bai Xian'er definitely couldn't take this punch, but she stood there unscathed. Her eyes glowed strangely when she saw Lu Yin's shocked expression. The Divine Power Lake was still the same Divine Power Lake, and the Mother Tree was still the same Mother Tree, but everything around him seemed to have changed. Everything seemed to have slowed down, and the ripples should have been very fast. However, Lu Yin looked at the ripples of the Divine Power River in front of him. Why had it become so slow? It was so slow that it was driving him crazy. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32:10. He stared at it for a very long time, silently counting the time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Eventually, 100 years, 1,000 years. Finally, 100 years. Finally, 1,000 years. Finally, 1,000 years. How could this be? 1,000 years had already passed, but the ripple still hadn't completely disappeared. What was wrong with him? Was this an innate gift? But Bai Xian'er's innate gift was clearly the celestial radish flower. The ripple continued to flow for 1,000 years, and Lu Yin watched it for 1,000 years without being able to move. No, that wasn't right. He could move, but even a small movement would take him 1,000 years, just like this ripple. His thoughts, however, were normal. He counted the time, and 1,000 years had definitely passed. Was this an amplification of his senses? His perception of time in the outside world was extended infinitely, but his perception of time hadn't changed. This was an innate gift, definitely an innate gift. A sharp pain came from his abdomen, but Lu Yin recovered in an instant. A black line streaked past his eyes, and it was still split the heavens. He quickly dodged and looked down. His withered body had recovered at some point, and the gaping wound on his abdomen had come from split the heavens. Lu Yin looked at Bai Xian'er. You have 2 innate gifts. Bai Xian'er smiled faintly. Brother Xiaoxian, you haven't hurt me yet. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Reverse step and strength had both failed, and the scene just now had been magnified infinitely. It was terrifying, and even he couldn't avoid it. Or rather, he didn't know how to avoid it. While his senses had been magnified infinitely, he'd allowed Bai Xian'er to attack him. If Split the Heavens hadn't torn open his abdomen, but his neck instead, he didn't dare imagine what would have happened. Lu Yin released the void in his heart, and a piece of land appeared, overlapping with the visualized land and suppressing it. Bai Xian'er looked up at the land and exclaimed, "Is this the power of a progenitor? Brother Xiaoxian, your path might be complicated, but I have a feeling that your future will be extremely bright. So please die here. I like you a lot, but the ending will not change." The wordless heavenly tome appeared at this time, increasing the vitality of the land. The land pressed down, and even Fengbo spat out blood. The corpse god and Ji Luo had both died to this move. Lu Yin didn't believe that Bai Xian'er was unshakable. Bai Xian'er was suppressed by the land and she didn't move. She allowed Lu Yin to crush her body. However, when the land was completely pressed down, Sienna recovered from her original position without any damage. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Skip time? No erasing time? He had encountered this situation more than once, and the one that left the deepest impression was naturally the undying god's ability to skip time. If he skipped the time when he was injured, he could recover, but the skip time still existed. Lu Yin had caught one when he was fishing in the river of time. However, Sienna didn't skip time. It was as if that space and time couldn't be changed. How could there be such a combat skill? The power of time could sometimes be very magical. Everything around him slowed down once more. It was here again. His senses were stretched out endlessly. Lu Yin could see that the land was disappearing, but this process would take a long time. 100 years? 1,000 years? Or 10,000 years? He couldn't guarantee what it would feel like to experience the same scene for 10,000 years. He would go crazy. Is there any way to get rid of it? The closest was the gray planet with flowing light and dead wood. But that was not right. Time had never changed. What had truly changed was his senses, and it had nothing to do with the power of time. How do I recover my senses? Lu Yin gazed at watching the land slowly disappear. He began to recite the primogenitor scripture. It was useless. The Lu family cultivated the primogenitor scripture to strengthen their spiritual force, and Lu Yin hadn't studied it in other directions. Time continued to pass, and more accurately, the time his senses could see was constantly being stretched out. Lu Yin didn't know how much time had passed, but he kept trying to awaken his normal senses, but it was useless. A sharp pain came, this time from his heart. With the pain, his senses returned to normal. Lu Yin passed through the flowing light and reversed time for a second. In front of him, Sienna smiled. Brother Xiaoxian, your reaction is fast. You know how to reverse time to heal your injuries. Lu Yin clutched his heart and recovered. He had been injured again by Sienna, but fortunately he could reverse time. He felt that this was troublesome. Sienna stood still and allowed him to attack. Every time he attacked, he had the ability to kill her, but she could recover. It was difficult to break through, and her innate gift allowed him to endure the pain of his senses being stretched out again and again. He could endure it once or twice, and he could even endure it for 100 or 1,000 years. However, if his senses were stretched out to 10,000 years or even longer, he couldn't guarantee that he could endure it. This wasn't seclusion, but rather an image that lasted for 10,000 years, 100,000 years, and so on. This was a desperate situation for a human's senses. Lu Yin waved his hand and the progenitors appeared. He didn't expect these progenitors to do anything to Sienna. His goal was to scatter them. Sienna could extend her own senses, but she couldn't affect these progenitors. As long as there was external stimulation, she could immediately recover. The divine seal catalog appeared above his head, and Lu Yin's abdomen was still bleeding. He used the victorious battle technique, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent as he took out Golian from his cosmic ring. Golian took a step forward and charged towards Sienna. Golian's slash could heavily injure Sienna no matter if it was land suppression or physical strength. However, Sienna was able to recover quickly. Since that was the case, Golian might as well not use his physical strength and use his most basic attack. He didn't believe that Sienna could recover every single time. Even so, he still wanted to see Sienna's battle techniques clearly. There was no battle technique that couldn't be broken. In the face of Lu Yin's Golian, Sienna moved away for the first time, constantly dodging Lu Yin's attacks. However, Lu Yin had obtained a method to break through weapons from the martial tablet, and he was even more proficient in using the Golian. Even Sienna couldn't dodge all of his attacks, and from time to time, a wound would appear on her body, dyeing her white robes red. But as time passed, Lu Yin's movements gradually slowed down. This time he was truly slowing down. He was becoming more and more tired from using his own strength, and the immortal radish flowers fluttered around him. The Golian slashed down, but it instantly slowed down. It came again, and his senses were still extended indefinitely. Lu Yin stared at the Golian, knowing that he would have to look at it for at least 100 or even 1,000 years. The more he experienced it, the more uncomfortable it became. If he didn't have a way to break through this feeling, he knew that he would lose to Sienna sooner or later. Sienna now had the strength of a progenitor and was a powerhouse who had broken through the progenitor realm. It wasn't shameful for Lu Yin to lose to her as a half-ancestor, but Lu Yin was an existence who could jump realms and fight against the 7 sky gods. Even in the progenitor realm, the 7 sky gods were absolute powerhouses that were second only to the 3 realms' 6 daos. They could even rival the Three Realms 6 Daos to a certain extent. Lu Yin's current strength couldn't be compared to his current realm, but Baixianer still suppressed him. She was like cotton, and no matter how Lu Yin hit her, there would definitely be an effect, but it would recover in the blink of an eye. This feeling was much more uncomfortable than when he had dealt with Fengbua and the zombie god. However, Baixianer's attacks weren't decisive. Instead, they extended the senses and brought about an extremely uncomfortable feeling of despair. Lu Yin had never experienced such a method before. Ever since he had broken through to half-ancestor, this was the first time he wasn't confident that he could face a progenitor. At this moment he discovered that the progenitor he had summoned was actually useless, as he couldn't transmit any orders to the outside world. Intense pain shot through his body as a beam of light shot through his body and reversed for a second. Lu Yin took a step forward, and his Golian spun as it slashed in all directions. Baixianer wasn't surprised that Lu Yin could recover. What she wanted was for Lu Yin to continuously extend his senses and numb him. Once Lu Yin got used to the extended senses, he would either become numb and unable to respond properly to the outside world, or he would go crazy. There were only two possible outcomes. However, there was one thing that surprised her. "Brother Xiaoxian, you're currently under the divine power lake, but you're still fine. Did you cultivate divine power?" Baixianer was astonished. In the surroundings, the progenitors that had been summoned charged towards Baixianer. The 7-star mantis was the fastest, and he slashed down with his Golian at a speed comparable to that of time. Baixianer smiled and casually pointed with immortal guides the way, causing the 7-star mantis to explode. Right after that, the Violet Emperor's vertical eye stared at Baixianer, wanting to control her. At the same time, Mo Shang and Silent Void charged out from two other directions. Even though they couldn't use their sequence laws, one was a finger sword technique, while the other was an empty palm. Baixianer raised her hand, and with 2 points and a line, Sky Splitter appeared. This time, Sky Splitter circled around her, slicing through the void and spreading out in an instant. It swept past Mo Shang, Silent Void, the Violet Emperor, and the 17 ordinary progenitors further away. In just an instant, all the Ancestor Realm experts that had been summoned were split into two. Lu Yin could clearly feel that he had lost a large portion of his astral sources. Even though these progenitors had been summoned, they could use all their strength except for their sequence laws and innate gifts. Even so, they were still easily killed by Baixianer. This meant that even if these progenitors were still alive, their fates wouldn't be much better when facing Baixianer. The gap was too big, so big that it was a little exaggerated. Lu Yin stared at Baixianer. "Who are you?" Baixianer was puzzled. "Brother Xiaoxian, why don't you recognize me?" Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. "You're not Baixianer. Who are you?" Baixianer was amused. "Can't Baixianer defeat you, Brother Xiaoxian?" Lu Yin sighed. "Your way, er." Baixianer's expression changed and she looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. In Lu Yin's impression, Baixianer had always been very calm, as if everything was within her control and nothing was out of her expectations. But at this moment, Baixianer's expression changed. Lu Yin was very sure that her expression had changed. Lu Yin's words caught her off guard. Baixianer looked at Lu Yin deeply, and the smile on her face disappeared. "Brother Xiaoxian, what are you talking about?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. "Are you Baixianer or Wei? Are you the one who left the paper cut in Xian Academy? You should have known when we touched the paper cut, but why were you so surprised just now?" Baixianer sized Lu Yin up and said slowly, "Because you thought I was Mr. Wei. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Staying up late to write is too tiring and my baby is making a fuss at night. My head hurts. I'll make up for what I owe, but it won't be so soon. Thank you, brothers. Thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3211. Lu Yin raised a brow. Yes, Mr. Wei was the one who had left the paper cut at Xian Academy. He'd also seen Mr. Wei deal with Lu Tianyi on the day the Lu family was exiled. That was why he'd rushed to Xian Academy. In his memories there should only be Mr. Wei, not Lady Wei. "Brother Xiaoxian, where did you hear the name Lady Wei?" Baixianer was curious. At this moment she suddenly felt like a stranger. Her gaze, tone, and actions were all foreign. It was as if she wasn't Baixianer. "What? Does the name Lady Wei affect you?" Lu Yin asked. Baixianer's gaze turned cold. "It seems like Brother Xiaoxian doesn't plan on answering me. Then let's continue." She stepped forward and raised her hand to strike Lu Yin. This strike seemed gentle and didn't contain much power, but Lu Yin was cautious. Although they hadn't fought for long, Xianxia had taken the initiative step by step. No matter how he attacked, it didn't affect her at all. Now that she took the initiative to attack, it wasn't a threat at all. Although it wasn't a threat, it was the greatest threat because Lu Yin couldn't see where it was coming from. He stepped backward and didn't use parallel time this time. Instead, he increased his speed and rushed towards Xianxia. He also struck out with his palm, but halfway through, his strength was rapidly drained. It was the immortal radish flower. The two palms collided, and the surrounding divine power roared in all directions. In the second domain of calamity, the divine power lake connected to the black mother tree exploded from the bottom. The continuous impact from below attracted many people's attention. Whether it was the above heaven or the everlasting race, everyone knew that Lu Yin had jumped down. The shockwaves from the battle indicated that Lu Yin was fighting someone. The first person Lu Yuan and the others thought of was Bai Wuxian, the last of the 3 masters and 6 heroes. Aside from these two, there were no other everlasting experts who hadn't shown themselves yet. Only these two could fight Lu Yin. At the roots of the black mother tree, Lu Yin visualized the land where his heart was. His arm was withered and he struck out again. Xianxia was still as weak as ever, but she blocked every one of Lu Yin's attacks. The immortal radish flower continuously drained Lu Yin's strength, and his withered arm continued to recover. Lu Yin didn't think that the flower could do anything other than numb his nerves and drain his strength. With a bang, Lu Yin used his limitless inner world to break Xianxia's arm. He then slapped her shoulder and forced her back. Xianxia's expression was calm as she watched Lu Yin continue his pursuit. Her lips curled up once more, but she quickly recovered her composure. Her body turned around gracefully, and her strange footwork battle technique fluttered like a butterfly as she continuously pulled away from Lu Yin. Lu Yin tried to catch up, but he still couldn't catch up to her. Xianxia's footwork battle technique also involved the power of time. It wasn't parallel to time, nor was it comparable to the speed of time. Instead, it was like she was skipping through time and erasing the time she was retreating. She was like a fairy that flickered under the divine power lake, beautiful and enchanting. Her hair fluttered around her face as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's heart sank. Not again. Everything around Lu Yin slowed down and extended his senses. This was a technique that Lu Yin couldn't avoid. It was as if as long as Xianxia saw him, she would extend his senses. That was impossible. There had to be a trigger condition. Otherwise it would be too unsolvable. But he didn't know what that trigger was. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, and another 1,000 years passed. When 1,000 years passed, Lu Yin once again felt intense pain. He reversed time for a second, and just as he recovered, he felt the pain again. This chapter isn't finished. Please turn the page. With his senses extended, Xianxia planned to use this technique to numb or drive him crazy. Maintaining the same posture and looking at the same scene for 1,000 years could indeed drive him crazy. At the very least, Lu Yin felt numb. 1,000 years had passed, and the only thing he could do was subconsciously use flowing light reversal for a second. Once he recovered, there would be a gap in his battle with Xianxia, and it wouldn't be as smooth. He was like a deaf man walking through a canyon. Step by step, he couldn't see the end of the canyon, and the scenery was exactly the same. It was endless. Lu Yin tried all sorts of methods, but he couldn't awaken his senses. If he allowed Xianxia to continue controlling him, he would be finished. In the end, Lu Yin decided to cultivate the true God's freedom technique. This was a divine power lake, and it was the only external force that could awaken his senses. However, he couldn't use external divine power, so he could only cultivate. The true God's freedom technique required one to have no self and no other. It required one to abandon one's thoughts and become one with the heavens and earth. It deprived one of one's emotions, thoughts, desires, and wishes. The divine power lake shook. It was very small and almost undetectable. However, Xianxia sensed it and looked around in surprise. Someone was using divine power? In the current battle, there might be experts using divine power in all 6 zones, but the ripple just now was very close to her. However, there were no everlasting experts around. Another ripple, and Xianxia suddenly stared at Lu Yin. It was him. The surrounding divine power suddenly boiled and was swallowed by Lu Yin like a whale sucking in water. Xianxia's eyes widened. She felt that it was ridiculous. He actually cultivated divine power? The only way to break through the impossible was to do the impossible. Xianxia thought that she had complete control over Lu Yin and knew everything about him. She knew that Lu Yin had a turbid treasure and was one of the 7 heroes, but she didn't expect Lu Yin to have even cultivated his godly power. Moreover, it wasn't as simple as just cultivation. This speed of absorbing godly power was extremely rare even among the 7 sky gods. It wasn't as simple as cultivating divine power. On the Black Mother Tree, the only true god looked down and his eyes flashed. What is this? Lu Yin didn't cultivate the true god's freedom technique because he was afraid of being discovered. However, he had no choice now. So what if he was discovered? The only true god would find out sooner or later. After all, it was his power. As for Xianxia, even if she knew, it wouldn't affect her. In the current human world, who could control the situation? Only Lu Yin himself. Even if the everlasting race spread the news that Lu Yin cultivated divine power, it would be difficult to shake his position unless he admitted it himself. At the roots of the mother tree, divine power was constantly being absorbed around Lu Yin. The only true god frowned. He didn't expect Lu Yin to cultivate his own divine power. How did he control himself? Seeing that Lu Yin was absorbing more and more divine power, the only true god took a step forward. The 6 zones shook, and the divine power lake suddenly became solid. At the roots of the Black Mother Tree, the divine power also became solid and couldn't be absorbed. Lu Yin opened his eyes and exhaled. The only true god had discovered him, but it didn't matter. He had absorbed a lot just now. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He still couldn't cultivate the true god's freedom technique, but he could use it to extend his senses indefinitely. No wonder it was one of the true god's 3 ultimate techniques. Brother Xiaoxian, you cultivated divine power? Xianxia was shocked. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia. It's not easy to surprise you. Xianxia shook her head and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Even Tai Chu doesn't want to touch the eternal power. The more you touch it, the more you will be affected. Brother Xiaoxian, are you planning to join the everlasting race? Why aren't you affected by divine power? Lu Yin asked. They had been in the divine power lakes all this time. Because he cultivated divine power, he wasn't affected. Why was Xianxia able to do that? Xianxia smiled. My power isn't any weaker than divine power. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. The power of a maiden? Sure enough, he was an old monster who had crossed the bitter disaster. Only those at the same level wouldn't be affected. Brother Xiaoxian, since even divine power can't affect you, I can't let you live. Xianxia's smile disappeared as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's senses were extended again. This time, Lu Yin cultivated the true god's freedom technique. It didn't matter if he couldn't cultivate it. It didn't matter even if he was injured by the backlash. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. Lu Yin had broken Xianxia's innate gift. Since ancient times, very few people have been able to break through this technique of mine. As expected of you, Brother Xiaoxian. Now then, I'm going to be serious. Try to hold on for as long as you can. With that, her figure flickered as she stepped on a temporal node and instantly appeared behind Lu Yin. Lu Yin used the reverse step to parallel time. Everything around him stopped, but it was only for a moment. Xianxia moved again and attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his arm to block Xianxia's attack and attacked with his left palm. Seeing Xianxia disappear, he stared at the void and used the path of Tianyi. After Xianxia appeared, Lu Yin attacked behind him. This attack caught Xianxia off guard. After all, it was Chu Yi's power. Chu Yi was the big brother in the 3 realms and 6 daos. His power was stable and could see through desperate situations. His power was similar to the celestial eye to a certain extent. However, Wu Tian's celestial eye could see through the opponent's attacks, while the path of Tianyi could see through desperate situations. Xianxia was hit in the shoulder and retreated halfway. She raised her leg and kicked towards Lu Yin's head. The Eternal Darkness card appeared beside Lu Yin's head. Xianxia kicked the card and her body was absorbed by the card. Lu Yin entered the dark hall at the same time. Darkness surged from all around, burning Xianxia with darkness. Xianxia's body glowed with radiant light as she allowed the darkness to burn her. She remained unmoved and raised a finger to split open the sky. Both of them used Eternal Darkness cards at the same time. The Eternal Darkness card couldn't restrain Xianxia, so she pointed at Lu Yin and caused the immortal radish flower to explode. At the same time, another part of Lu Yin's body exploded as well. His expression changed. This was the flower's power. The pollen had entered his body and exploded, injuring him. The power of this explosion was equivalent to a progenitor's attack. Lu Yin couldn't even count how much pollen had entered his body. It was like air. The pollen continued to explode, and Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart to isolate spacetime. This also cut off Baixianer's control over the pollen. At the same time, Lu Yin waved at Baixianer and activated Setting Sunday. The afterglow of the setting sun appeared beneath the lake of divine power. It was very beautiful. Setting sun sharing afterglow. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'm really trying my best to update. I'll make up for what I owe later. Thank you. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32:12. Baixianer stared blankly at the setting sun as it disappeared. Her understanding of the martial path was blank and she was injured by the backlash. She looked at Lu Yin. Intents were a very troublesome power. Lu Yin continued to expand the area around his heart, wanting to include her. Baixianer's index finger shot out like a sword, tearing through the void and tearing apart the void. It even tore apart the void where Lu Yin's heart was. Her finger seemed to be the sharpest weapon in the world, and even a sovereign's blade couldn't compare to it. Land suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yin, and the wordless heavenly book increased its vitality as it slammed into Baixianer. Baixianer's finger tore apart the land and continuously sliced it apart, causing it to tremble violently. With a boom, the land shattered, and both Lu Yin and Baixianer retreated at the same time from the shockwaves. The second zone of disaster shook, and many people looked underground. There were people fighting down there as well? The entire zone of disaster was cracking apart, and the black mother tree was slightly tilted due to the tremors. At the base of the mother tree, Lu Yin stared at Baixianer and raised his hand again, causing the land to press down. Baixianer allowed the land to crush her and her body shattered. Again Lu Yin felt aggrieved. He could have heavily injured or even killed her, but her ability to instantly recover was too disgusting. She didn't even need to resist and allowed him to attack her freely. This was a power even more unfathomable than the sensory extension. Even if he had the overturning palm, it would be meaningless. The land could shatter Baixianer's body, but what was the point? Baixianer instantly recovered, and this time her surroundings changed as a large tree rose from the ground behind her. Is that the ancestral world? Lu Yin's expression changed. Baixianer had used the ancestral world. She had only used her innate gifts and battle techniques in their previous fights, but she had never used the ancestral world. This was her true strength. But why did this tree look so familiar? When the tree completely appeared, another plant climbed up the tree. It was a lotus vine. A lotus vine. Lu Yin remembered that it was a lotus vine. In the starry sky of the Tree of Trees, there was a botanical garden in the farmer's seed garden. Everyone there was recognized by the farmer's Tree of Trees. They used tens of thousands of species to grow unique plants that suited them. No plant was the same because everyone's character and abilities were different. There was a lotus vine in the botanical garden that was planted by Baixianer. It was extremely tyrannical and forcefully absorbed the nutrients in the soil, causing the surrounding plants to wither. Even the plants of progenitors were no exception. But how could Baixianer's ancestral world be made of lotus vines? At that time Baixianer was far from reaching the progenitor realm. She hadn't even reached the half-progenitor realm. What did that have to do with the lotus tree? Lu Yin stared blankly. When the lotus vines appeared, Baixianer's expression was cold. There was an indescribable sense of nobility and dominance in her eyes. With her back against the vines, Baixianer seemed even more foreign to him. Perhaps this was the real her. The divine seal catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head, and its golden radiance illuminated the ground. It also followed the crack in the second domain of disaster and swept towards the sky. Lu Yuan, who was fighting fiercely against an ancient god, frowned. The divine seal catalog's radiance indicated that Shao Qi's enemies were not weak. Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, Jialan Zhilua, and the other experts all looked underground, sensing an unusual aura. Giant mechas from the Limitless Empire arrived one after another. The punitive expedition had also sent several experts. The number of experts surpassed that of the Eternals. When the second anima arrived, the number of experts on the human side completely surpassed that of the Eternals. Lung Qing and Eiji rushed towards the roots of the Black Mother Tree, wanting to help Lu Yin. However, they stopped when they saw the Divine Power Lake. Once they entered, not only would they not be able to fight, but they would also be affected by the Divine Power. Underground, Elder Chan, Lung Qing, and Xia Xinji walked out from the Divine Seal Catalog and rushed towards Baixianer. Lu Yin wanted to see what kind of ancestral world this lotus vine was. The three progenitors rushed into the lotus vine's ancestral world, but they all dissipated into golden light. Lu Yin's expression changed. What's this? Baixianer looked up, and the lotus vine expanded once more, isolating the divine power lake as it approached Lu Yin. Lu Yin quickly released the starry sky in his heart to contend with the lotus vine. The lotus vine was actually able to dissolve the divine seal catalog's power, which was something Lu Yin hadn't expected. In my ancestral world, no power can approach, including the laws of the sequence. Baixianer's voice was cold. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Wasn't this similar to the laws of the primordial realm? Baixianer's ancestral world was actually so domineering? The starry sky in his heart isolated spacetime, and the lotus vine also isolated the divine power lake. One could absorb any power and turn it into a star, while the other could prevent any power from approaching. One absorbed and the other repelled. The two forces collided at the roots of the Black Mother Tree, constantly shaking the second zone of calamity and even affecting the other zones. In the zone of calamity, waves of power surged into the sky from the collision underground. How long had it taken for Lu Yin to form the starry sky in his heart? How much power had he cultivated? How many opportunities had he obtained? Baixianer's lotus vine was just her ancestral world, but it was already comparable to the starry sky in Lu Yin's heart. He now understood why the starry sky in his heart didn't affect Baixianer. It was because Baixianer's tyrannical nature allowed her to ignore the starry sky in her heart. They were two complete opposites. The two opposing forces constantly collided, shaking spacetime. The commotion was no less than the battle between Lu Yuan and the ancient gods. Xianxia looked down at the ground, his eyes filled with shock and doubt. This Lu Yin had to be eliminated. Once Lu Yin matured, even Xianxia might not be his opponent. It was unbelievable that a mere half-progenitor could possess such power. Lu Yin was shocked by Baixianer's lotus vine, but Baixianer was even more shocked by the starry sky in Lu Yin's heart. After all, Lu Yin hadn't become a half-progenitor yet. He had 4 inner worlds, and with the starry sky in his heart, no one knew what the future held. Baixianer and Lu Yin were separated by 2 worlds. They looked at each other, speechless. They wanted to kill each other, and they had to kill each other at this moment. The lotus vine bloomed. It was the immortal radish flower. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. It was the immortal radish flower again. Could it be that the flower's ability to numb the nerves, drain energy, and explode flower powder wasn't its ultimate power? Then what power did the immortal radish flower have? As the immortal radish flowers bloomed, Baixianer stepped out of the lotus vine's ancestral world and walked towards the starry sky in Lu Yin's heart. The moment she stepped in, the stars around her rotated. Baixianer saw many stars, continents, oceans, and divine power. She saw too many things. The more she saw, the more shocked she was. Who could gather so much power? What kind of person could cultivate all of this power? What kind of shocking scene would it be? She had seen everything from the past to the present, and she couldn't help but be shocked by Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at Baixianer, raised his hand and punched out. She wanted to fight him head-on. Baixianer looked up and raised her hand as well. Her palm was still white and tender, but it gave Lu Yin an unimaginable feeling of power. She had transformed. Boom. The fist and palm collided and Lu Yin was forced to retreat. He had lost in terms of strength. Baixianer raised her hand and pressed down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin used the extreme reversal technique, and an infinite inner world appeared. The lines of power collided, causing a second injury. He punched at Baixianer again. Baixianer struck out again. There was another loud collision and Lu Yin was forced back. He had lost again. Impossible, Baixianer couldn't suppress him in terms of strength. It was the lotus vine, the immortal radish flowers. Lu Yin looked past Baixianer and towards the lotus vine's ancestral world in the distance. He looked at the blooming immortal radish flowers on the vine. The immortal radish flower's true use wasn't to numb the nerves, explode into powder, or drain energy. Its true use was to absorb energy. The lotus vine didn't just repel all energy, it could repel and even absorb energy. It could absorb all energy in a domineering manner. This was the true power of the lotus vine. Lu Yin thought back to the scene in the botanical garden. Aside from the lotus vine, all the other plants on the ground had withered, their nutrients absorbed by the vine. This was the true power of the lotus vine. Baixianer sent a palm strike at Lu Yin and he struggled to block it. His strength was suppressed and each palm strike broke his bones and broke his tendons. He used his palm realm battle force, his stars, his cosmic art, and even his divine power, but it was all useless. In the previous battle, Baixianer had absorbed too much of his strength with the lotus vine. She was suppressing him with brute force, and with her own strength, he couldn't do anything even though they were in the void of space. Canyang. The beautiful afterglow sprinkled down, but Baixianer was unharmed. She was relying on brute force, not martial arts. Lu Yin attacked with his consciousness, even if it meant his consciousness planet would crack again. It was still useless. Baixianer had no openings. She looked at the cracked consciousness planet. So that's how it is. As long as I break your stars, your strength will disappear, right? Brother Xiaoxian. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he used the death transformation without hesitation. Death energy entered his body as he used the hook in his right hand and the shield in his left. Baixianer said coldly, "So what if the death god himself is here? He can't beat me. The death god is just a disciple of absolute beginning." With that, she grabbed the chain and it shattered with a bang. Facing the hook's attack, she punched out. Her small fist not only shattered the hook but also the shield. Compared to the death god's strength, you're stronger. Brother Xiaoxian, you're finished? Baixianer appeared on the continent in the void of space in his heart. She looked up and saw stars connected to the continent, and above the continent was an ocean of astral sources. She pressed down with one hand, and a huge tree rose from the ground. It was a lotus vine. Baixianer moved her ancestral world directly into the void of space in Lu Yin's heart. She wanted to use the overbearing nature of the lotus vine to absorb Lu Yin's strength and destroy it. Originally, she just wanted to get rid of Lu Yin, but after seeing the power in the void of space in his heart, she had other ideas. She wanted to steal Lu Yin's strength. With the overbearing nature of the lotus vine, she could do it. Brother Xiaoxian, thank you for helping me. Baixianer smiled at Lu Yin again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32:13. Lu Yin clutched his shoulder in embarrassment, but when Baixianer smiled at him, he smiled back. Sister Xian, I have to thank you as well. Baixianer froze. Lu Yin's smile made her feel uneasy, but she didn't know why. She was clearly suppressing him. The lotus tree grew and began to absorb the energy of the land and even the space around Lu Yin's heart. Lu Yin took out something else. Myriad species. This was something that Nong Lai had given him to plant in the botanical garden. Lu Yin hadn't planted it back then because he had some memories of it, even if he didn't know that it was Lu Xiaoxian. Nong Lai had said that everyone grew different plants, and the same plants would grow the same no matter how many times they planted them. Lu Yin was afraid that Nong Lai would find out about his identity, so he changed the topic. Myriad species had always been stored in his cosmic ring. Myriad species was just a seed, and if it was planted in the botanical garden, it would only be recognized by Nong Lai. However, that might not be the case if he had planted it on the land near his heart. He remembered that while the lotus tree was tyrannical and absorbed all the nutrients in its surroundings, causing other plants to wither, there was one stalk of grass that had always thrived. Not only had it not withered, it had even grown better with the nourishment of the lotus tree. It was living a very nourishing life. That grass had been planted by him. If there was a stalk of grass in the botanical garden, then there could also be a stalk of grass in the space around his heart. Lu Yin let go and the myriad species fell to the ground. The lotus tree began to absorb all the energy around it, and at the same time, the myriad species cracked and the ground trembled. Then a crisp green stalk of grass rose from the ground, bringing with it soil with it. It was just like the weeds on the side of the road that would be flattened with a casual step. It looked rustic. However, this stalk of grass danced in the lotus tree's direction, as if it was cheering and jumping for joy. The tyrannical lotus tree and the beautiful celestial radish flowers wanted to take over this space. Baixianer stood under the lotus tree as beautiful as a painting. But at this moment, her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at the little grass. It was such a simple and fragile little grass, yet it was dancing in the wind. The surrounding energy that had been absorbed by the lotus vines had already formed a vortex. The closed vortex was enough to occupy this part of the starry sky, but the vortex couldn't close no matter what because there was a little grass there. Gradually the grass grew taller. Although it still looked so delicate and fragile, it gave people a feeling of exuberant vitality. And with little grass as the center, the forcefully absorbed energy from this part of the starry sky circled around the lotus vines and returned to the starry sky, as if it were playing a game. How can this be? Baixianer couldn't understand why this would happen. Lu Yin landed on the continent and stood beside Xiao Qiao. This continent belonged to him and it would only acknowledge him. Everything that formed on this continent should belong to him. If the lotus tree vine wanted to seize power, its foundation was also on this piece of land. In that case, if the grass took root on the land, it would also succeed. The same scene played out in the botanical garden once again, but this time the process had been sped up countless times. The tyrannical lotus vines had helped the little grass grow, and it could also return the energy to its original location in space at Lu Yin's will. Baixianer's plan completely failed. Not only that, but Xiao wasn't too far away from the lotus tree vine's ancestral world. At this moment, it was equivalent to destroying the foundation of Baixianer's ancestral world. Although it wasn't enough to completely destroy Baixianer's ancestral world, it was still useful for now. Not anymore. The celestial radish flowers withered, and the lotus tree vines disappeared. Baixianer calmly stood on the continent and looked at the grass in front of her. She was lost in thought. The noblest flower was destroyed by a weed. Perhaps this is the law of the universe. The universe doesn't have a limit. If it does reach a certain limit, then the thing that breaks it is the most insignificant thing. The universe is a circle. Her gaze swept past Xiao and landed on Lu Yin. She smiled beautifully. I understand now, Brother Xiaoxian. Thank you. Lu Yin didn't know what she understood. Her improvement was equivalent to his regression. Did you just say that the universe is a circle? Baixianer's beautiful smile was unforgettable. Yes, Brother Xiaoxian. If you don't die today, remember that the universe is a circle. Her entire aura changed and the stars trembled. Lu Yin's hair stood on end, and he subconsciously put away the stars in his heart. Baixianer stepped on a time node and flashed over. She pointed a finger at him. This finger was like the finger he had dreamed of countless times after he lost his memories. It was this finger that seemed ordinary, like a celestial guiding the way, but it brought him an indescribable sense of danger. Lu Yin didn't plan to block it and retreated in reverse. At the same time, a solid ground appeared in the direction he was about to retreat. Lu Yin was confused. Where did the ground come from? Crack. The ground shattered, and Lu Yin's legs collided uncontrollably. His left leg collided with his right, causing him to fall down. Above his head, Baixianer descended, her white fingertips closing in on him. Lu Yin waved his hand, setting Sunday. It was still a concept battle technique. Baixianer's eyes were blank, and she had forgotten everything. She had forgotten about martial arts in advance, but her body still maintained inertia. Her finger pierced through Lu Yin's shoulder. Lu Yin had suffered many broken bones in his previous battle with Baixianer. Now that he was pierced through by her finger, his entire right arm couldn't move. The small boat shuttled back and forth for a second. Inexplicably, a river appeared around the boat. Lu Yin was shocked. When did a river appear in his light? Before he could think any further, the river shattered and the light disappeared. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Baixianer had broken through his inner world. In a battle of time power, Lu Yin knew that there were very few people who were stronger than him. Back then, Windmaster had been able to expand time, but he had still been traversed by the small boat. Out of all the experts he had met, only an unstoppable existence like the one true God could suppress him in terms of time power. The streamer boat could devour time that could not be contained in the river of time, and any expert with the power of time could not use it in the river of time. This led to the streamer boat being the nemesis of any power of time. But today the small boat had been broken through in a way that Lu Yin couldn't understand. Although he didn't understand how Baixianer had broken through the small boat, he was very clear that this had to be a sequence law. Not only had Baixianer silently reached the progenitor realm, but she had also reached the level of a sequence law. She wasn't as simple as Baixianer, she was also the undying god's daughter, the one who had existed since ancient times. The one who had given forefather Tianyi a paper cut. Lu Yin quickly retreated, but land appeared under his feet once again. When the land shattered, the reverse step also became disorderly. However, because he had the experience of tripping once, he was prepared. This time, Lu Yin was prepared and didn't fall, but the reverse step had been broken through. Baixianer appeared from the side, tearing open a wound on Lu Yin's body. Blood flowed out, causing the fixed divine power lake to become even redder. Strength, speed, battle techniques, even spiritual force, domain, and consciousness, Lu Yin attacked time and time again, but they were all broken through. His tendons and bones were broken and his body was covered in wounds. Baixianer was like a ruler looking down from above, seeing through all of his techniques and breaking through them. Lu Yin couldn't resist at all. Ever since Lu Yin killed Windmaster in the Mirage Domain, he didn't believe that there was anyone in the universe who could completely suppress him apart from primordial realm experts. But at this moment, Baixianer had completely defeated him. No matter what he did, he couldn't stop her. Most of his body was covered in blood, and the immortal radish flowers were still blooming and dancing. Lu Yin's strength was still there, but he no longer had a body that could withstand it. His body was constantly injured, and even the reversal of time was broken through. With a loud bang, Baixianer pushed the general appointment platform towards Lu Yin with a single palm. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Baixianer displayed unimaginable strength at this moment. Even in the 3 pillars and 6 seas, there were very few who could fight against her. My sequence principle is a vessel that carries everything. Everything needs a vessel. A drop of water needs a river, an ocean, a living creature needs space, land, and even the void itself needs a universe that is constantly expanding. This is a sequence principle. Your power is no exception. All power needs a vessel. I can materialize the vessel that carries your power and then break it to break your technique. Brother Xiaoxian, can you resist a sequence principle like this? Lu Yin panted heavily as blood dyed the surroundings red. He looked at Baixianer in the distance with bitterness. There was actually a sequence principle like this? No wonder even the reversal of time could be broken. As long as it was a creature that lived in this universe, who could break free from the sequence principle. At the same time, Yingdu's mecha shattered on the second battlefield. As an expert of the Limitless Empire's Optimus Prime, he possessed the 12-ring Limitless Mecha's agony and was qualified to fight against a sequence law adept. Yet he had died under Ancestor Shi's sword. Not only him but everyone in the second Calamity region battlefield had suffered Ancestor Shi's essence, energy, and soul sword in an instant. The Qing Luo sword had displayed terrifying strength. Kong Tianzhao knelt on one knee and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. A long gash had almost cut him in half. Jiang Feng wanted to help, but Tianxi's strength had already surpassed Jiang Feng's, so he couldn't do anything. The ancestor looked at Kong Tianzhao. Your talent in the sword Dao is the best I've ever seen. If you had more time, you might have been able to reach my level in the future. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32:14. The smelly object flew towards Ancestor Shi from Su Wuwei. The heavenly hound ran around the battlefield with its tail between its legs. Su Wuwei chased after it with a laugh and arrived at Ancestor Shi's side. Stupid dog, come on. Aren't you good at taking a beating? Come on, let's fight to the death. Su Wuwei was excited. He had been hit by the heavenly hound in the endless battlefield and had broken many of his bones. He couldn't beat the dog no matter how hard he tried. The opportunity had finally come. The moment the smelly object appeared, the heavenly hound ran away with its tail between its legs. This feeling was great. Ancestor Shi frowned and slashed at Su Wuwei. With a bang, fragments of a turtle shell appeared in the distance from Su Wuwei. It was from Su Master. Su Master reminded him, "Be careful, this is a battlefield." Su Wuwei was scared. He was almost killed by Ancestor Shi's sword. Far away in the corner of the second disaster zone, Di Qiong and Wu Tian were facing each other. Their eyes were deep and scary as they looked at each other. Why didn't you leave? Di Qiong gritted his teeth and asked. This was what he couldn't figure out. In his hand, the long spear shone with cold light as the martial god scripture rotated around it. Wu Tian was also holding a long spear that was exactly the same as Di Qiong's. What? Did I hurt your pride by not leaving the third disaster zone? Di Qiong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Not only did you not leave but you also recovered from your dying state. Wu Tian, what are you planning? Wu Tian shook his head. I just want to hide at your place. If you want to know, I can tell you before you die. Aha, dying? Do you really think I can't kill you? Di Qiong laughed maniacally. He stomped on the ground, causing it to shatter. He rushed towards Wu Tian with his long spear. Wu Tian looked up. Do you know why I took away my sky eye? Because I don't need it anymore. As he spoke, he also stabbed with his long spear. The sounds of metal clashing could be heard as the spears clashed against each other. They were like two flashes of light flashing across the land of the zone of disaster. The area they covered grew larger and larger, and the shockwaves continued to spread into the distance. The void, the land, and everything that could be seen with the naked eye were sliced apart until the shockwaves reached the Black Mother Tree. On the Black Mother Tree's trunk, countless black lines burned, and golden light shone from Lu Qianni. This was the battlefield between Lu Qianni and He Wuxian. The aftermath of the battle between Di Qiong and Wu Tian spread out. He Wuxian looked over and said, Di Qiong is in danger. Wu Tian did not leave the third region of calamity. He was on the brink of death, but he managed to recover in an instant. He must have some ulterior motive for leaving behind such a powerful trump card. Lu Qianni stared at Black Wuxian. You still don't want to expose yourself? Black Wuxian shook his head. I've said it before. It's too early. You've underestimated the Eternals. This battle won't yield any results. Let's take care of the 4 guardian envoys first. Far away, blood splattered everywhere. It was Wu Tian. He tore open Di Qiong's wrist and used his long spear to cut off 3 of Di Qiong's fingers. He turned around and stabbed with his long spear again. He paused for a second time. This action would be recorded in Di Qiong's martial god scripture, and repeated actions would be ineffective against Di Qiong. Di Qiong swept his long spear and tore open Wu Tian's abdomen. Blood splattered everywhere. However, in the next moment he paused as well. This was because Wu Tian's ancestral world was also based on the martial god scripture. There shouldn't be 2 identical ancestral worlds in the universe. It was because of the Corpse King transformation that Di Qiong became one of the 3 masters and 6 heroes, and the Dark Warrior Sky who could compete with him. With a whoosh, Di Qiong attacked Wu Tian with his palm. His palm strength broke the ground of the zone of disaster and went deep into the ground. Wu Tian sighed. It would not be easy to defeat this person. On the other side in the sky, the immemorial Thunder Locust wanted to find trouble with Jianghu, but it was stopped by the Desolate Ancestor. The Desolate Ancestor did not fight with the immemorial Thunder Locust. He grabbed the immemorial Thunder Locust's tail and let the lightning strike him, but he did not move. Many people were shocked. The Desolate Ancestor was too strong, and even the Thunder Lord did not want to bear the power of the lightning. Heavenly Lord Victor laughed wildly. This was the Desolate Ancestor. He fought his way into the zone of disaster alone, and he did not die even after facing the one true God. Even when he left with serious injuries and was chased by the butterfly, he did not die. The Desolate Ancestor might not be the strongest, but he was definitely the most durable. His endurance was almost exaggerated. Light shone on the ground and covered the area. The grass was green, and Beauty Mavis was struggling to resist the butterfly. She was pulled into a dream from time to time. If not for her strong sequence rules, she would not have been able to resist it. The Desolate Ancestor exclaimed, "You blocked me as an ancestor. You are really powerful. Humans are too stubborn." Beauty Mavis gritted her teeth. Behind her, the Mavis divine tree kept growing. "Humans are not worthy of being judged by animals like you." Filthy words. "Although I represent the heavens and am not good at killing, you humans will pay the price for your ignorance and stupidity today." The butterfly flapped its wings and a gust of wind swept past. Most of it was blocked by the Mavis divine tree, but there was still a gust of wind that swept past the Mavis divine tree and blew onto Dual Blade, Bai Sheng, Xuanhuan and Erji. The 5 of them maintained their fighting posture and were rooted to the ground. Then Bai Sheng fell to the ground. His staff fell from his hand and his eyes were filled with bitterness. In the end he had died on the battlefield. Then Xuanhuan fell. He was one of the 5 elders under the archer god of the 5th zone of disaster. He was a master of sequence rules, but he could not withstand the butterfly's wings. Dual Blade skin started to corrode. The pink-haired woman was terrified. Brother, we. The blue-haired man hugged the pink-haired woman. "Don't be afraid. Brother is here." The pink-haired woman hugged the blue-haired man tightly and cried, "Brother, are we going to die?" "It's okay. Brother will protect you." As they spoke, the corrosion on their skin worsened. Rust spots appeared. It was very strange that rust appeared on a human's body. However, Dual Blade was not a human but a blade. "Brother, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid. Brother is here. No matter where you go, Brother will be by your side." "Thank you, brother. I'm dragging you down again." "It's okay. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." As they whispered, their eyes gradually closed and their bodies dissipated. Finally, 2 rusty blades appeared on the ground of the zone of disaster. One was completely blue. Before the corrosion, one could see that it was extremely dazzling. The other was pink. It was very beautiful. However, as the rust corroded, it gradually withered and finally turned into dust. Only the hilts were left, stacked together. Not far away, Erji smiled bitterly. She had lived a carefree life. She did not expect to die with 2 blades. She looked into the distance and saw Calamity, her eldest son, live well. The expedition of disaster was not afraid of death. She had lived a life of luxury and her time was up. Even if she did not die on this battlefield, she would only live for a few more years. She had helped Luin not only because of Mr. Mu. The favor that Mr. Mu had given them had been repaid the first time they had fought for the 9-star civilization. She was doing this for the expedition of disaster. The expedition of disaster could not be like this forever, wandering between pleasure and death. The more people came into contact with it, the more their thoughts would change. Who did not want to cultivate well and live a little longer? Actually, many people had already escaped from the expedition of disaster. Erji hoped that one day, Luin would reach an unprecedented height and resolve Ancestor Ekka's madness. She hoped that the expedition of disaster would return to normal. Many years had passed and every generation of leaders had been searching for such a person. She saw this hope in Luin. One day Luin would do it. Otherwise, why would an expedition of disaster that had accepted death join the above heaven sect? Calamity, my son, lead the expedition of disaster well and follow the above heaven sect. One day you will be free. Erji slowly collapsed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32:15. On this battlefield there were many people who had already died or who would die. This was war, a war of life and death. Those familiar faces would never be seen again. However, war was unavoidable. For humanity, for their descendants, this war had to be fought. If they did not bear it, their descendants would bear it. Above heaven, corpses fell one after another. Blood Ancestor leaned on his walking stick and stood outside the main hall. He looked at Master Shan's corpse and sighed. I will die soon too. Star Devourer, Prison Dragon and Ancestral Turtle were fighting in the starry sky. Soon another corpse fell. It was Moon Ghost from the 3 Moons Alliance. She was killed by a strange creature, who was also the reinforcements of the Eternals. That strange creature was killed by wuxia in an instant. Above the starry sky tree, Lu Qi was fighting an alien. Nong Yi blocked the seed garden while Shi Wei went to the mother tree. Battles were happening everywhere. This was a grand war. Although it came suddenly, humanity was already prepared. Life and death were the lightest things at this moment. In the starry sky, a big tree walked out. It lifted its thick trunk and ran towards the starry sky tree. Lu Qi was fighting an alien when his head was stepped on by the big tree. He was furious and wanted to chase after it, but he was stopped by the alien. The giant tree ran through the starry sky tree and headed for the 5th continent. It ran to the new universe, circled around, then penetrated the void and ran to above heaven. Under the shocked gazes of Elder Chan and the others, it stepped on the Star Devourer's head and disappeared. Crazy Principal Xiaoqin rubbed his eyes. That was a tree? In the 2nd disaster domain, the big tree ran over faster than anyone else. Parallel spacetime was meaningless to it. To it, the entire universe was like a sandbox. It could go wherever it wanted. Many people recognized the big tree here. Big Sister opened her mouth wide and shouted, "Damn tree, get your ass over here for this old lady." Lu Yuan and the ancient god looked over. That tree. Why did that thing appear? It always appears on the battlefield. The ancient god clearly remembered that during the Battle of Jianghu in the 3rd mainland, the big tree brought away many human experts. So Wang Tian was lost at that time. Ancestor Shi frowned when he saw the tree running over. This tree really knew how to find the right time to appear. Kong Tianzhao was kneeling on one knee. He was caught off guard by the branches and was dragged away. He was so stunned that he couldn't react in time. When he reached Kong Tianzhao, Big Tree panicked, thinking that someone was chasing after him. He frantically ran around the battlefield. Tianxi looked over coldly. Was this tree again? If it had not been for it, Tai Chu would have died long ago. Thinking of this, he attacked the tree but was stopped by Jiang Feng. He couldn't save Kong Tianzhao, and the big tree happened to drag Kong Tianzhao away. Although the posture was not elegant, it was better than being dead. Kong Tianzhao was a righteous young master. Even if he trained hard in the wilderness, he still had a noble air about him. But now he was being dragged on the ground by a tree branch. Come over here. The Nether King walked out from behind Big Sister and grabbed the tree branch. The tree was frightened and became even more terrified as it frantically scurried about. Big Sister grabbed the tree branch with one hand and Magician with the other. Magician was in a daze when she dragged him over. Magician was one of the 5 elders under the Archer God. He was qualified to participate in the Chosen of God's battle and was an expert who had survived the immemorial city battlefield. He had survived several battles and was extremely strong. Even Big Sis couldn't do anything to him. Now, Big Sister wanted to follow Big Tree, so she had to drag him along. Magician quickly used his talent, the flame of truth, to burn the tree branch. But he found that the tree branch had a more terrifying flame that swallowed his flame of truth. He didn't dare to act rashly. Similarly, Xianhu rushed toward Big Tree. He was about to be killed by Yi-Ro. Maybe Big Tree could take him away from the battlefield. Yi-Ro didn't chase after him. The abandoned person was faster than him. He appeared in front of Xianhu and slashed with his broken blade. Xianhu's head flew up. He was dead. Thunder descended. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Ancestor Ku rushed toward Big Tree with Ancient Thunder Locust in his arms. Big Tree was frightened and its branches shook. Ancient Thunder Locust roared with thunder, trying to shake Ancestor Ku off. But Ancestor Ku didn't move. "Follow me to Ancient City." Thunder flashed above the flame. Ancient Thunder Locust struggled, but it couldn't get rid of Ancestor Ku. Ancestor Ku activated the victorious battle technique and held onto Ancient Thunder Locust tightly. He definitely couldn't win against Ancient Thunder Locust. It wasn't a creature at all. It was thunder. But that didn't stop him from taking the locust away. Qingping judged Muji. Trial rule: climb the tree. Muji was stunned. There was such a rule? Was this a competition of climbing the tree? Impossible. He immediately spun the wheel of life and death to see who was the winner. Big Tree fled frantically. Because of the fierce battle in Second Disaster Region, there were deep cracks everywhere. Big Tree missed a step and fell into one of the cracks. On the tree, Kong Tianjia was being dragged. Big Sister grabbed the tree branch with one hand and Magician with the other. Ancestor Ku hugged Ancient Thunder Locust tightly and squatted on the tree trunk. The group fell with the tree and smashed into the solidified Divine Power Lake. Luyin and Baisiener were far away. Luyin and Baisiener looked at the tree in surprise. What's going on? Big Tree struggled frantically, trying to get rid of the creatures on its trunk. But it couldn't. It could only escape in the solidified Divine Power Lake. Baisiener looked into the distance. Ancient Thunder Locust? Ancestor Ku? Also, that's the Nether Ancestor. Big Tree appeared on the battlefield again. Big Tree was always involved in wars in human history. Now that it was happening in this spacetime battlefield, it was rare even in human history. So, it wasn't strange for the tree to appear. This tree was related to Immemorial City. Luyin didn't have time to care about the tree now. Baisiener was giving him too much pressure. The sequence rules were almost unsolvable. With his current strength, he was no match for her unless he became an ancestor. However, the 3 grains of primordial dust were far away. Baisiener couldn't let him get it. Since he couldn't break through in the mortal world, he could only use the infinite inner world. He had been a half-ancestor for so long. It was time for him to break through. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32:16. Big Yellow, it's not that I don't want to bring you along. With your strength, shouldn't you have already become an ancestor? Think about it. One day the astral beasts will give birth to a civilization similar to humans. They have their own history and culture, and they have their own pride. You are their pride. Don't glare at me. I hope that you can enlighten these astral beasts. One day they will live in harmony with humans and our primordial space will be beautiful. Are you scolding me? I'm sure that you can protect them well. As time goes on, there will be more humans and some people will not be able to control their greed. This includes those from the outer realms who don't like our primordial space. The conflict between humans and astral beasts is the best place to start a war. You misunderstand. 3 grains of inception dust entered his forehead, and Luyin heard many conversations and saw many scenes from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th mainlands. These were the memories brought by the inception dust. The tree slipped away and Baisiener hurriedly attacked Luyin. Hand over the inception dust. Luyin dodged as he tried to break through his ancestor's seal. It was not enough to break through his ancestor's seal, but the inception dust's appearance was an opportunity. The inception dust's function was not just to turn nothingness into reality. More importantly, it was to pray to all living beings. Without praying to all living beings, how could a continent be formed? The ancestor's magnanimity could encompass the entire universe, which was why he had created 5 continents with the inception dust as the core. If Lu Yin wanted to transform the inception dust, he did not need any power. Instead, he needed to be magnanimous and listen to the prayers of all living beings. The wordless heavenly book had once heard countless voices, and it could be considered a shortcut for the inception dust. Now the inception dust's appearance had shrunk this shortcut infinitely. Lu Yin continued to listen to the voices from the 3 continents. These ancient voices also contained the prayers of all living beings. He heard the 2nd continent's praise for the Mavis family, heard the 3rd continent's countless exclamations of surprise when the giant race was born, and heard the 4th continent's astral beasts roar. Gradually he heard more and more voices. However, it was still not enough. The voices he heard were still not enough. Lu Yin took out the wordless heavenly book, and a golden light flashed as it extended from the crack in the ground towards the 2nd zone. It was like a golden sword that pierced into the eyes of countless people. He heard the voice of the primordial space, as well as the voices of many parallel universes connected to the primordial space. The mortal world became heavier and heavier. It had long since left the starry sky continent in his heart. It also longed for transformation and approached the 4 specks of dust between his brows. However, it was still not enough. He wanted to hear more voices, hear the prayers of all living beings, regardless of whether they were in the past, present, or future, regardless of where they were, regardless of whether they still existed. In the starry sky of trees, Zhu Meng suddenly opened his eyes. His huge body rushed towards the mortal realm. On the trunk of the mother tree, the divine eagle spread its wings and soared, tearing through the void as it headed toward the 6th mainland. They had memories. At this moment they seemed to have returned to the past, to the time when they followed the primogenitor. They stood with the divine eagle on their shoulders and had the ancestral mang wrapped around their waists. They could feel the primogenitor's determination to urgently need a weapon. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the surroundings, shaking up the starry sky even more than the thunder from the ancient thunder locusts and the thundermaster jianghu. Everyone in the 2nd zone of calamity stopped and looked up at the sky. This sudden clap of thunder made everyone notice something. Afterwards, black cracks appeared without any prior signs. They just appeared in the starry sky, ripping apart space and the ground as if someone was attacking them indiscriminately. All the creatures in the 2nd zone of calamity and the other 5 zones were frightened. They avoided the black cracks that had suddenly appeared. The starry sky shook and so did the ground. What's going on? Who's causing such a great disturbance? Why does it seem like they're about to break through? But even if they're breaking through, they can't affect the starry sky. That can't be. Has someone broken through to the primordial realm? When the ancient god and Lu Yuan broke through to the primordial realm, they had caused an extremely great disturbance. The laws of the sequence had been thrown into chaos, causing the entire battlefield to come to a standstill. Now, it was basically the same scene, but it was different because the laws of the sequence had not been thrown into chaos. Instead, the entire starry sky had been thrown into chaos. The starry sky, the ground, and the distance affected the boundless battlefield. Stargates fell one after another. Everyone felt that something was wrong with the starry sky, but they couldn't put their finger on it. Only Lu Yuan, the ancient god, and the rest looked at the ground of the 2nd zone of calamity. The changes were coming from underground. Lu Yuan's eyes were burning. Could it be? The battlefield was silent at this moment. Silence. Di Qiong panted heavily as he looked at the ground. He had a bad premonition. Ancestor, she frowned. It can't be. Breaking through now? This wasn't the Genesis space. This kid wanted to create his own path. Creating one's own path was a necessity for many powerhouses. Lu Yin was a powerhouse among powerhouses, so he should create his own path. But when he really wanted to do so, it would bring about a lot of shock. Even if everyone had expected it, it still wouldn't reduce the shock. Underground, Lu Yin looked up. Breaking through to the ancestor realm was the same as breaking through to the half-ancestor realm. When he had broken through to the half-ancestor realm, he had broken through 4 inner worlds at the same time. He had formed a mindset that breaking through to the ancestor realm required 4 inner worlds at the same time. But in fact he could do it one by one. At this moment he was using the mortal world to break through. Xianxia didn't attack again. In the case of breaking through to the ancestor realm, as long as one wanted to walk their own path, anyone who participated would be affected. This didn't just happen in the origin space but in the entire universe. In the 6 Direction Society, there were people who didn't need to experience tribulations to break through to the apex realm. However, such people were too common. Wood God, Void Master, and the others who had created their own paths had all experienced tribulations. They didn't have to wait until they broke through to the primordial realm. When one reached the ancestor realm, they would undergo a metamorphosis and create a new path. Such an existence would disturb the universe's starry sky, and the universe's starry sky naturally wouldn't allow it. He didn't kill Xianxia because Lu Yin didn't walk the path of the astral sources. However, a phenomenon even more terrifying than killing Xianxia appeared. It was a phenomenon that shocked everyone. The starry sky of the zone of calamity distorted as scenes flickered. They were like mirages, but in reality they were parallel spacetimes. The parallel spacetimes overlapped with the zone of calamity spacetime, twisting together and whistling towards Lu Yin with an earth-shattering momentum. Being in a parallel spacetime and seeing parallel spacetimes overlapped were two completely different feelings. It was like an ordinary person facing a tsunami. This scene shocked everyone. The sole true God looked around. The path that this child wanted to walk was something that parallel spacetimes could not endure. They wanted to destroy him. Was this child really going to create a parallel spacetime? Every ancestor's ancestral world was equivalent to a spacetime, but that spacetime couldn't be compared to a parallel spacetime in the universe. They were two completely different concepts. If it really could exist, it would be equivalent to opening up a space for this spacetime in the current universe. It would be equivalent to compressing all the other parallel spacetimes. The consequences would be extremely terrifying. When the starry sky appeared in Lu Yin's heart, it would be rejected by the current spacetime, forming a world of nothingness, let alone actually opening up a parallel spacetime. Lu Yin emerged from the underground of the zone of calamity and arrived on land. He saw the entire battlefield, the experts, and the corpses. He raised his head and saw the scenes of spacetime that appeared more and more frequently. The disturbance from breaking through to the ancestor realm in the mortal world seemed to be even more exaggerated than he had imagined. Originally, he thought that it would be the same as breaking through to the half-ancestor realm, where a supreme expert would appear to stop him or some spacetime phenomenon would appear. However, it was no longer as simple as a spacetime phenomenon. It was as if he couldn't exist in this universe and should be erased by it. Was he really that detestable? Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Last night I stayed up all night writing and I felt my scalp go numb. Looking at Windborn's update history, he had maintained 2 updates a day for 1,437 days. He had also added updates, but they were all for a period of time. I'll continue at 3 p.m. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32:17. In Immemorial City, the primogenitor squatted on the ground, gritting his teeth as he gripped the sequence's string. At this moment, the sequence's string was constantly trembling. He was surprised. Mr. Mu walked over. Hold on tight. The little guy's breakthrough caused quite a commotion. Even Immemorial City was affected. The primogenitor chuckled. It's not that big. I'm just fighting for a place to live. When I broke through, do you think the myriad races came because of that? No, they were scared by me. Those trash from the 4 protectors were also scared by me. Mr. Mu said indifferently, stop boasting. He's just an inner world ancestor. There are 3 more. You didn't break through, did you? Do you think I don't know? You broke through to the primordial realm. I broke through. You underestimated me. No, I broke through to the primordial realm. I'm very sure. Old Mu, taking Zhu Zi as your disciple is your pride. Apart from that, you're nothing. I won't change my words even if you belittle me. Hold on tight. Soon. In the second domain of disaster, Lu Yin felt the various parallel universes getting closer and closer to him. They were so close that he felt like he was about to be crushed. At this moment, a familiar scene appeared. It was the 6th mainland. The primordial space also appeared. Lu Yin came from the primordial space after all. If he wanted to create a new parallel universe, he would have to compress the primordial space first. The 6th and 5th mainlands were about to crush Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He knew that breaking through to the progenitor realm would be difficult, but he didn't think it would be this difficult. Who would have to endure the suppression of multiple parallel universes when breaking through to the progenitor realm? No, he had never heard of it. Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, Wu Tian, and Jialan Zhilua were stunned. They were peak experts in the 3 realms and 6 paths. They had seen a lot, but they had never encountered such a thing. Apart from their master, only their master had encountered a similar situation when he broke through. It made countless parallel universes tremble. The commotion back then was much greater than Lu Yin's, but that was when their master broke through to the primordial realm. The entire universe's laws were in chaos, while Lu Yin was only breaking through to the progenitor realm. Shaoqi. Lu Yuan was worried. Lu Qianni, Qing Ping, Mu Feng and Jiang Feng looked at him worriedly. The commotion caused by breaking through was just too great. They didn't know how to stop it. Bai Xianer looked up at the scene calmly. The divine eagle and Zhu Mang cried out in worry. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Since his breakthrough in the mortal world had brought about such a calamity, then he would have to use the mortal world to resolve it. He closed his eyes. The second zone of disaster's void kept tearing apart. It even formed a black river that flowed backwards. It wasn't a real river but an endless number of void cracks connected together to form something that looked like a river. More and more spatial tears approached Lu Yin. From afar, Lu Yin looked like he was trapped in a black jar that was about to close. At this moment Lu Yin opened his eyes. Above his head, the mortal world appeared with 6 grains of primordial dust revolving around it. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the primordial space and said, "I am the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect. Today I'm determined to establish myself in this starry sky for the human race. I shall protect all living beings in this starry sky for the sake of the human race, be it humans or other species. Among the countless races in the universe, the human race is the most intelligent." The parallel space-time trembled and rumbled. Endless void cracks flickered continuously. Fifth mainland, do you still recognize me? The fifth continent trembled. Sixth mainland, do you still recognize me? The sixth mainland trembled. Primordial space, do you still recognize me? My name is Lu Yin, the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect. In the primordial space, countless people looked up and saw Lu Yin. Everyone could see that he was the Tao Master. Tao Master, I will lead the human race to be invincible. In this sky, in this universe, in the astral dome, who dares to rebel? No matter what path I walk, the human race will lead. I, Lu Yin, am right. The path I walk should be successful. Am I right? There was a brief moment of silence in the primordial space. Then there was a tsunami of cheers. Yes, Tao Master is right. The path you walk is right. You should succeed. Who dares to rebel? Daelord's path is right. Tao Master, the human race will lead. Tao Master is invincible. Tao Master is invincible. Tao Master is invincible. Countless voices converged into a river of stars that shook the entire primordial space. Everyone in the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland were shouting crazily. Soon after, many parallel universes in the Hexagon Society, including those in the outer realm, were shouting as well. Lu Yin stood in the void as countless voices appeared around him. He heard them again, but this time, these voices were for him. This was what it meant to pray for all living beings. Praying for all living beings was both a prayer for all living beings and a prayer for all living beings. There was no limit to the universe. Only living beings could become the limit. Countless prayers transformed into a tsunami of power that caused the primordial space to crash into the parallel universes beside it. Dozens of parallel universes appeared in the Hexagon Society and crashed into the parallel universes that were trying to crush Lu Yin. The entire second disaster zone collapsed. Lu Yin was like a god. He did not need to do anything. No matter who it was, no one could cut off his path. The path he walked was right. Atop the Black Mother Tree, the sole true god's face sank. He looked at Lu Yin with an unprecedented murderous intent. This child had extraordinary innate talent, possessed a turbid treasure, and even established a glorious above-heaven sect. The sole true god could tolerate all of this, but this was the only thing he could not tolerate. This was because Lu Yin had obtained the support of countless people. It could even be said that he had obtained the support of the entire human race. No one could say for sure just how great this power was. The higher one's cultivation, the more one could understand just how terrifying this power was. At this moment, this child's threat surpassed everyone that the sole true god knew, including the primogenitor. In the distance, Qianxi's face sank even further. He wanted the people behind him to enter this universe and replace the people of this universe, but at this moment he saw his hopes dwindle. One person had obtained the support of the entire human race. What kind of terrifying power was this? This power had helped this person survive the calamity and could also help this person reach unprecedented heights. This was the support of an entire species. Bai Xianer sighed, but it was too late. She could not stop this. Now that Lu Yin had broken through to progenitor realm, she had no idea how strong he would be. She could only hope that Lu Yin, who had broken through to progenitor realm, had not reached a level that she could not hope to reach. Otherwise, who would be able to keep him in check? In the sky, Lu Yin spread out his arms. Around him, the many parallel universes that had been crushing him disappeared, and everything returned to normal. As for his mortal world, it had transformed. It disappeared from between his eyebrows, and the progenitor dust that had been given to him by the primogenitor fell to the ground near his heart along with the other 5 progenitor dusts. One day these 6 progenitor dusts would be returned to the primogenitor, as they were his weapons. At this moment, there was a tiny dot between Lu Yin's eyebrows that was almost undetectable. This dot was his mortal world. The mortal world had transformed from an inner world into the progenitor realm, and there were countless voices within it. These voices were the prayers of all living beings, and this mortal world was the progenitor realm. Lu Yin had also stepped into the progenitor realm at this moment. Although he had only broken through to progenitor realm in one inner world, he was already a progenitor. He was a true progenitor. The divine eagle and ancestral mang rushed towards Lu Yin. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Lu Yin stood with the divine eagle on his shoulder and the ancestral mang around his waist. He had not expected them to act like this. Hongyan Mavis' eyes reddened. "My master." The ancient god trembled. "Master." At this moment, Lu Yin's image was too similar to that of the progenitors. Many people recalled the past and saw that glorious era. Unfortunately, this only lasted for a short while. The divine eagle and ancestral mang stared blankly at Lu Yin's face before their gazes changed. They left without hesitation, recognizing that Lu Yin was not the progenitor. Hongyan Mavis and the others came to their senses. Lu Yin was still the same Lu Yin, not the progenitor. They all missed their master. Lu Yin lowered his head and looked at Bai Xianer. "Second round, begin." He opened his hand and aimed it at Bai Xianer. A column of soil appeared in the air, only as wide as a palm. It shot towards Bai Xianer like a javelin. Bai Xianer pointed a finger and collided with the soil. Her expression changed and she immediately twisted her body. The soil tore through her wrist and pressed down. Bai Xianer was unable to block the column of soil. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he bent his fingers, and cylindrical soil appeared in the air and shot towards Bai Xianer like raindrops. Bai Xianer used her sequence laws and trajectories appeared in the soil. This was the carrier, and as long as it was broken, the soil would also shatter. However, her expression changed in the next moment. She could only break a limited number of trajectories, causing the soil to shatter. Most of the remaining soil continued to shoot towards her. She stood in place without moving as the soil penetrated her body and shot into the ground. Bai Xianer recovered once more, but this time she wasn't as relaxed as before. Her face was deathly pale. Lu Yin looked down from above. "Let's see how many more times you can use this recovery method." He raised his arm and a shocking scene appeared. Black dots covered the entire second zone. They were pieces of soil, and each piece of soil had a destructive power that even Bai Xianer feared. She felt dizzy just looking at so much soil. Lu Yin pressed his arm down, and the soil bombarded the entire second zone. Not only did it target Bai Xianer, but it also targeted all the Eternals fighting against the Above Heaven sect, including the 4 Guardians. Primordial Realm cultivators could use their laws to not get close, but Lu Yin wasn't using the sequence laws. He was only using the power of a progenitor. How strong could a progenitor be? In the past, Lu Yin felt that xianxia was already at the peak of the progenitor realm. With the divine martial sword domain, time scale, and 9 clones, xianxia was basically invincible. He truly believed that xianxia wouldn't be any weaker than progenitor Chen. However, as his cultivation increased, his horizons gradually broadened, and he finally understood the sequence laws. However, xianxia was still at the peak of the progenitor realm back then. He hadn't reached the level of the sequence laws, but it wasn't easy to defeat him below the sequence laws. Now, Lu Yin had completely broken the upper limit of the progenitor realm. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3218. Without the sequence rules, this was the ancestor realm. A simple ancestor realm was no different from others. It was just an ancestor world, nothing more. However, it was this seemingly ordinary ancestor realm that was able to display unimaginably terrifying strength. Even Lu Yin had not expected the power of the mortal ancestors world after its transformation. Baixianer could not take it head-on. She could break through it or dodge it, but she could not take it head-on. Just like before, her body would be pierced. If Baixianer was like this, the others were no exception. In the second disaster zone, the ancient god Di Qiong, the arrow god, the forgetful ruins god, the ancestor of the past, as well as Di Xia and Jia, were all targeted by the earth spears. Jia was the first to die. His opponent was the venerable sovereign, and he was fighting against the venerable sovereign. He was one of the 5 elders under the arrow god of the 5th region's disaster region, and was a master of the sequence laws. He thought that he could block the earth spear with the sequence laws, but he had overestimated himself. Even Baixianer could not take it head-on, let alone Jia. The spears directly turned his body into a bloody mist that splattered on the ground. Emperor Shang was stunned by this sight. His pupil under Emperor's transformation surged with divine force, but he only managed to knock away the first spear. The second spear pierced his body and stabbed him into the ground, but it did not end his life. His strength was only second to Di Qiong in the 3rd disaster zone, and he was definitely an expert. He could barely be called a substitute for the 7 sky gods, but he was still far from Baixianer's level. Even if Baixianer did not use the sequence laws, Di Xia was not her opponent. Baixianer's battle prowess was definitely not below any of the 3 pillars and 6 voids. She was strong enough to fight an ancient god before reaching the primordial realm. Even if an ancient god reached the primordial realm, defeating Baixianer would not be easy. Even Baixianer could not take on the earth spears head-on. There were very few Eternals who could. It was not just the Eternals. The 4 guardians were also within Lu Yin's range of attack. Tian Ci, Tian Feng, and Tian En were all under the attack of the soil spears. These spears came from the power bestowed by the Chen ancestors' world. They carried the wishes of all living beings, and they wanted to strangle the parallel dimensions. At this moment they were displaying their terrifying power. However, the protectors were primordial realm experts after all. Even though they feared him, they would not be injured so easily. Arrow God fired arrow after arrow at the earthen spear, but Heavenly Lord Victorious struck him in the back. His back was almost torn to shreds. He had no choice but to use his innate skill and shed a layer of skin to protect himself. The earth spear pierced through the meditative ruins and headed straight for the god of forgotten ruins. It was not just one spear but several spears. The god of forgotten ruins' expression changed as he felt an extreme sense of danger. Above his head, the meditative ruins seemed to have a mind of their own as they stacked in front of the god of forgotten ruins, blocking the earth spear. Piercing through layer after layer, the soil spear was also being consumed. When a spear pierced through the meditative ruins and into the body of the god of oblivion ruins, it dragged her down to the ground. The Void Master was speechless. This power was too terrifying, wasn't it? That brat was merely an ancestor who could block it. On the Black Mother Tree, the ancient god grabbed the soil spear. Above his head, spear stabbed down. To him, although the earth spear was powerful, his strength was not to be underestimated. If it was before he broke through to the primordial realm, it really wouldn't have been so easy to block, said the ancient god. He looked at Lu Yuan. Fertile earth, this descendant of yours will surpass everyone including Master. Lu Yuan said proudly, of course. De Chang, it's not too late for you to turn back. The ancient god shook his head. That's exactly why he can't live. We can't do anything to him anymore, but there will always be someone who can deal with him. Lu Yuan frowned. Who? The ancient god did not say anything more. He gripped the soil spear tightly and shook off the other spears that were stabbing down. He leapt towards fertile earth. Our battle is not over yet. Far away, Di Qiong's body surged with divine force, forming an armor-like defense. He threw a punch at the sky, wanting to shatter the soil spears that were stabbing towards him with terrifying power. 1 spear, 2 spears, 3 spears. He had directly shattered 3 spears, but there were still more behind. Lu Yin focused on Di Qiong. Di Qiong dodged in a hurry, but he was still pierced by a soil spear. Around him, the war god scripture revolved as the spears froze the space. Even Lu Yin's mortal ancestors' world could not break through Di Qiong's scripture. The spears looked exactly the same. The first one could hurt Di Qiong, but the rest could not. They were all frozen by the war god scripture. Di Qiong gripped the spear that had pierced his body and pulled it out. Blood splattered everywhere as he looked at Lu Yin with a ferocious expression. How could I be killed like this? Even if you want to kill me, you have to do it yourself. Who do you think I am? I am Di Qiong from the Dark Warrior Sky, one of the 3 pillars and 6 boundless Eternals. On the other side, Wu Tian said, Since ancient times, very few have dared to attack the entire Eternals. Even we would find it difficult to do so. This boy will definitely surpass every cultivator we know until he reaches a peak that we cannot see. In the distance, Luin stared at Baisener. The rain of soil spears had cleansed the second zone of disaster and shocked the Eternals. It brought more blood and excited the human powerhouses. Lu Yin's strength at this moment was simply shocking. Progenitor Realm. This was Lu Yin at the Progenitor Realm. He had finally taken that step and transformed. No, it was still not enough. 4 inner worlds and 1 Progenitor Realm were far from enough. Lu Yin clenched his fists. He would break through all 4 inner worlds to become one. He would become the strongest progenitor since ancient times. I am the progenitor. No other progenitor can challenge me. A few simple words spread through the starry sky, attracting everyone's attention. Lu Yuan laughed, followed by the other human powerhouses. They laughed arrogantly. This was Lu Yin, the path master of the above heaven sect. He was the progenitor. No other progenitor can challenge him. He was so domineering. These words not only spread throughout the zone of disaster, but also to the Genesis space, the Hexagon Society, and all the parallel universes in the universe. The transformation of the mortal progenitor realm had given Lu Yin the ability to speak to all parallel universes. These words caused the entire human race to boil over. The progenitor realm was not the end, but Lu Yin had forcefully described it as the end. The above heaven sect would usher in an incomparably brilliant era. In Immemorial City, both the humans and the Eternals were silent for a moment. What domineering words. Who is it? So arrogant? I don't know. I hope it's a human who can transmit his voice to Immemorial City. Even you and I can't do that. This person has the right to say that. It must be a human. No need to guess. The person who said this is the current path master of the above heaven sect, Lu Yin. Chu Yi walked to the city wall and looked into the distance with a smile. The final battle is not far away. In the second zone of disaster, below Lu Yin, Baisener's eyes shone. Brother Xiaoxian, you are really domineering. Domineering. I admit defeat today. See you next time. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. You want to run? He took a step forward and waved his hand at the same time. Everything around him became still. Only the soil that turned from illusory to solid turned into a spear and pierced towards Baisener, one spear after another. A rain of red flowers fell from the sky, and the immortal radish flowers bloomed beautifully. The soil spear pierced through the immortal radish flowers and approached Baisener, but she had already disappeared. The immortal radish flowers were sending her off. Lu Yin changed the direction of the soil spear and aimed it at Tianfeng. Tianfeng had wanted to kill him before, and he was very close to the Black Mother Tree. If he didn't act now, when would he? As for Baisener, Lu Yin wasn't surprised that she could escape. This woman wasn't just Baisener, but also Mr. Wei. She had once given Patriarch Lu Tianyi a paper cut during the era of the above heaven sect. No one knew the significance of her existence. However, Lu Yin knew that he couldn't kill her right now. She was definitely an expert on the same level as the only true god, Grand Empyrean, and Primogenitor. Although he had broken through to Progenitor and had the pride of being able to defeat all progenitors, he wasn't arrogant. Right now, he hadn't reached the point where he could kill a bitter adversity realm powerhouse. Moreover, while breaking through to the Progenitor realm had caused a huge commotion, there was one thing that hadn't appeared: a phenomenon. Explorers, enlighters, envoys, and half-progenitors were all accompanied by phenomena. It didn't make sense that breaking through to the Progenitor realm didn't have any. Did he have to break through to the Progenitor realm for all 4 of his inner worlds to have a phenomenon? Or was that a sign that he had truly stepped into the Progenitor realm? However, he could still try his luck against a primordial realm expert, especially Tianfeng. He wasn't the main force. The main force was Jianghu. The earth spear stabbed towards Tianfeng, causing him to constantly tremble. Although he was attacked by Jianghu, he was still able to avoid the earth spear. Hey, you're called Lu Yin, right? Jianghu's voice rang out from within Tianfeng's body. Lu Yin looked at Tianfeng. Yes. Let's have Wu to do it. Lu Yin was confused. The sequence laws are useless against a primordial realm expert. Of course I know that. Wuda can see through an opponent's weakness. If Wuda does it, I won't be able to coordinate with you, Jianghu growled. The pattern on Tianfeng's body flickered, and Lu Yin felt like his limbs were unable to move. Just like the other experts from before, he couldn't tell whether his body was sealed or if the void was sealed. Jianghu, you'll definitely die a horrible death. Isn't it better to live in my body? Tianfeng asked. Jianghu disdainfully replied, Why do you think I've been hiding in your body all this time? I just wanted to find an opportunity to understand you and eliminate you 4 pieces of trash. Kid, why don't you go? If you don't have the ability to kill a primordial realm expert, you won't be able to help me. Why don't you go deal with the other enemies? Although Lu Yin was much stronger, he wasn't strong enough to kill a primordial realm expert. Compared to Lu Yin, Jianghu was more willing to work with Wu Tian. They were too familiar with each other. Lu Yin recovered his freedom and took a step towards Wu Tian. He would switch opponents then. He couldn't kill a primordial realm expert, but Wu Qing and Lu Hao weren't primordial realm experts. In the distance, Wu Tian clearly had the upper hand against Di Qiong. Di Qiong was too heavily injured, coughing up blood with every clash. Lu Yin arrived. Senior, switch opponents. Wu Tian retreated and smiled at Lu Yin. I'll leave him to you. Lu Yin nodded. Don't worry. He won't survive. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32:19. Wu Tian laughed and headed towards Tianfeng. Looking at the battlefield, there were only a few battles that could decide the outcome of the battle. The ancient gods in Lu Yuan, Tianxia and Lei Zhu, Tianan and Hongyan Mavis and Tianfeng and Jianghu. Lu Yin's previous attack had caused the Eternals to suffer heavy losses. Although many human experts including Di Zun, Yi Luo and the Forsaken Path, could not participate in the battle. Only the 3 realms and 6 paths could participate. Wu Tian, don't run. Di Qiong held his spear and stared at Wu Tian with his pupilless eyes. Lu Yin looked at him and said, Di Qiong, long time no see. Di Qiong stared at Lu Yin, and his fear was no less than Wu Tian's. Lu Yin's attack on the entire land of tragedy had elevated him to the level of the 3 realms and 6 paths. I should have killed you long ago, Di Qiong said word by word. His pupilless eyes were terrifying. Lu Yin looked at him and said, You can't do it. Then he waved his hand and soil formed into a spear in the void and stabbed towards Di Qiong. The battle god scripture appeared around Di Qiong and froze the spear. Di Qiong held the spear tightly and rushed towards Lu Yin. God's spear. The spear was wrapped in divine power and its power was shocking. It tore through the void and created a long dark border as if it was going to split the land of tragedy. Lu Yin stood still and waved his hand. Pieces of soil appeared and they no longer formed spears. Instead they formed all kinds of weapons such as knives, swords, spears, shields and so on. The battle god scripture could only freeze the same attack and posture, but it could not freeze different weapons. These weapons could be used once. Although it could only be used once, Lu Yin felt that it was enough. The soil formed weapons and smashed towards Di Qiong. Di Qiong's body was pierced again and again, and his blood stained the ground. Half of his body was gone. He raised his head and growled and his heart beat louder and louder. Lu Yin squinted and raised his hand again. This time, the soil formed sharp stones of different sizes and stabbed towards Di Qiong. Di Qiong was a top expert who had destroyed the Divine Kingdom and suppressed many experts from the Above Heaven sect in the Land of Eternity. If great ancestor Lu Yuan had not arrived, he could have defeated the Above Heaven sect alone. But now this expert was being suppressed by Lu Yin. Even if he was not severely injured, Lu Yin could still kill Di Qiong. His strength was already transparent, even more so than Feng Bo's. Even the sequence laws were unable to completely block Lu Yin's soil and rocks. With a pung sound, the heart shattered. Immediately after, the head shattered. The earth was silent. Everyone looked over. Another Eternals had lost 3 highnesses and 6 boundless, and he had also died at Lu Yin's hands. Lu Yin had killed the witch spirit god, the undying god, and the corpse god. Now it was Di Qiong. Who would be next? Di Qiong's headless body slowly fell to the ground. Fresh blood stained the ground. Lu Yin watched silently. Something was wrong, it was too easy. He was sure that he could kill Di Qiong, but it would not be that easy. Di Qiong was full of fighting spirit when Wu Tian was here. He had vowed to fight Wu Tian, but he had killed Di Qiong as soon as Wu Tian had left. Moreover, the divine power had not dissipated. Lu Yin stared at Di Qiong's corpse, and with a flick of his finger, soil appeared in the void once more. This time, it was like a stone slab that pressed down on Di Qiong's corpse, intending to crush it. Corpses that had been reduced to dust could no longer be used. Above the Black Mother Tree, the only true god calmly watched. Di Qiong was a very stubborn person. The first time he saw him, he knew that his stubbornness surpassed everything else. At that time, it had not been long since the destruction of the Above Heaven sect. It was not long after the first God's commandment had ended. There were not many experts in the Eternals, and they were far from enough to gather the 3 gods and the 6 gods. No, they could not even gather the 7 gods, let alone the experts of the 6th zone of calamity. He had been looking for talented cultivators to join him, and that was when he had found Di Qiong. The first time he had seen this child, he had been gnawing on bones in a pile of corpses. Those were human bones. His small body was bathed in blood, but he was not afraid at all. He was as calm as a beast that had eaten its fill. Even the only true God, who was used to seeing death, was attracted by that scene. He came to the child and asked him what he was doing. Eating meat. That's a human. Hungry. Why are you here alone? The child looked to the side and saw a well-preserved corpse. Your father? Yes. Why didn't you leave? The child looked at his father's corpse calmly and did not speak. The only true God stepped forward and sized the child up. What are you thinking about? The child replied without hesitation, living. Then come with me. Can you let me live? It's easy to live. It's very difficult. What? Father can't live. He's too weak. The child raised his head and looked at the only true God. Father said that with Wu Tian's teachings, he would become stronger sooner or later. But he has no chance. The child said calmly, it's Father. He trusted the wrong person. The only true God looked at the child with interest. Do you know Wu Tian? No. Wu Tian is a human. The child asked, is he very strong? The only true God smiled. At least he can live. The child was dissatisfied. Father is dead. Wu Tian shouldn't be alive. The only true God laughed. Do you hate Wu Tian? No. It's just that he shouldn't be alive. Weaklings shouldn't be alive. Then you have to deal with him yourself. I will. I won't be a weakling. The only true God looked at the child. If one day you die, what will you do? The child thought for a while. As long as I can move, I'm alive. The only true God looked into the distance. As long as he could move, he was alive. Movement was the only standard that the child believed to be alive. Killing Wu Tian was his obsession. Staying alive was his obsession. He could move. Under the pressure of the soil, Di Qiong's corpse suddenly moved. Half of his body was supported by the remaining arm. His heart was crushed and his head was crushed. Inside his body, divine energy was like a meridian that connected the 2 parts of his body. Lu Yin had seen this scene before. It was the scene of Wu Ling God's death. It was horrifying. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of heartbeats came from Di Qiong's broken heart. At this moment, divine energy formed a new heart. The surface of his body cracked. Divine energy entered his body, and a powerful aura shot up to the sky. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. This was a powerful physical strength. The ancient god, archer god, and other experts looked at Di Qiong. The rumors are true. Di Qiong has created a new transformation that surpasses the pupil-less transformation. The price is death. On the Black Mother Tree, the only true God exclaimed. That child was a man of his words. However, the last transformation of the Corpse King transformation was not the pupil-less transformation. It was the martial god transformation. Martial represented his obsession with Wu Tian. God represented divine energy. Only divine energy could create such a transformation. This was the last transformation of the Corpse King transformation. Di Qiong was indeed dead, but his body could still move. As long as he could move, he would not die. With a boom, half of Di Qiong's body rushed toward Lu Yin. The remaining arm reached out to grab Lu Yin. Lu Yin waved his hand and formed a soil spear. However, it was crushed by his arm. Under the pupil-less transformation, Di Qiong had turned the tables against Wu Tian. His physical strength was comparable to the zombie gods. At this moment, his physical strength had increased tenfold. This was beyond the progenitor realm. Lu Yin did not want to compete with Di Qiong's physical strength. It was impossible. The soil spears were crushed by Di Qiong's arm. Di Qiong bent his legs and rushed forward. He pushed through the void, creating ripples that spread into the distance. The pressure was so oppressive that Lu Yin could not breathe. Lu Yin looked at Di Qiong, who was approaching him rapidly. At this moment, Di Qiong was clearly the most terrifying human weapon. Lu Yin maintained the same speed as Di Qiong. They were 1 meter apart. One retreated while the other chased. Lu Yin could clearly feel the strength of Di Qiong's physical strength. It could even be said that Di Qiong's physical strength had surpassed that of Patriarch Lu Yuan and Hongyan Mavis. In terms of physical strength, no one could be compared to Di Qiong. However, the foundation of this transformation was divine energy. What Lu Yin was least afraid of was divine energy. Lu Yin took out eternal darkness and entered it together with Di Qiong. In the dark space, Di Qiong waved his hand and shook the void to disperse the darkness. The dark hall could not burn him. Even if it did, he was already dead. There was no way to deal with this physical strength. Lu Yin appeared behind Di Qiong and released the starry sky in his heart. The divine star rotated and began to forcefully strip the divine energy from Di Qiong's body. Di Qiong had been killed by Lu Yin. He was determined to kill Lu Yin. At this moment he had lost all rationality. He kept waving his arms, trying to catch Lu Yin. Lu Yin's face turned solemn. If he did not have the means to strip the divine energy, he would have to rely on his own strength to deal with Di Qiong. It would be very difficult. Patriarch Lu Yuan might be able to help, but it would be difficult for him to hurt Di Qiong. At the cost of death, Di Qiong performed the last stage of the Corpse King transformation. If the price was not death, Di Qiong would definitely be the most terrifying of the 3 high gods and 6 vast gods. Even the ancient gods could not compare to him. The Corpse King transformation was the most powerful combat technique of the Eternal Tribe. Its strategic value was not inferior to the 3 ultimate skills of the true gods. Lu Yin kept dodging while Di Qiong waved his arms and chased after him. The divine energy in his body kept being stripped away. Lu Yin could even strip the divine energy from Kuang's corpse, let alone Di Qiong. Di Qiong's heartbeat became softer and softer, and his waving movements became slower and slower. Lu Yin could clearly feel that Di Qiong's strength was declining. Finally Di Qiong stopped moving. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. This time Di Qiong was really dead. He could not imagine what kind of perseverance would allow someone to continue fighting after death. If it were not for the fact that they were in different positions, Lu Yin could not help but admire Di Qiong. In the second zone of calamity, there were fights everywhere, but people's eyes never left that place. When Lu Yin and Di Qiong appeared, everyone's attention was focused on them. Lu Yin faced Di Qiong and then turned to look at the one true god. Behind him, Di Qiong's body collapsed. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.